Chapter 651. Li Longji was happy. Oh my god, I finally caught up with Brother Yi's rhythm. This is good, but it must be kept a secret. If it is used in the army, many soldiers will die. Li Longji's eyes turned red. The Tang dynasty soldiers were not afraid of death. Many times they died in vain. When the army went to war, they could not find drinkable water and could only drink dirty water. Then they would have diarrhea, fever, and finally die, just like malaria. It could boil water at any time, so the soldiers would not die out of non-combat. After the battle, there was no clean bandage, so boiling water was used to boil the bandage. In the Songzhou battle and counterattack with Tubo, the Tang dynasty soldiers suffered few casualties because their post-battle wounds were treated well. The body was cut with a knife, shot with an arrow, sterilized with alcohol, and stitched up. Even if there was pus under the scabs, it could be drained, or the scabs could be removed and washed with alcohol again. If it was in the past, it would depend on fate. A handful of grass ash and bandage, or if conditions were met, some herbs would be applied and bandaged. At that time they did not know that the bandage had to be boiled. Now the winged knights were carrying clean gauze made of cotton. Brother Yi, this thing can't be sold. Li Longji thought of the military use and said to Li Yi embarrassedly, I don't lack money. Originally I wanted to use it on the long-distance navy. Since third brother gave me new technology, it's better to use it on the army. Li was not stupid. He knew what could be sold and what could not be sold. Li Longji reacted, Brother Yi, you're starting to make things for the long-distance navy now? What else? Wait until the navy is established, then slowly think about it. I'm still designing the trawl net, the one used by the ships. The navy needs to eat meat and fish while sailing. The long-distance ships have soil to grow crops. For fertilizer we can use the fish heads, bones, scales and other things, crush them and ferment them. Also, the crew's excrement can be put in a special fermentation place for composting. Li Yi, who knew the dangers of the long-distance navy, was now trying to figure out what technology could be used. The auxiliary technology was first, the ship construction was in progress, and the training of sailors was also in progress. When the latter two were ready, the other auxiliary items would be added. You have to bring a lot of hemp ropes when fishing at sea. They have to be well preserved. Li Longji was thinking about fishing. No, use cotton thread and steam the pig's blood. You don't have to fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. You can use it all the time. You can just steam it again every 10 months. Fish blood is fine too. Li Yi casually revealed his technology again. As long as there was something he needed, he could take it out. Li Longji was no longer surprised. He was just making a sound at something new. Then he said, no wonder you want to plant a lot of cotton. In the future, fishermen can use fishing nets with cotton thread and fish every day. It's mainly the size of the boat and the trawl. Nowadays, fishermen use hemp nets for their small boats. They spend a lot of time and gain less. The key is that there is not enough technology and business exchange. Make some changes and the lives of the fishermen by the sea will be better. For example, a bigger ship. When Li Yi said this, he continued to teach Li Longji. The fishermen's boats were small and could only catch fish near the sea. The wind and waves would interfere too much with the small boats. At this time, investment was needed to build a big ship. It was easy for the Navy ships to catch seafood in the Bohai Bay. How could the fishermen by the sea have the money to build such a big ship? Give them an investment, they would pay in installments and slowly repay the boat loan with the money earned. It was not only the fishermen's problem of earning money, but it also involved a lot of meat. Was fish meat not meat? Was it not full? The meaning of the existence of capital was reflected in such things, and not just for the sake of plundering benefits. When capital deviates from its original intention, it is also the moment when the country's capital begins to be in turmoil. Li Yi said and suddenly sighed. Li Longji was listening carefully and trying hard to remember. He knew that he did not need to know everything. He only needed to know how to use people. The problem was that he had to at least understand. When he was with Brother Yi, he had been understanding. Other than impeaching people and scheming against the officials of Lantian County and the French, Brother Yi had always been very peaceful and calm in all other matters. But the things he did were not peaceful at all. The more harmless the action seemed, the more he realized that at the last moment, he was pushing for a bigger thing. Third brother, it's time to eat. Today there are sliced chicken with scallion oil. It's a small pot with bean sprouts and scallion oil. Li looked at the time. It was time to eat, so he ended the previous topic. The normal sliced chicken with scallion oil was like a white-cut chicken, but he turned it into a small casserole. Li Longji actually wanted to continue listening, but after being interrupted by Li Yi, he woke up and realized that if he continued to listen, he would not understand and needed to digest. Empress Wang pulled her son to a single room in the cafeteria. The little boy kept sniffing. There was no snot, he was just smelling. The smell in the cafeteria was a mixture of all the dishes. It smelled more delicious than eating. Li Yi gave the little boy 2 processed chicken butts. The little boy washed his hands and used his hands to bite. Every bite was oily. He especially liked to eat it. One was that it was easy to bite and he could bite it. If it was marinated beef, he would definitely not be able to bite it. The other was that the body instinctively needed to grow. Children were very willing to eat sugar and fat. Most children were very willing to eat big pieces of fatty meat when fed to them. There was also white sugar mixed rice. Normal adults could not eat it, but children had no problem. They even felt that it was good food and sweet. Of course, the result was the same for these children. They still liked to eat it. For the little boys, there was no conflict between salty and sweet. They also did not care whether the fatty meat was greasy or not. In the single room, there were 2 one-year-old children from the village eating with them. They were being looked after by the palace maids. The 2 of them played with Shang before. When they were eating, Shang wanted to eat with them. Therefore, the 3 little boys sat alone at a small table. Each of them grabbed a chicken butt and gnawed on it happily. Shang is in Zhuangzi. There are no children of his age playing with him. Look at how happy he is smiling. Empress Wang liked everyone. Seeing her son rubbing oil everywhere, she did not criticize and educate him. This was because the children of the Li family Zhuangzi enjoyed the same treatment. It was not only Shang who enjoyed it. Shang was eating. When he was happy, he threw away the chicken butt that he had gnawed on. Then he laughed. After laughing, he realized that the food was gone. He turned his head and looked around. The palace maid washed it with warm water and put it back. Shang picked it up and looked at it. Then he threw it away again. The palace maid picked it up and washed it again. Then she put it back. The other 2 little boys also learned to throw it away and laughed together. Li Longji frowned. Li Yi said, 1-year-old children don't think that eating is eating. And also be a fun game. They throw things away and the adults pick them up. It's like adults playing polo. When they are older, they will understand and do the same thing. It's a different situation. Li Yi's meaning was clear. The adults treated the children's eating as a normal meal. The children did not have this concept. They felt that they were playing with you all the time. After playing with him for a while, they would stop playing and continue to eat. They did not know that throwing the food on the ground would make it dirty. If the chicken butt was not washed or picked up, the children would squat down and pick it up to eat. Sure enough, as Li Yi said, after playing a few times, the little boys did not like to play and started eating again. Chapter 652. At the pier by the Ba River in Lantian County, the sound of cicadas was noisy and irritating at first. But after listening for a while, they automatically turned the sound of cicadas into background music. 30 people moved the goods onto the ship. After everything was placed properly, they found a place to sit and look at the scenery outside. A shout to start the ship sounded. The people on the shore pushed the ship with bamboo poles, and the wheels on both sides of the ship started to rotate slowly. About 2 miles south of the wharf, there were 3 water wheels rotating. The water wheels were connected to large earthworms that were shelled. The people working next to them put wheat kernels on them. While processing, they also collected the shelled wheat and cleaned the wheat bran. Not far away, a shed was built. The shed provided free tea, the worst kind of tea foam, for 1 coin a bag. Inspector Zhang Sun Xn sat at the side, fanning himself as he drank tea with his 4 aides. Luo Oching's 4 cousins passed the exam, and all of them got first class. After passing the interview with the Ministry of Personnel, the 4 of them applied to help Inspector Zhang Sun Xin deal with and learn about government affairs in Lantian County. Now the 4 of them were subordinates of Inspector Zhang Sun Xin. Zhang Sun Xin pulled the 4 of them to make money together. The 4 of them helped to come up with ideas. Each of them took half of the profits. Zhang Sun Xin paid for it and took 80%. The money they earned from selling chrysanthemums, finding people to work on the spinning wheel, and making canned fruit was mostly invested into the flour processing. 3 water wheels shelled the wheat, and a group of people in the shed shook the ceramic core of the flour grinding machine. Then there were people in charge of weighing and bagging. The paper bags made of paper were 1 caddy each, and they all contained 60% powder, so the price was higher. 2 caddies contained 70 and 80% powder, and 10 caddies contained 90% powder. The discarded black flour was 50 caddies each, so it was cheap. When others bought it, they could make steamed buns with black flour. Inspector Zhang Sun, few people buy black flour. Why don't we set up a small bakery in the back and turn the black flour into bread? Luo Aocheng drank the tea foam and he didn't mind at all. He gave Zhang Sun Xin ideas. The four of them took 20% of the profits and wanted to make money. The black bread that Li Yi sells in Zhuangzi for 1 coin? It's hard and sour. Jiang Sun Xian had tried it before and it tasted awful. The Li family Zhuangzi had announced the recipe. Not only was there a layer of wheat on the outside, there was also very finely ground wheat bran. The cost of making this kind of black bread alone was more than 1 tael. It was long and difficult to eat it. Many commoners were still willing to buy it. No matter how bad it tasted, it was still better than cooking wheat rice. Wheat rice was expensive and tasted sour. Those who were reluctant to spend money on long trips could buy a bag of black bread, which could last them for 2 to 3 months. Along with dried salted vegetables, they would be able to fill their stomachs as long as there was water. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi has announced how to make it. Someone has rented or bought the same flour grinder. The inferior flour is suitable for making black bread. Luo Aoqing said as he took out a piece of black bread from his bag. "Oh Qing, why are you still eating this?" Jiang Sun Xian was surprised. In the past few days, both sides had been exchanging letters. The ships traveled by water, so they would charge 1 coin for running errands, sending letters back and forth between Lantian County and Chang'an. They had just met today, but Luo Aoqing was actually eating black bread. "Once, we didn't pass the imperial examinations. The 4 of us sought out Inspector Zhang Sun to join his sect. We wanted to walk the path of Ganyi," Luo Aoqing said. Luo Aoqing continued, "At that time, we knew about Inspector Zhang Sun's difficulties, so we gathered together to think of a solution. The first was to survive first and have a virtuous wife at home. So we had the inspector bring his wife here." Luo Aoqing followed. Luo Ojuan said tacitly, "Later, when we analyzed Li Dongzhu, we no longer pondered over the knowledge in books. We looked at the Li family Zhuangzi's layout. And then?" Jiang Sun Xian listened and nodded. "And then we looked at things differently from before. This time, for the imperial examinations, we answered with ease. Li Dongzhu is a great talent," Luo Aoqing said as he cupped his fists in the direction of the Li family Zhuangzi. The other 3 also cupped their hands. "Looking at him can pass the imperial examinations?" Jiang Sun Xian wiped her sweat. It was hot outside. "Li Dongzhu's actions are for the country and the people. The current affairs itself is for the country and the people. Just memorizing the books is enough. The poetry test is the foundation of writing." Luo Ojuan told Jiang Sun Xian what they learned for the country and the people. Luo Aoqing also took out a piece of bread. "What the people eat, we naturally eat. In the future, when we govern the place, we must know what the people need. Poetry is good and the current emperor likes it. But without the ability to govern, the emperor will not give a good official." Luo Aoqing concluded. "Li Yi has the ability to govern? I built a bakery, huh? Good, if he can bake black bread, he can bake other kinds of bread." Jiang Sun Xian, who knew some of the situation, did not dare to say. This was not political wisdom but survival instinct. "Inspector Zhang Sun, we came to shuck." A group of people drove a cart to the place. A man in his 50s slightly bent his waist and bowed, smiling as he spoke. "See which platform is about to end. Go and wait. There is tea here. The weather is hot, so you can't lack water and get heat stroke." Jiang Sun Xian pointed to the position of the water wheels. 3 water wheels drove 9 shuckers. After he built it, he did not collect money. The people came to shuck as they pleased, and he also provided free tea for everyone. If the people wanted to grind flour and collect money, they would have to shake the worst layer of flour themselves. When they shook it, the outer layer would fall down. Collecting it would be money to borrow tools. He did not count on corruption and bribery to make money. He did processing and middleman business. He provided a lot of jobs. When everyone praised him, he was willing to be a good official. What he came into contact with in Lantian County was officials working seriously, mining detailed accounts to pay taxes, and the people supporting the work of the yamen. The entire atmosphere was like this. He could not do anything bad even if he wanted to. And the people had a good impression of him. If they did not grind flour after shucking, they would specifically leave some wheat bran. This was because Jiang Sun Xian said that in the middle of June, they would catch piglets to raise. A 4-month-old pig was not small. When they were killed for meat during the new year, everyone would leave some wheat bran for him. The people drove the carriages over. Jiang Sun Xian drank a mouthful of tea and sighed. Actually, it is not difficult to be a good official. First, you have to know how to make money. Only then can you help the people make money. When you have money, there is no need to be greedy. If you work with me and make money, don't take the blood and sweat of the people. The 4 of them, Inspector Zhang Sun is right. Luo Aoqing was stunned for a moment and quickly cooperated. Li Yi has not been doing anything recently. I suspect that he is going to cause trouble. Zhang Sun Xan did not forget to think about Li Yi every day. According to his observation, Li Yi would make a move every once in a while. In the past few days, Li Yi had not done anything other than taking out a ship. According to the pattern, the longer Li Yi did not cause trouble, the bigger the trouble he would cause. We will keep an eye on him. Once we find a chance to make money, we will follow. Luo Aoqing expressed his understanding. The four of them had also figured out the pattern. They were waiting for Li Yi to appear and seize the best time to make a fortune. The Li family Zhuangzi did not lie in this regard. He had never cheated anyone. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please come to Qitian to support. In addition to subscriptions, the key was whether anyone had monthly tickets or recommendation tickets. These two tickets were in short supply. The farmer bowed. Chapter 653. Dropping anchor. Throw rope and set up stakes. At the Baishui pier, a large ship docked. Accompanied by shouts, the ship dropped anchor, the rope was thrown to the shore, and the people on the shore were tied to the stakes. The gangplank immediately hit the pier and the side of the ship. One by one, people wearing canvas waistcoats, canvas three-quarter pants and cloth shoes rushed up. They put their pouches on their shoulders and things fell on their shoulders. They stepped on the trembling gangplank and ran over again. This time they didn't run ashore directly. Instead they put the goods on the flatbed from the pier. After putting in a pile, the ropes hanging on the flatbed were untied. The wheels under the flatbed were stuck on two wooden tracks, and they slid down the deliberate slope to the shore. There were fewer people coming and going from the pier to the shore. There was no need to frequently hide from people when moving goods back and forth. The goods on the flatbed were loaded onto other cars, or directly pushed to the warehouse on the shore. The track extended all the way there. When the flatbed cars went in, another flatbed car was pulled out. After a round trip, the flatbed car arrived at the pier again. There was another track exit in the warehouse, and the goods needed to be moved out with flatbed cars. It was also an oval track that went back and forth. Good idea. Good idea. Yes, good idea. A person wearing a third-rank official's uniform stood on the pier and praised. Minister Song Dongzhu has always been like this. He always finds a way to make it convenient for others to work. The person's attendant said with a smile. If you want to call him Dr. Li, even if you say Dongzhu, it should be Baishui Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. How can the people around me, Song Jing, not know the rules? The person who claimed to be Song Jing scolded the attendant sent by the imperial court with a sullen face. Understood, Minister Song. The attendant lowered his head and responded sullenly. Song Jing said to the attendant and stepped toward the place where the crowd gathered. On the shore, a group of people gathered together to do something. This is a gently sloping shelf. The flatbed cars coming from the pier can be affected by inertia and go up the shelf. The height of the shelf is parallel to the other cars. It's enough to carry the goods with a board. When Song Jing arrived, a young man wearing large underpants and a large singlet was telling the craftsman that he was holding a blueprint. Alright, let's give it a try. Dong Lin, you know how to design now. Congratulations. One of the craftsmen agreed. They began to make wooden shelves on the spot, each with a toolbox. It didn't take long for a gently sloping shelf to be completed and docked with the track. The wooden planks at the other end were smooth. The height of each cart was different, and there was an additional set of adjustable wooden braces. The carriage was tall, so the braces could be supported by the shorter ones, which could be retracted. Since the car was low, it was naturally because of the high support. As a result, the loading speed was also increased. Yes, this method is not bad. Song Jing saw the Li family Zhuangzi's efficiency. The craftsmen were wearing the Li family Zhuangzi's logo. The character Ba on the chest was the most conspicuous. The Ba River was so long, but the character Ba only represented one place. Song Jing felt that the Li family Zhuangzi was a little domineering. They used the name of a village to crown it with the name of a river. Fortunately, he didn't say anything. He had only been back for 3 days and all he could hear was the voice of the Li family Zhuangzi. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him. He took a step forward and said, "This is my family's minister Song. His name is Jing and he is from the Ministry of Justice." Everyone nodded and continued to study the slope. So be it. It has nothing to do with us. Song Jing. He finally admitted that what Yao Chong and the others said was right. Yao Chong and the others once said that the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers had no respect for the officials. The villagers thought that Dongzhu's official position was high enough. He was a secondary class second-rank official. Then the minister was a primary class third-rank official. Zhao Donglin, who was just drawing, looked at Song Jing carefully. He slowly moved out and ran towards Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, the new Minister of Justice, Song Jing, is at the pier. Zhao Donglin reported. Song Jing? Ah yes, he should have come back from Guangzhou. Old Yao should go down. I will help Old Yao one last time. His morals are not good, but his ability is obvious. Li Yi smiled when he heard Song Jing's name. He moved closer to Zhao Donglin and whispered a few words. Zhao Donglin looked at him in surprise and waved his hand. Zhao Donglin left to arrange things. He had never been an official. He was learning from Li Yi and Zhuangzi. At the same time, he was in charge of the affairs of 41 students in 20 counties. Half an hour later, there were many more people at the pier. They were wearing all kinds of clothes. The Li family Zhuangzi has established a litigation support fund. If someone is wronged and cannot find a litigator to help with the lawsuit, the Li family Zhuangzi litigation support fund will take care of it. Now is the initial release of the fund's lottery. As long as you pay 10 yuan, you can touch the lottery once. You may hit the jackpot. Li family Zhuangzi's team arrived. Songda was in charge of shouting. He also had a box in his hand. The team stopped in front of Song Jing. Songda held the box and placed it in front of him. As long as you pay 10 yuan, you can put your hand into the box and grab a slip of paper. On the slip of paper there are prizes. Some of them are only worth 1 yuan, while others may be worth tens of thousands. It all depends on luck. Li family Zhuangzi will release 1,000 boxes, and each box will contain 2,000 slips of paper. Songda shouted again, his eyes sweeping around. Song Jing frowned. He felt that it might be a scam. If the box was filled with slips of paper worth 1 yuan, then people would have to pay 9 yuan each time they bought it. He could not help but ask Songda, how do we know if there are more valuable items in the box? If Li family Zhuangzi of Ba Shui says there are, then there are still some. Moreover, the money will be used for the people of Chang, and for the time being. Songda puffed out his chest and showed Song Jing the word Ba on his chest. He was so domineering. Yes, even Steward Song has come out. If he says there are, who dares to not believe him? There are still people who doubt Li family Zhuangzi. What kind of person is Dongzhu? This official must have just been transferred from somewhere else. He doesn't know anything. Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu fart is a trap. Won't his pants be torn? Take off your pants and fart. Why are you scolding people? In the midst of the clamor, a person stood up and said, I'll give you 10 yuan. Let's see what I can get. He handed over a 5 yuan coupon, a 2 yuan coupon, and 3 1 yuan coupons. Songda took it and asked the person to put his hand into the box. The person waited for more than 10 breaths before taking his hand out. He opened his hand, and there was a folded slip of paper in his palm. He opened it and looked at it. Then he passed it to Song Jing and said, I can't read. Help me take a look. You're an official. Song Jing looked at it curiously and read, 1 piece of soap. That's great. Li family Zhuangzi soap costs 200 yuan per piece. Does anyone want it? I'll sell it for 150 yuan. The person who drew the prize was so happy that he jumped up and shouted that he wanted to sell soap. Let me. Another person stepped forward and handed over the money. This time he quickly took out a folded slip of paper and passed it to Song Jing. Song Jing read, 10 pieces of fermented bean curd. I thought it was soap. Li family Zhuangzi's fermented bean curd is only 20 yuan for 10 yuan. Alright, take it home. The person looked unhappy. The rest of the dock workers and passers-by were tempted. 2 people did not pay. They wanted to take out their money to draw the prize, but they suddenly found someone shaking his head at them. Just as they were about to get angry, the person who shook his head lifted his outer shirt or unbuttoned it, revealing the word Ba. These people nodded their heads. They understood. Later, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you a piece of soap. Everyone who sees it will get a share. One by one, the villagers said to the person who was stopped. These people all smiled. Good, they could get a piece of soap just by watching the fun. Chapter 654. One by one, people went to the place where the prizes were drawn. Someone touched a dime and looked very distressed. Someone drew a rooster and said that he wanted to raise it to lay eggs. Song Jing felt that this person should go to see a doctor. There were also people who drew a 100-coin membership card on the 2nd floor of the heavenly world and ran away like crazy. Song Jing was watching from the beginning and did not want to participate. Just as more than 30 people drew the prizes, there were sounds of discussion around. Did you see that official? I heard that he is a minister and is not willing to help the people at all. Lower your voice. That is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. If the people have someone to help them, How can the Ministry of Justice harm them? What is the Ministry of Justice doing? If you are guilty, you are guilty. The most annoying thing is the people who help the people in the lawsuit. Oh, no wonder. Song Jing's face became more and more ugly. Was the Ministry of Justice an ordinary case? Only the death penalty would be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice. What do you people know? When the Ministry of Justice intervened in the case, it was not the problem of the litigator and the broker. The words around were getting more and more unpleasant, and they were all directed at Song Jing. Song Jing finally could not bear it anymore. He took out 10 coins and an exchange voucher with the words, "Pick up money" written on it. "I will draw one too." He handed over the money and glanced around. Everyone nodded. Song De took the money and motioned him to reach into the box to draw the note. Song Jing rolled up her sleeves and reached into the round opening of the box. Her hand touched many folded pieces of paper. He took out one randomly. He did not care about the prize. He wanted to use practical actions to prove that he supported the lawsuit. He unfolded the note and read, "A membership card on the 3rd floor of the heavenly world." Wow. He is so lucky. How is it possible? A membership card on the 3rd floor of the heavenly world costs 1,000 coins. Being an official is different. What official is it? The minister of the Ministry of Justice. What does he do? No, I have to go and draw it. The crowd rushed forward and pushed Song De and the box away. Slow down, line up," Song De shouted. After a while, everyone quieted down and lined up. The box looks like it's been squeezed to the point that it's a little different from the previous box. The person in line gave him $10 and reached in. He didn't know how to read, so he passed it to Song Jing. 10 coins and a bar of soap. Song Jing could not refuse the request of the people, so he read it out loud. "I've earned an extra bar of soap." The person was happy. Another person went over to grab it. Song Jing helped him read, $10 and a bar of soap. 10 pieces of fermented bean curd and a bar of soap. $1.03. 2 bars of soap. Song Jing continued to recite. Later, Zhao Donglin came and helped him recite. Everyone began to collect their prizes one after another. A membership card was handed to Song Jing. He held the membership card and looked at the other recipients. He felt like he was dreaming. "Minister Song, the 4 of us also went to touch it once. Look, we're lucky to be with you. Sun Shao and I each got a bar of soap. Old Six and Squinty Eyes got 10 coins plus soap." The lackey who spoke earlier came over and showed Song Jing his prize. Why did I get $1? Can I do it again?" "I know. Is this a thank you for participating? I should be able to do it again, right? It's actually a caddy of good white flour. Buy 2 tails of meat and go home to make dumplings. I'm also a member of Earthly Paradise, but I'm the second one on the 2nd floor." The crowd shouted and the scene was a mess. Song Jing was pushed further and further away. Coupled with the hot weather, he was sweating all over. He didn't want to know more about the Li family Zhuangzi today, so he took the 4 lackeys back. On the way back, he didn't say a word. He was stunned by this membership card. 1,000 coins for a membership card on the 3rd floor of Earthly Paradise. How many people would not be tempted by 1,000,000 coins? When he returned to the palace, he stayed in his office for a while. Seeing that it was noon, he went to the political affairs hall. He had a good relationship with Yao Chong, but his character was different from Yao Chong. He had a good personal virtue. Yao Chong betrayed Wei Zhigu because Wei Zhigu didn't agree to his 2 sons' request and complained about it. If it was Song Jing would directly drive his 2 sons out. Song Jing was such a person. After he retired, he didn't allow others to use his connections. He went to the dock today because on his way back, as soon as the ship reached the Yellow River, he began to hear rumors about the Li family Zhuangzi. Moreover, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons were used there. Many merchants were willing to buy at a premium. The closer he got to Chang'an, the more rumors he heard about the Li family. When he arrived at the palace and was given the title of Minister of Justice, all the administrative staff would mention the Li family Zhuangzi when they chatted. Even Bai Gu, Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and the others talked about it. As for His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights, some of them were in Songzhou, most of them were in the Forbidden Park, and the rest were in the Li family Zhuangzi. How powerful was that? Even the Prime Minister didn't favor him. Song Jing was more cautious. He didn't directly tell Li Longji that he shouldn't do this. He wanted to see for himself and understand the situation. He discovered that the Prime Minister and the various ministers had to limit their views of Li Yi, but they couldn't do anything about it. Song Jing arrived at the political affairs hall with complicated feelings. When he entered, he found Bai Gu and Wei Zhigu arguing. 1. 8 million taels, that's enough. You're still asking me for money? Where do I have the money? Baigu shouted. 1. 8 million taels was the Ministry of Revenue's income in January and February. It's now June, 4 months later. How much money has the Ministry of Revenue earned? Wei Zhigu didn't budge at all. As he spoke, he looked at the three prime ministers, especially Yao Chong. His meaning was, you tricked me, so now speak up for me. Song Jing entered and looked around. How much money has the Ministry of Revenue earned? What do you mean by earned? The Ministry of Revenue only earns money by selling noodles. Right now it's considered normal taxation. Baigu glared at Song Jing. Why are you interfering? Song Jing didn't want to go against Baigu. He reached into his sleeve and pinched the Earthly Paradise membership card. Today I went to the Bashui Pier. The pier uses the rails. The Li family Zhuangzi's farmers are just as you say. They don't care about officials. Song Jing was still depressed. He was the Grand Minister of Justice, yet he was ignored just like that. Did you say your identity? Baigu didn't shout anymore. His voice was gentle. Naturally, I said my identity. Song Jing nodded. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't give you any benefits? The Ministry of Justice said so. Wei Zhigu spoke. At the same time, he took out a membership card from the third floor of the Earthly Paradise. Everyone took out their cards, including Baigu. Yao Chong returned to his office. He looked around and found his card in the hall where the tea leaves were placed. There were a total of 5 people, and each of them had a membership card. Song Jing's mouth was slightly open. He took out the card from his sleeve and placed it gently on the table. I knew it. Since you revealed your identity, I promised to give you benefits. Guangping, didn't you not accept gifts? Didn't you judge people based on their talents? How did you get your card? Baigu laughed. He also didn't accept gifts. Then he also got his own membership card. I didn't accept any gifts. I spent 10 coins to draw a prize. At that time, many people were drawing prizes. Song Jing felt wronged. He argued that he got it by luck. Huaishan, did you see that? You always said that Xiaoyi was good. Now her methods are getting better and better. She doesn't even need to write anymore. Haha. Wei Zhigu said to Lu Huaishan and laughed. Luck. It's Guangping's good luck. Lu Huaishan held back his laughter and looked at Song Jing. Chapter 655. Song Jing looked at these familiar yet strange faces blankly. What happened to Chong? And in the few years he was away from Chang'an. I did get the membership card from the lottery. Many people also paid to get it. Some got the membership card on the second floor and some only got 1 yuan. Song Jing said as he recalled and found that there was no problem. There were so many people at that time. There were all kinds of prizes and thanks. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, if he did not take out his money to draw the prize, would the Li family's farm force him to do so? Everything was reasonable. He took the initiative to spend money to get the prize. Others also got the prize and kept giving out prizes. Guangping, do you think it's normal? There's no problem? Yao Chong was a steady person. Now when it came to Li Yi, he became lively. Yes, I went to find out the situation. The Li family Zhuangzi said there will be 1,000 boxes. If there are no more, I'll believe you. Song Jing was angry. He didn't think he was bribed. I guarantee there will be. Guangping, don't worry. And in the end, everyone will get benefits. Those who get 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and thanks are all farmers. Do you believe it? Ah. Zhang Shua continued to laugh and squat there while holding his stomach. Lu Huaishan gave Song Jing an affirmative look and said, yes, there will be 1,000 boxes to get the prize. You see, it will start tomorrow. I don't believe it. If that's the case, why would he pay such a big price for someone? Song Jing still insisted. You're just doing it casually. When Li Yi gets serious, you will know how powerful he is in a few days. Wei Zhigu looked at the 6 membership cards on the table and shook his head. I'll treat you to lunch on the 3rd floor of Earthly Paradise. Song Jing felt wronged. He was so old, but he spoke like a child. Okay, we'll go with you and spend the money in your card. Lu Huaishan agreed on behalf of the other 4 people. Everyone nodded to show their support. The group set off and arrived at Earthly Paradise. When they entered, many people were drinking tea and chatting on the 1st floor. Are these people resting? Song Jing was not familiar with the situation. He had been very busy for the past 3 days. There are no seats. Let's go up, Baigu said as he walked in front. The 6 of them went straight to the private room on the 3rd floor. Lu Wan appeared soon after and handed him the menu. Welcome, Minister Song. You know me? Song Jing looked at the woman. I just met you. I've seen the others before. I only heard that Minister Song had returned, but I didn't see you. Since you can come in with the others, you must be Minister Song. Lu Wan's voice was soft and she kept her distance. How much money do I have in my card? I'm going to spend it all today. Just serve the dishes. Song Jing started to argue. Didn't you guys say that I took bribes? I spent it all in one go and won't come back again. Minister Song, what a coincidence. You're the 588th table today. There's a reward package. You can pay the bill next time. Very naturally, Lu Wan took back everyone's menus and turned to leave to arrange the set meals. How is it? Yao Chong looked at Song Jing and asked. Is it really a bribe? The money in this card can't be spent? Song Jing's IQ and EQ were both online. Heavenly World is His Majesty's business. He gave us the card to raise integrity. You, Song Jing, are famous all over the world. You're honest and you don't accept bribes. Li Yi made arrangements when he knew you were there. You taking the card is a small matter. The big thing is the lawsuit fund. Li Yi is going to make trouble. In a few days you'll see there will be officials who will be dealt with. Lu Huaishan told him about the card. Otherwise, Song Jing would still be thinking about whether he took bribes. The money is counted on His Majesty? Song Jing was surprised. You can't say that. Li Yi took 10% of the share. On the surface, Heavenly World is Li Yi's business. In fact, he has to take out 10% or several times to help His Majesty raise soldiers. Zhang Shua lowered his voice. He knew that Li Longji could tolerate other things but not Li Yi. Why did Li Yi do this? Song Jing had not been in Chang, and for a long time. He was not used to the changes. To eliminate the Xuanwu Gate. Yao Chong said in a deep voice. Song Jing was stunned. Yao Chong said Xuanwu Gate. He knew what it meant. It was not a gate but an incident. If Li Yi controls the army and rebels, how can we deal with it? Song Jing was worried about the Tang dynasty. He won't rebel. He can rebel whenever he wants. He doesn't need to control the army. If you betray the country and run away with people, the winged knights won't be able to catch you. If His Majesty wants to deal with you, he will find Li Yi. Li Yi will personally catch you alive. Wei Zhigu provided Song Jing with another reference. Think about it yourself. How capable was Li Yi? Song Jing was not convinced. What if I don't eat or drink and commit suicide? I will die. If I don't come back alive, I can still hit my head against the wall. Okay, Guangping. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi for a checkup in 2 days. I envy you. You finally showed up. Yao Chong said gloomily. If he had not used his other identity to get in touch with Li Yi, he could also use the name of Prime Minister to get a checkup. If he was sick now, he would still have to use his original identity. At this time the dishes were served. They were given priority. Several stoves served them at the same time. However, the lobby manager, who came was Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun came to take over the night shift. She had nothing to do, so she came early. I heard that Minister Song is doing something beneficial to the people in Guangzhou. He taught the local people to build brick houses to prevent fire. The local food is light and delicious. Heaven on earth can be imitated. Please. Xiaoyun said to Song Jing with a smile. She was dignified and generous. Please. Song Jing looked at Xiaoyun's expression and attitude. He had no choice but to cup his hands. After Xiaoyun bowed and left, he asked the others, are they from Nankou? Guangping has good eyesight. 2 great masters who specialize in bringing people around. Their actions and words follow the rules. Lu Huaishan nodded. What's going on with Li Yi? Song Jing felt even more uncomfortable. Why did he encounter things so different from what he had imagined? He's a very interesting youth. It's okay to bully him occasionally in the name of righteousness, but don't go too far. Zhang Shua said with a smile as he looked at Baigu. What are you looking at me for? How am I going too far? I have more than 8 million yuan of money. Didn't I listen to his arrangements? Did I impeach him? Baigu was angry. If Zhang Shua spread the news, how could he find Xiao Yi to fix his broken teeth in the future? You always keep an eye on his money and collect taxes. You also take benefits from him. Wei Zhigu targeted Baigu. I won't keep an eye on it. Don't ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. If you want to do anything, find Xiao Yi yourself. Baigu retorted. Song Jing listened and looked and became more confused. What was the relationship between them? Eat and drink. Zhang Shua was the most cheerful. He eased up. Although he was the prime minister, he was not worth much. Prime ministers were worthless nowadays. There could be 3 of them, and there was an even more powerful foreign minister outside of Chang, and everyone began to drink. Song Jing tasted the shrimp braised cabbage and found that it was indeed light and fragrant. Even Guangzhou can't make this taste now. How can earthly paradise make dishes from there? Song Jing had been the governor of Guangzhou for several years and was used to the local taste. He had not adjusted after 3 days back. He did not expect earthly paradise to serve dishes from there. Chapter 656. Yao Chong was also used to eating. He had eaten no less than 300 dishes of various flavors. He picked up the wine cup and said, "The dishes in Heavenly World are just average. The best place is Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County, and the best place is Li Family Zhuangzi Canteen." Yunji is right. The dishes in Li Family Zhuangzi Canteen are not only from the Tang dynasty, but also from Tubo, Abbasid Caliphate and Shadua. They can cook anything. Lu Huaixin gave an evaluation. He was mainly talking to Song Jing because Song Jing had just come back. Song Jing tasted another dish. Sure enough, they were all local flavors when he was the governor of Guangzhou. Was Heavenly World so good? It seemed that the membership on the 3rd floor for 1,000 taels was not expensive. We can cook anything from all over the world. 1,000 taels is okay. Song Jing gave an evaluation even though he did not have 1,000 taels. There is a mailbox in the restaurant. If you are bullied by local officials, you can write a letter and throw it in. No one can see the content. Zhang Shua told Song Jing that there was no mailbox in their private room. There was one outside and people would send letters in. Censorate? Song Jing realized that he should use these days to understand the situation in Chang'an. It's more powerful than the censorate. The officials you mentioned should be recorded by the censorate and other officials. Now we have the first inspection group in the Tang dynasty. If there is a problem in the future, he will join the group. Zhang Shua said to Song Jing, but he looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong did not respond. He just frowned. Guanping, since Xiaoyi knows about you, you go to Li Family Zhuangzi to say hello to His Majesty. Remember that at night. Bai Gu told Song Jing how to do a physical examination, especially liver function. Song Jing nodded to show that he remembered. He did not ask such an idiotic question as why he had to say hello to His Majesty. The 16 guards outside Zhuangzi and the winged knights inside Zhuangzi were enough to make a judgment. On June 7, Song Jing and Li Longji applied for leave and went to the Li Family Zhuangzi early in the morning. They were stopped by the 1,000 bull guards who took turns to guard the bridgehead, but they were not searched. After waiting for about 8 minutes, Li Yi ran out, followed by the palace maids and eunuchs. Beside him were the winged knights, 100 of them. Every single one of them had arrows knocked on their bowstrings, pointing diagonally at the ground. Song Jing saw this lineup from the other side of the bridge. "Old Song, quick, come in. Her Majesty is very strict. She is not guarding against anyone but everyone." Li Yi ran over and pulled Song Jing's sleeve to invite him inside. According to the records, Song Jing did not have any problems with his personal morals, nor did he have any problems with politics. He had always been honest. As for his literary talent, one would know just by looking at his poems, essays and prose. There weren't many poems left behind by Song Jing, but they matched rhymes when they should. They matched rhymes when they should. They matched rhymes when they should. Most of them were about national policies and people's livelihood. It was an insult to the prime ministers and ministers to say that their poems and essays were not good. It was just that they did not have the heart to write so much. They put more energy into politics and the situation of the Tang dynasty. The people of this generation were the foundation of Li Longji's prosperous era. When this generation passed, the new generation would be finished. Therefore, Li Yi was very warm to Song Jing and always had a smile on his face. Song Jing was not used to it. It was awkward for a young man who was much younger than his son to interact with him like this. But when he saw Li Yi's sincere gaze, he felt that he was better than his son. It was a special kind of temperament. "Li Yi, are you like this because I'm the Minister of Justice?" Song Jing was pulled away and onto the trailer. He sat down and asked Li Yi, "Old Song, if you think like this, you're just scolding yourself. The Minister of Justice is just that in my eyes. The previous Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, was removed by me. He's now the Vice President of the Calligraphy Association and is compiling dictionaries. Old Bai is a good person. I know that he's always eyeing my income in Zhuangzi and wants to make money. I also know that if he wasn't the Minister of Revenue, it would be a different matter to get along with me. It's the same for you. If there's something that I approve of, I'll pay attention to you. If the previous Minister of Justice wanted to come to Zhuangzi, I wouldn't agree." Li Yi spoke casually to Song Jing. He was calm and said whatever he thought. "Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you?" Song Jing glared. "Who can't you learn from? Why do you have to learn from old Bai? Arrest me? I'm just a secondary class rank 2 official. Who are you to arrest me?" I thought you would only come in 2 days. I didn't expect them to leak the news to you, right? You can take the card from Earthly Paradise. It's from Her Majesty. Li was still so honest. He chatted casually with Song Jing. Sure enough, it was arranged by you. I didn't eat anything last night. I only drank 2 bowls of water. Now I'm hungry and thirsty. Song Jing understood everything now. As soon as his identity was exposed yesterday, the trap was set. It was impossible to guard against it. This is mainly to test your liver. Did you go to the toilet in the morning? Li nodded to show that he understood. No, I'm enduring it. Song Jing wasn't stupid. He knew that it was to check his physical condition. That's great. After the blood draw, I'll check the rest for you. Let's do a full set. Actually, you shouldn't have any problems, but I hope you'll be healthier and live a few more years. Li created a relaxed atmosphere. They arrived at the hospital as soon as they spoke. First, the blood was drawn and sent to the examination room for automatic examination. Then he gave Song Jing 2 small bamboo cups and asked Song Jing to go to the toilet. When Song Jing came back, he was very embarrassed. However, Li still looked calm and took the cups for examination. It's just as they said. When it comes to the examination of diseases, Li is always so calm. What a good doctor's heart. Song Jing muttered to himself. He finally understood why those people wanted to restrict Li while not allowing others to provoke Li. The restriction was for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Not allowing others to touch Li was also for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Old Song, you don't feel comfortable going to the toilet? You've stayed in the south for a long time. The bacteria and climate are different. I have some cheese here. It's all fermented. You can eat it directly. Don't leave at noon. After the examination, eat some pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables. You can treat the cheese as an appetizer, although it's not very delicious. Ordinary people can't adapt to the taste. After Li finished the examination, he gave Song Jing a prescription and ate. If he didn't care, Song Jing would adjust himself in a few days. The imperial doctor gave me Croton. Song Jing said gloomily. Yes, Croton is okay. It takes effect quickly. 2 days. Eat with me to adjust. It's also 2 days. Li gave the imperial doctor a thumbs up. Croton was diarrhea. After the diarrhea, he would adjust again. There was no problem. He used nourishment to adjust, but the imperial doctor attacked. It was very direct. In fact, there was another medicine that he had written to the imperial doctor, betel nut 4 digestion pills. After eating it, it was not very uncomfortable. It was better than Croton. However, the imperial doctor probably didn't give him all the other medicines he needed. It was water honey pills. Croton is okay? Song Jing thought that the imperial doctor was lying to him. No problem. In fact, if you want, I can give you continuous popsicles. Eat 10 popsicles first, then another 10 popsicles at noon and continue at night. Basically, you'll be fine. Li nodded. There were other ways. He couldn't acclimatize. Diarrhea, suppression, adjustment, anything was fine. This was Chinese medicine. I'll eat here. Song Jing chose the most comfortable place. Chapter 657. In the afternoon, Li and Song Jing cooked a pot with 3 layers of meat instead of pure white meat. The kimchi was naturally made using the Sichuan kimchi method. It was not spicy. The cheese was served as an appetizer and was placed on top of the fried fish. Li did not like to eat this kind of food. Song Jing did not like it either. However, he forced himself to eat it and drank a small cup of Realgar wine. Old Song, don't eat anything too salty at dinner. Otherwise, you'll have to drink too much water and get diarrhea. Li advised the doctor that drinking too much water would cause diarrhea. Why should he use the bacteria from pickled vegetables, kimchi, and cheese to adjust his digestion? I'll stay at Zhuangzi tonight. Song Jing did not stand on ceremony. He had already heard from Yao Chong and the rest that he could stay at Zhuangzi whenever he wanted. The prerequisite was that Li personally invited him in. Otherwise, he would not even be able to enter. Stay at night? Then let's not eat pickled vegetables. Let's eat skewers and rice wine slowly until night time. Li changed his strategy when he heard that Song Jing had time. He gave the untouched food to the palace maids and eunuchs. Then he ran outside and set up a small grill. Li personally grilled the food. He did not take away the kimchi. This Sichuan kimchi was very useful for adjusting the digestive tract. Those who had not eaten it would not know how delicious it was. It was not the northeastern spicy cabbage from Li's time. It was the kimchi from South Korea. Even the northeasterners from Li's time admitted that kimchi was from Sichuan. In their own place, it was not called kimchi. It was called spicy cabbage, platycodon, and other local dishes. Is it okay to eat like this? Song Jing was more worried when he saw that they had changed again. The rice wine is enough. Let's eat slowly. I have a class today to talk about medicine. I'll accompany you. They will go and practice. Li Yi placed great importance on Song Jing and stopped the class. The practice was to treat the people in the migrant area, including the students. Some of the students were admitted this year and still stayed there. They didn't feel ashamed. They lived comfortably in the house and helped out with some work. It was said that Li Dongzhu personally went to fight with the enemy's assassination team. That was the action of a martial artist. Li Dongzhu had no problem with that. There was also the production of tools for the benefit of the people. Proprietor Li was personally involved. The students who lived in the building gradually felt something. They worked hard when they were given free lodging and paid to use lights and eat. The people he came into contact with were the villagers of the Zhang family and the migrant workers. The people in these two places had been working hard to learn how to read and write. The students felt a kind of atmosphere, an atmosphere that contained labor and a thirst for knowledge. A person's personality was influenced by their environment. Otherwise, why would Meng Qi's mother change so much? Song Jing, as the governor of the prefecture of Guangzhou, was able to go deep into the grassroots and think of building brick houses for the local people. Naturally, he understood. Li Yi no Xiao Yi, do you think it's appropriate for me to let them build brick houses in Guangzhou? For the first time, Song Jing had doubts about his policy. He wanted to get confirmation from Li Yi. Old Song, have you built enough kilns? How do you solve the problem of fuel? What kind of sand are you using to burn bricks? Li Yi actually didn't agree. What nonsense was this? Where in Guangzhou can you build brick houses for me? That can only be a portion of the people. How much money have I invested? The people in the capital can't all live in brick houses. You can go to Guangzhou? When did the prefecture of Guangzhou develop? You're so awesome. Why do I have to persuade old Bai and stop the Ministry of Works from using the Works Alliance? How much did I invest in Lantian County? It's impossible to build brick houses everywhere. I'll just repair the mud houses and see if I can build brick houses by the end of the year. That's because Lantian County is rich in natural resources and it's easy to burn bricks. Can Guangzhou be compared to the Guangzhou of my time? Why don't you compare it to Hainan and Sanya? If you didn't put your thoughts on the people and the imperial court, I'd spit on your face if you dared to talk to me about Guangzhou's achievements. Song Jing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but he could tell that Li Yi despised his administration in Guangzhou. What's wrong? Song Jing was straightforward. You worked very hard. How should I put it? There are many factors in a fire, but the source of the fire is the root. Old Song, look at the buildings in Zhuangzi and the buildings by the river. They're still the same. My frame is made of concrete, but it can't stop the fire from spreading. There's no construction method that can absolutely stop a fire. Li didn't hold back. He told Song Jing about his method. The local people are used to houses made of grass and trees. They live comfortably, but you insist on building tiles. What if the winter suddenly turns cold and it's a difficult day? Did I do something wrong? Song Jing heard it and felt disappointed. The starting point is good. After you leave, the local people will adjust back. The people aren't stupid. Li Yi patted Song Jing's shoulder. Li Yi only patted twice, but what Song Jing felt was the weight of 10,000 caddies. He finally understood that there was a problem with his administration in Guangzhou. Building a brick house to prevent fire. Are the bricks of the brick house money? Are the tiles money? The same goes for the Ministry of Justice. They have to go deep into the people's lives. The fund I mentioned isn't fake. It's a joke to give you a membership card. In fact, the external income is a loss because I have to find a place to spend the money. The people buy the chance to draw the prize to break even. The premise is that there's no interest for 2 years. The essence of the lawsuit is to control the officials' indifference and corruption. Li Yi admitted that he arranged the membership card for Song Jing. At the same time, he told Song Jing that a membership card wasn't the Li family Zhuangzi's goal. It wasn't worth mentioning. Song Jing understood again. You want to use this fund to intimidate and restrict the actions of the officials in the capital office during the trial? How can I intimidate and restrict when I'm doing my job impartially? Li Yi shook his head. He wouldn't admit it. Report. The Turkic Matsu has been killed. The internal situation of the Turkic Empire is unstable. The winged knights ran over just as Li Yi finished speaking. They didn't care about Song Jing and reported directly to Li Yi. It seemed that they were tired from running. How did he die? Song Jing wanted to know the details and asked. The people of the Featherwood Flying Cavalry still ignored him. Li Yi smiled. He was killed by Jie Zilyu, right? Matsu was too arrogant. After killing someone, he felt that there was no problem. When he returned, he didn't even line up with the scouts. Yes, I just got the information. It's the same as what Dongzhu said. The winged knights nodded vigorously. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Even if Li Yi got the name right and the general situation, it was still Li Dongzhu's strength. Good, this is easy. I've been waiting for a long time and didn't dare to make a move. At first I wanted to keep him, but later I felt that it would be easier for me if he died. Sure enough, it's good that he died. Li Yi was in a good mood and said something that the people around him didn't understand. It had been a few months. He hadn't done anything to the Tang dynasty because he was worried that he would change the history of a special era. Get ready. Get ready to negotiate with the Turkic and Khitan tribes. Let's develop trade, not fight and kill. I'm a person who hates seeing blood the most. Even if I cut my own finger, I'd be afraid and faint at the sight of blood. Li Yi smiled and said to the people around him. Other than Song Jing, the others turned their heads and didn't want to say anything. Chapter 658. It's time to draw the prizes. It's 10 coins per draw. It's a lawsuit fund. If you don't have the money to file a lawsuit in the future, the fund will pay you to find a lawsuit master. The Li family Zhuangzi started to take action when the Honglu temple still didn't know about Ma Xi's death. Boxes for drawing prizes were placed everywhere in the governor's office. The normal prizes were a bar of soap, a few pieces of fermented bean curd, a box of mosquito-repellent incense. The 10 coins would be returned to the people who drew the prizes 2 years later. It was equivalent to the people who drew the prizes using the 10 coins interest to buy something. It was a good deal. The Li family Zhuangzi would use the money from the fund to invest. If anyone wanted to file a lawsuit, the Li family Zhuangzi would help them find a lawsuit master. The Li family Zhuangzi released a total of 1,000 boxes. Each box contained 2,000 pieces of paper. If all 2 million pieces of paper were sold, they would get 20,000 coins. Many people would draw 1 coin at a time. If they had money, they wouldn't have to pay and would get a bunch of daily necessities. The officials of the Ministry of Justice were nervous. The number of people who would file a lawsuit in the governor's office would increase. Normally, if there were any disputes, the district head of each district in Chang and would mediate. People didn't have to go to the governor's office. The situation in the county was easier. A village could find the village head to mediate. If the people didn't have the money to file a lawsuit, they might not be professional. Now, if there were any problems, they could go directly to the people arranged by the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was buying houses in each county. They bought a house with a courtyard. They also bought 2 houses in Chang and near the east and west districts. They were going to use the houses to hire a lawsuit master to intimidate the people with power. If they wanted to bully the honest people would find a lawsuit master. The lawsuit master wouldn't be honest. The candidates for the lawsuit master were the students who didn't pass the exam and lived in the houses of the migrant workers. A large group of students was called to the big square of the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi held a loudspeaker. Even if you pass the exam and become an official, you will still be asked to answer a question. Li Yi started to talk about the process of the imperial examination. The students whispered to each other. They didn't understand why they were called here today. The lawsuit fund has been established, but it lacks manpower. Based on the principle of voluntary participation, is there anyone who doesn't want to help the people solve their problems? Please raise your hand. Li Yi revealed the reason why he had gathered a group of people here. The students looked at each other. They didn't want to be litigation masters. A litigation master's job wasn't for good people. Just as someone was about to raise his hand, Li Yi's voice sounded again. Everyone, please don't have any misgivings. Just follow your hearts and raise your hands. I will definitely not take revenge. You can't say that you can't be a good official just because you don't want to help the people. The student who almost raised his hand shivered in fright. That was close. Luckily, he didn't raise his hand. As expected, you're all people who serve the people wholeheartedly. This Li admires you greatly. Next, everyone sign up. You'll be paid 50 yuan per person a day. Li Yi said that because of the high salary, the students needed to buy paper and candles to study. The ink was easy to deal with. The Li family Zhuangzi gave away the ink that was not made into ink blocks for free. When the students heard that the salary was so high, they felt much better. Wasn't it just being a litigation master? They could even take the imperial examinations next year. This wasn't considered a profession. It was a free service, the kind that didn't require any money. The students went to the side to register and received an advance payment. They went to each county to choose a leader to manage the office funds. The first batch of students took their luggage and went to various places in carriages. The other students waited. They rotated once a month to earn the 50 yuan. At the same time they could also use their official position to study. There was also paper for office use. In the imperial city, Song Jing was busy. When Baigu came back to be the Minister of Revenue, Li Yi gave him taxes as a gift. When Song Jing came back to be the Minister of Justice, Li Yi gave him Litigation Master as a gift. After arranging the work for them, none of them should think about being idle. When Song Jing was working, Li Longji strolled in with his hands behind his back. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The others hurriedly greeted. Song Jing raised his head and stood up. "Your Majesty is here. How are you feeling?" Li Longji was concerned. "My gastrointestinal tract isn't very good. I just need to recuperate for a few days this year and next year. I will be fine. Dr. Li's medical skills are good." Song Jing was very grateful to Li Yi for not needing to take laxatives. The imperial physician had his ways, but it was uncomfortable to use them. Criminal cases are no small matter. The people depend on someone to help them seek justice. Li Yi has settled the litigation master's matter. The Ministry of Justice will be busy in the early stages. Li Longji encouraged Song Jing. Song Jing brewed tea and poured it over. "Your Majesty is right. When the litigation master is out, the people will have to bring up old matters. When the case is settled, they will restrain themselves. Some of the minor officials who are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice have made small mistakes. Take a look at the minor ones and make a list." Li Longji instructed a few things. "Your subject obeys." Song Jing understood. His Majesty wanted a general pardon. Li Longji took a sip of tea and prepared to leave. Song Jing hurriedly said, "Your subject has overstepped his boundaries. The Turks are in internal strife. We should take this opportunity to weaken them." "I know. Li Yi is in charge of this matter. He has been holding back for many days. It turns out that he is waiting for Moxie to die." Li Longji said these words and left with his hands behind his back. Song Jing wanted to ask Li Longji again. How did Li Yi know who would die? Could he predict? Yesterday he asked Li Yi and Li Yi said he dreamed of it. At night, Li Longji's family of 3 went to Li family Zhuangzi. The people in the manor were busy packing the goods, packing the boxes and putting the bags in. Soap, toilet water, glycerin and so on. Naturally there was a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle. These were also under warranty. They were slightly more expensive and had to be shipped. The kerosene lamp was 200 jin, and the thermos bottle was 400 jin. "Brother Yi, where are you sending this to?" Li Longji asked curiously as he looked at the busy farmer. "Moxie is dead. The Khitans and Turks have promised to build a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. They will send people to both sides and sell them to the Bohai Sea." Li Yi gave the answer. He could start working now. It is not safe there. The tribes are fighting with each other. The Bohai Sea is hiding its strength. Li Longji knew everything including the Bohai Sea. He just did not have enough manpower. Li Yi smiled and nodded. "Those who are obedient trade well and change slowly. Those who are disobedient kill them." Li Yi said these words without any anger. It was as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner. "There are kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. How much are they?" Li Longji was in a good mood as he thought about making money from others. 200, 400. Li Yi reported 2 numbers. "The Khitans and Turks can't afford them. Only a few leaders can buy them. You have prepared too much." Li Longji knew how poor others were. You are allowed to pay in installments just like buying clothes. It can be divided into 30 installments, 1 installment per month. You can pay with things. Li Yi helped others think of how to buy. He was not afraid of not having money. He could do it bit by bit. There are many problems such as people dying, not paying for the next purchase, or being robbed by others. Li Longji thought of the things that the Khitans and Turks would do. Those people were basically unreasonable. Even if they agreed on a business deal, they would directly attack you when they saw that you were not strong enough. Some would even kill people with long-term business relationships. Anyway, they should not be given any chance. There are ways to deal with it. Li Yi was still smiling. Chapter 659. Kerosene lamps need oil. Every time you send oil over, you have to pay. If you don't pay, you won't sell the oil. Li Yi had a way to deal with the other party. Thermos bottles don't need oil. Li Longji casually mentioned the problem of thermos bottles. Thermos bottles were easy to use and there were many in the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs went to fetch water. They didn't need to guard the stove in the hot weather to provide hot water at any time. Everyone was very careful when using them. So far, none of them were broken. If they were broken, they could only collect the pieces and exchange them with the Li family Zhuangzi. If you want to buy thermos bottles, you have to buy kerosene lamps. The total is 600 cubes, 20 cubes each time. After Li Yi finished brewing the tea, he poured some water for the two of them. 20 cubes is not affordable for ordinary Khitan and Turkic people. Li Longji was angry when he thought of how poor they were. Why did they always have to fight in such poor places? Why didn't they plant their own fields? Relying on robbing who didn't die on both sides. They don't need to buy expensive daily necessities. We can even sell them at a cheaper price than in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi picked up the teacup. Li Longji sighed. They learned the methods of the Qingchu. Many people in the Tang dynasty didn't know how to do it. Their envoys learned it and passed it back. That way they have more livestock. The Tang dynasty needs it. The Qingchu can't keep it a secret, but they can't refuse to give it to the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi didn't care whether others learned it or not. As long as the technology kept improving in the later stage, others wouldn't be able to learn it even if they wanted to. Li Longji drank tea for a while. Tubo lost the Turkic people's control over the Tang dynasty and was attacked by Songzhou. They suffered heavy losses and will ask for an alliance again. Use their captives to exchange for our people first. If they want to make peace, the Tang dynasty won't. Li Yi gave his attitude. According to the records, Tubo lost in Songzhou. Because of the Turkic civil strife, Tubo wanted to make peace. The Tang dynasty couldn't fight anymore, so they agreed. Actually, both sides knew what was going on. They would rest for a while and then fight again. Things were different now. There was a huge area east of Taihang Mountains, and there was still food to be harvested. This year, the capital government's water network was completed, so there would be no more Li Longji going to Luoyang to eat next year. According to history, there was not enough food in the Guangzhou region this year. Li Longji wanted to bring everyone to Luoyang for a meal. How many wells have been drilled? At the same time, the track connecting Chang and to Luoyang was being repaired. It would also be completed before the end of the year. There was a shortage of grain to transport from Luoyang to Chang and by land. If the emperor ran to Luoyang to eat, what would happen to the common people in the governor's office? According to the records, the emperor was fortunate enough to stay in Luoyang for 2 years. When the capital government had food again, he ran back. The information did not mention what the people in the capital were like, including Huazhou. However, when he thought about it, he realized that he wouldn't be able to eat his fill. It was caused by the natural disaster, and Tubo was taking the opportunity to recuperate. Li Longji had to agree. Third brother, there are now a lot of vegetables in the greenhouse. In the past 2 years, the people have used a lot of fertilizer. I Zhuangzi have released nearly 20,000 cows and horses for them to use. Chang, and will be stable for the next 2 years. Tubo wants peace, so we can't give them a chance to catch their breath. Li Yi listed out the situation. Everything was under his control. Chang'an couldn't be touched. Chang'an had an army. If the emperor left, the army would also leave. Chang'an's army would attack the grasslands in the north and Tubo in the west. Yes, 30,000 winged knights would be in charge of Chang'an. Let's not get along. Li Longji had decided. Why should they fight and make peace whenever they wanted? In the past, there were many difficulties, but they were all solved by Brother Yi. When the water network was completed, it would be easy for the people to water the crops. How much food would they have? Thinking of food, Li Longji said to Li Yi, the Annan Protectorate has found the indica rice you mentioned. They sent back news that it can be harvested in 50 days. Really? Li Yi's eyes lit up. That's great. Plant it in Jiangnan province. Let them line up their cows and horses. After planting a batch, soak it in water and plow it. This way they can get 3 seasons a year as long as the number of cows and horses can keep up. For the first harvest, send the seeds to Jiangnan province and plant them there. Factoring in the time it takes to go back and forth, Jiangnan province should be able to get 1 season this year. Li Yi directly made the arrangements. Otherwise, Jiangnan province would harvest twice a year, and they could still plant other crops. Most of the time would be wasted on the roots of the indica rice. After digging out the roots, they would pick them up and compost them before planting them in the original land. They would use animal labor to increase the frequency of planting. There would be enough manpower and the weather wouldn't be a problem. They could also try it out in all 4 seasons. The weather in Fujian province was good. Factoring in the time it took to plant, harvest, and plow, it should be enough. It didn't matter if the Zhanqing rice didn't taste good. It could be made into rice noodles, and rice cakes. Li Longji smiled and nodded. It's probably already planted in Jiangnan province. There's not enough time in Jiangnan province this year, so Jiangnan province can prepare more seeds. After a pause, Li Longji smiled and said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, your contributions are enough to make you a king. What's the use of being a king? I'm still in Li family Zhuangzi. Can they give me more land? Do I lack money? Oh, I can build a manor and recruit some private soldiers. But I have the winged knights and the 16 guards taking turns to protect me. Zhuangzi has Zhuang soldiers. Can they let me go to the fief? If I go, no one in Chang'an City will be able to sleep peacefully. They'll be wondering if I'll rebel all day long. Li Yi expressed his disdain for being a king. Oh. Li Longji nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, being a king is useless to you. It's impossible to let you go. The other kings were so stupid that they didn't let you go. They only gave you a nominal position. If you go, oh my God. Third brother, I just remembered something. Yao Chang's son Yao Yi is an official in Dengzhou. Send someone to send some medicine. If he falls sick in 2 months, see what kind of illness it is and take the medicine according to the illness. Li Yi suddenly remembered something. He almost forgot. What medicine? Li Longji frowned. He didn't like Yao Chang's son. One is a big honey pill to treat malaria. Take it when you get malaria. The other has 3 medicines. You can't drink alcohol. The other is ammoniac yellow fever. It supports treatment for typhoid. It doesn't kill the cold virus. The other is cephalexin. It's an antibiotic. When you get typhoid, it prevents other bacteria from harming the body. The last one is morpholinidine hydrochloride. It can inhibit the reproduction of the typhoid virus to a certain extent. Li Yi gave the medicine to treat the 2 diseases. Isn't it better to wait for him to die? Li Longji didn't want to give it to him. He knew that Li Yi exchanged his life for these medicines. Old Yao has contributed. If his son falls sick, the medicine won't work. Quickly send it over from Hunan province. After treatment, old Yao should join the regiment. Li Yi looked at it from another perspective. If Yao Chong joined the regiment, how would his sons do? Would the people in the regiment care about a new member? Who was worse than who? When Li Longji heard that Yao Chong could join the regiment, he felt that it was fine. If not, he would also want to let Yao Chong go. The prime minister couldn't stay for too long. He had too much power. That's good too. Li Longji agreed. If your son falls sick, I will save him. I won't let you send your son off. Don't you understand? Quickly change your position. When the time comes, change your son's position. For example, put him in Lantian County as a patrol? Chapter 660. Li Yi and Li Longji were discussing the matter of Yao Chang's son and Yao Chong joining the Tuan. In the migrant worker district, Yu Zhang's hair was about to turn white from worry. He had just received news that the Turks were having internal strife. The internal strife of the Turks was no longer a threat to the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty could send troops to fight outside. Would the Tang dynasty want to fight the Khitans? Was there a need to ask? Li Yi wanted to fight, but he still had money. The trade agreement between the Li family Zhuangzi and the Khitans was a strategy to pacify the people. Now that the situation had changed, how could he hope that the person who drew such a detailed map would not support the idea of sending troops? The winged knights and the 16 guards were always around the Zhuangzi, so Li Yi would definitely say something. No, without the Turks, the Khitans will not be able to defeat the winged knights. 10,000 winged knights with hot air balloons, gunpowder, and maps will be able to rampage through the Khitans. I need to find Li Yi and ask him if he wants peace, not war, trade, not military force. Yu Jiang was anxious. He ran to the border and requested to see Li Yi. I won't see him. Pull the group going to the Khitans outside and tell him that he can go with us. Li Yi did not have time to argue with Yu Jiang. The other party was just afraid that the Tang dynasty would send troops. If the trade caravan went out, the other party would be relieved. Sure enough, when the 1,000 people who were in charge of accompanying the Li family Zhuangzi went out, the manager found Yu Jiang and asked him to go with them to see the world. Yu Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. He saw clearly that the Khitans still had a chance. Those who were obedient still had a chance. As for those tribes that were not obedient, the 1,000 winged knights were another way to deal with them. Yu Jiang also saw his own people. 100 Khitan captives were following the group with scabbards hanging from their waists. 100 people rode on horses and ran around, protecting the caravan. It was a caravan made up of 42-wheeled carriages. 4-wheeled vehicles wouldn't work. The roads weren't good. 4-wheeled vehicles were only suitable for running in the capital. Yu Jiang found an opportunity to look at a Khitan. He knew this person and the other party also knew him. He asked loudly, "Have you been released?" The man glanced at him and replied with a helpless look in his eyes, "Let's go back and have a look. We're not at war with the Tang dynasty." Yu Jiang was very sad. The other party actually didn't have a respectful expression, which meant that he couldn't command them anymore. The only fortunate thing was that Li Yi didn't interrogate them, and they didn't take the initiative to tell him who was the contact. After feeling sad for a while, he shouted again, "It's an honor for you Khitans not to fight with the Tang dynasty. Yes, you can't beat him at all. Do you understand? It's too easy for Li Dongzhu to kill people." The other party finally said something useful. Yu Jiang lowered his head and analyzed this sentence. What did he mean? Can't beat him? Was it easy for Li Yi to kill people? The Khitan continued to shout to his other comrades, "Let's go back and tell the others that Li Dongzhu of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to kill us. He'll even teach us some skills. Yes, it's too hard for us to survive the winter. I learned how to make a Kong bed," the Khitan next to him echoed. "When we go back, I'll release the people of the Tang dynasty in my clan. We can't make Li Dongzhu angry. If he kills them personally, none of our clans will be able to survive. Yes, release the people who were captured. We also have to compensate them. Some of them were killed. We have to give Li Dongzhu an explanation." The other Khitans spoke one after another. What they meant was that the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured were killed, and the killers had to be captured and sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't say what would happen to the people who stole other people's women, killed their husbands and gave birth to children. Kill men? The children would lose their fathers. Kill men and children? Would Li Dongzhu kill the children? What about the women? Li Longji also asked Li Yi the same question. What should we do with the women who killed their men and gave birth to children for the Khitans? Ask the woman. If she wants us to stay, we'll stay and continue to live. If she wants to kill men, she'll kill men. If she thinks the children should die too, she'll kill both the men and the children. But she's not allowed to commit suicide. The Tang dynasty can tolerate her. No one dares to say anything to her. Li Yi didn't want to talk about the children at this time. Hadn't the children of the Tang dynasty been killed before? Hadn't the pregnant women of the Tang dynasty been killed before? Hadn't the country that flaunted democracy and human rights bombed other people's hospitals and schools? Everything depended on the woman. This was the Tang dynasty's debt to the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Brother Yi, I thought you'd be soft-hearted. Li Longji smiled. I'm only soft-hearted to the people of the Tang dynasty. The people of the Khitans, Turks, Tubo, Bohai, and other places are integrated into the Tang dynasty. They're the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi sighed. He didn't want to kill. The problem was that sometimes when others wanted to kill, what he gave in and endured was definitely not peace. He remembered the situation during the war between the two mountains. Women and children were tied with grenades. Time to eat. Our little Ro is hungry. Empress Wang came to greet them while holding the little girl's hand. Rice, rice. The little girl followed. The main dish for dinner was noodles, specially prepared for the little girl. There were several large plates with large pieces of meat and vegetables and small pieces of meat and vegetables. The little girl was trying hard to grab the noodles. He was carefully scooping the noodles with a spoon. Together with other small pieces of vegetables, he ate happily like an adult. He used to grab with his hands before and no one stopped him. He was used to eating by himself. He was anxious when he saw others using chopsticks and spoons. He thought he could do it too. So he gave him a small spoon. He grabbed it and ate clumsily. He could use both hands. It was similar. Li Yi also used a spoon to eat noodles, one in his left hand and one in his right hand. Normal people either used their left hand or right hand. Li Yi was a doctor, so he had to use both hands. Some patients had injured their right hand and needed to recuperate for a few months. They could basically use their left hand to eat on the same day, but it was very strenuous. There was no such thing as not knowing how to do it. People were forced to do it. Li Yi had 2 spoons. The little girl saw it and also had 2 spoons. He ate a pile of noodles and vegetables, but he didn't care and continued to eat. This is the same as the winged knights. When the child grows up, the left and right hands are trained in different areas of the brain. When Li Yi explained to the 2 of them why he had to guide the little girl to use tools with both hands. Yes. Before the adults said anything, the little girl expressed her opinion first. Yes. The palace maids and eunuchs ate quickly at the side. The noodles were slurped into their stomachs. They glanced at the little girl from time to time, afraid that something would happen to the baby. This child was not an ordinary child. He had too many responsibilities. Brother Yi, what kind of person is suitable for Jian to be taught? Li Longji looked at his son and scooped a spoonful of minced meat into his mouth. Teach cultural lessons? No, it's just playing now. The babies in Zhuangzi are not taught. Their bodies are not well developed. They can't remember knowledge at all. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't want to educate the child. What do you want to play? I think the children in Zhuangzi are playing with blocks, slides and mazes. Li Longji asked. Just those, including swimming. The child can swim now. It's hot now. Take Jian'er into the water more. You must watch over him. Li Yi scooped a spoonful of watermelon paste and fed it to the baby. The little girl smiled when she ate something sweet. Chapter 661. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, but the rain did not fall at all. Other than the Guangzhou region, there were also no clouds in the eastern provinces of the Taihang Mountains. The sky was always so clear, blue and blue. If this situation had happened 2 years ago, the people would have cried, and the officials would also be in a terrible state. This year, the people saw it and understood that the drought was very tiring, and it was very tiring to keep the wells down. Pressure wells were being pressed all over the place, and the underground water flowed out along the ridges and furrows into the ground. Your Majesty, please promote Guanglu Dafu Li Yi. Bai Gu came out early in the morning to promote Li Yi. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and knew what the harvest would be like if there were not so many wells. Not to mention collecting rent, the Ministry of Revenue also had to open and close the positions. The difference between income and income was huge. I impeach Guanglu Dafu Li Yi for selling luxury goods without paying taxes. In the name of economic and cultural exchanges with the Khitans, he evaded 80% of the tax. Bai Gu had just said that he wanted to promote Li Yi when someone jumped out to impeach Li Yi. This person was Imperial Censor Li Jie, the person who had a conflict with Jiangsun Xian in Nankou. Bai Gu turned and stared at Li Jie very confused. Li Yi was transporting goods to collect taxes. That was the Ministry of Revenue's business. This old man did not say anything, so what were you? Bai Gu naturally knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had set off 2 groups yesterday. One group was protected by 1,000 winged knights to the Khitans, and the other by 2,000 winged knights to the Turks. The carriages in the group were loaded with luxury goods. They were going to sell them to make money and buy things back. He did not care. He was not stupid. This was not a business transaction, but an economic war and a strategic game. What tax? Could it make money? In order to achieve his goal, Xiao Yi was willing to pay the price. If he sold it in the Tang dynasty and dared not to pay taxes, he would personally go to the Ministry of Revenue and give the money to him. The Ministry of Revenue was poor. Xiao Yi did not move until Moshi died. He continued to act. While helping the Ministry of Justice push for the lawsuit, he also sent people to the Khitans and Turks to do business. This was the big deal. Xiao Yi was serious. But my Ministry of Revenue didn't say anything, so why did you, the Imperial Censor, jump out? Do I know you that well? Do I need you to speak up for the Ministry of Revenue? Li Longji smiled. He already knew that Li Yi had said that Jiangsun Xian was going to die, and had specially arranged for Jiangsun Xian to be sent to Lantian County. Now that Jiangsun Xian had provided many jobs to Lantian County, the people of Lantian County had a good impression of Jiangsun Xian. Do you have any evidence? Li Longji suppressed his anger and asked. The impeachment is actually going to impeach my brother Yi. Does brother Yi lack that bit of tax money? Do you dare to stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City and shout for the impeachment of Li Yi? The people will beat you to death. If Zhen dared to arrest brother Yi, the entire capital government's common people would probably run out and kneel outside the Imperial City to cry out for Li Yi's injustice. Li Longji thought and prepared to kill. Imperial Censor Li Yi puffed out his chest and raised his head. This subject has the report of Imperial Censor Wang Su. Guanglu Dafu Li Yi's crimes are clear and accurate. Summon Wang Su into the hall. Li Longji decided to kill today. My brother Yi tried his best to help the Tang dynasty gain benefits, but you all stabbed him in the back. Yao Chong and the others were also puzzled. They looked at Li Jie as if he was a dead man. Li Yi sent a team out to sell things and the winged knights followed to protect them. You're impeaching? Where's your IQ and EQ? That's selling things? That's taking advantage of Mosizi's death to cause trouble. A little more than a quarter of an hour later, Imperial Censor Wang Su arrived while everyone was silent. He was a little chubby and had a belly. His rank was low, so he couldn't attend court. Unless it was the Imperial Court, all other positions were for 5th-rank officials, and 7th-rank officials from the Imperial Censorate could attend. Today wasn't the Imperial Court, so Wang Su didn't make it to the live broadcast. Imperial Censor Wang Su impeaches Guanglu Dafu Li Yi for giving out a lot of expensive things yesterday without paying taxes to the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Su came over. He seemed to know what was going on, so he went straight to the point. I impeach Imperial Censor Wang Su for embezzlement. Gao Lishir stood up at this time. He was now in charge of the intelligence system. Usually he didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want. If His Majesty didn't punish you, he wouldn't say anything. But now he had to speak up. Li Yi couldn't be discredited, whether for public or private reasons. In public, Li Yi worked for the Tang dynasty, so he was His Majesty's brother Yi. In private, as long as there was something good, the Li family Zhuangzi would want to give him a share. I didn't. Wang Su began to sweat. What was going on? Just check the accounts and find out how much property he has, what he does, and how much his salary is. Gao Lishir sneered. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. Gao Lishir ran out and looked for the intelligence records. Now that he had money, he could set up his own intelligence system. He checked all the officials in Chang'an. In less than 100 breaths, Gao Lishir came back with a stack of papers and presented it to Li Longji. Li Longji flipped through it casually and threw it to Wang Su. Wang Qing, take a look. Wang Su picked it up and flipped through it page by page. It recorded his salary, his family's property, his family's current situation, how many times he went to earthly paradise, what dishes he ordered, and what takeaways he ordered. There were also the baths he took, the number of times he went to Pyongkong Square, the girl he found. According to his income, it was obviously not enough to support his expenses. So, where did the extra money come from? Wang Su was sweating profusely. Needless to say, the sweat on his forehead had already dripped down his cheeks. The other officials didn't pity Wang Su. They were secretly looking at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir could casually tell them about Wang Su, but what about them? Were they also being watched? Gao Lishir was expressionless. Today he stood up. For Li Yi and for His Majesty, he warned the officials not to think that His Majesty didn't know what they had done. Who recommended him? Li Longji asked again. Several people looked at Imperial Censor Li Jie. Wang Su was promoted by Li Jie. Li Jie was dumbfounded. Impeaching Li Yi didn't work. Why did he have to get himself involved? Take them away for investigation. Li Longji didn't want to talk anymore. He ordered the Qinyo guards to take the two people away and lock them up separately. Your Majesty, promote Li Yi. Baigu didn't care about the lives of these two insignificant people. He had to fight for Li Yi's benefits now. If these two people didn't impeach him, it would be fine if he just mentioned it. Now these two people were impeaching Li Yi for not paying taxes. If the news reached Li Yi's ears, what if Li Yi misunderstood? How could he go to the Li family Zhuangzi for a checkup and dental implants in the future? If someone in his family was sick, how could he bring them to Zhuangzi? We'll talk about this later. Li Longji didn't care whether he promoted Li Yi or not. Just as Li Yi said, so what if he was conferred a title of prince? Your Majesty. Baigu was about to cry. This matter had to be cleared up. It wasn't me. I didn't want that tax. Minister Bai, go for a checkup tonight. Li Longji understood. I want you to explain. Don't yell at me. I can't make Brother Yi a new official. Brother Yi didn't want it. What's the use of being an official? If he wanted to kill someone, he could kill anyone in the court. Thank you, Your Majesty. Baigu was sweating. He hated Li Jie and that person to death. Why are you two causing trouble? You're cheating me? Those who knew the situation wanted to laugh. Song Jing once again felt Li Yi's influence on the court. He wasn't in the court, but the court always acquiesced to his actions. Those who knew knew. Those who didn't need to know. This was the young Li Yi. Chapter 662. It's my turn. Don't show off. It'll be your turn later. In a field next to Jianghu County, a man pushed another man aside and took over the work of filling the well. It was not far from midnight. Everyone lit haystacks to drive away mosquitoes and took turns to fill the well. The water from the well flowed out into the canals and then into the fields. It had not rained for 2 months. Everyone was counting on the water from the well. Every county was filling the well, including the fields outside Chang'an. Li Longji's family, Li Yi and Guizi, were watching the people fill the well at a place 55 miles south of Chang'an. The water network was not built here. They could connect to the water network at a place 40 miles away. Guizi came back and returned the gun to Li Yi. His dead brothers were preserved with salt, burned to ashes, and buried in the Forbidden Garden. A monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty was erected in the Forbidden Garden. Li Longji personally went to burn incense and paper for them. The people of the Tang dynasty valued incense very much. They were afraid that no one would burn incense for them after they died. They would not have a good life in hell. Dongzhu, after experiencing the war, the brothers who survived are better at fighting. If we do it again, we will not lose more than 100 brothers. Guizi blamed himself. He thought that he did not command well. He did not wait for the enemy to completely collapse. The enemy had counterattacked. He ran out of bullets and brought it back to Li Yi. Li Yi disassembled and reassembled the gun. The magazine was full. He fired 2 shots in the distance and held it for Li Longji to watch others watering the well. Li Longji did not have the desire to shoot. He kept looking at the people filling the well where the fire was. Brother Yi, your steel-making workshop in Zhuangzi has been redesigned. Wait for the good steel to come out and make it into a gun. How about this? Li Longji touched the position of the safety and calculated the changes of the Tang dynasty's weapons. Li Yi asked people to set up the table and stools and set up the barbecue grill. Third brother, whether a gun is accurate or not depends on the person. The guns we make ourselves can't be compared to the ones we have now. They can use paper shells, load the rear and fire flintlock. Without the rifling, it had an effective range of more than 100 paces. The rifle had a range of more than 600 paces. With this gun we can't contend against thousands of enemy guns. No matter how far the effective range is, within 500 paces, numbers will determine victory or defeat. Li Yi was in a difficult position. How was he supposed to evaluate this? Can you say which type of gun is guaranteed to be powerful? When the paper shells first appeared, every gun was different. Shooters had to be familiar with their guns in order to have a high hit rate. Guns could only be averaged. Humans were the most important. For example, Little Gu's gun sense made people jealous. Most of the time he didn't even need to aim. When he saw that you were just a small dot, he didn't even need a scope. He just held the gun level and opened fire. The key was that he could still hit the target. This was what he felt. It was like shooting a basketball. The moment the ball was released, one would know whether the ball would go in or not. Li Longji understood and said happily, then wouldn't the Tang dynasty be invincible? Li Yi shook his head. It depends on what kind of army they meet. If the winged knights meet another army, they will still lose even if their weapons are twice as good. What kind of army is so powerful? Wuxia was not convinced. The rabbit army doesn't have the problem of being defeated. We will fight to the last man. Li Yi smiled. Even rabbits can form an army. Li Dongzhu really likes to joke. Wuxia was joking, but his expression was serious. Yes, I'm joking. But I hope that the winged knights can do it. As long as the flag in their hearts doesn't fall, they will fight to the death and never retreat. Li Yi's tone was very calm. Laughter could be heard from time to time at the well. Although they were tired, looking at the water flowing into the field, they felt a different kind of excitement at night compared to during the day. Let's go and have some barbecue. Li Longji suggested. Okay. Li Yi nodded. The team went over. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi quickly cut the meat and skewered it. There were frozen meat in the carriage. The people working didn't understand at first, but when they saw the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, they understood. Everyone get up. Don't sleep anymore. Li Dongzhu came to see us. There are barbecue skewers to eat. Someone called out to the people who were tired and sleeping. The people who were called out were irritated at first, but soon they were no longer sleepy and tired. They waited for the skewers to be served. Tao Hong and 8 palace maids and eunuchs surrounded Shang came. He had slept for more than 4 hours in the afternoon and was now very energetic. He could eat barbecue skewers. He could eat barbecue chicken skewers and meat skewers as long as there were no tendons. So now he was eating noodles, instant noodles. He used a small fork to pick and eat slowly. To him all food was the same. When the first barbecue chicken skewer was placed on the plate in front of him, he threw his fork away and reached out to grab it. When he grabbed it, it was just nice that it was warm. He grabbed it with his small hand and suddenly turned to Li Longji. Chi. Li Longji paused for a moment, then ran over as fast as he could. He bent down and opened his mouth to eat the small piece of chicken. The little guy was very happy. Li Longji carefully chewed the chicken and swallowed it. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and kissed the baby's face, laughing with him. His eyes were red. He had so many children, but this was the first time a child had given him food like this. The palace maids and eunuchs were busy as usual, but they knew that the position of the crown prince was fixed. Without Li Dongzhu's help, no one could take the position of the crown prince. Chi. The little guy grabbed another piece of chicken and gave it to Empress Wang. He waited for Empress Wang to eat before grabbing the meat to eat. You're not going to give me a bite? Li Yi said with a hurt expression. The little guy looked at him and giggled. He directly pushed a piece of chicken into Li Yi's mouth. Li Yi quickly opened his mouth and ate the meat. He used his forehead to touch the little guy's head. The little guy was addicted. He ate a bit and gave it to others. He passed it to Wuxia. Wuxia knelt on the ground and ate the small piece of meat the little guy gave him. Li Yi held the meat skewers with his hands behind his back and looked at the pressure well. When the little guy gave meat to the palace maids and eunuchs all knelt to receive it. The people who came to eat skewers did not know that at this moment, a position was fixed. The palace maids and eunuchs who ate the meat given by the little guy changed their positions. They did not care about others. 8 people, 8 directions surrounded the little guy. Guizi reached out and took the gun from Li Longji's hand. He half squatted in front of the little guy. See. The little guy wanted to say water, but his pronunciation became the C. Li did not look back. He walked to the side of the pressure well and stretched out his hand to let others give it to him. He pressed down and felt the force of the water. Okay, there is plenty of underground water now. With the current pressure well, it can't be drained. There are many mosquitoes at night. Did you touch the toilet water? Li sniffed and did not smell the toilet water. Toilet water is too expensive. The person standing next to him whispered. Soap is enough. Don't wash it too clean. Li gave a solution. Li Dongzhu, can cotton be planted in this field next year? The person standing next to him asked. No, only mulberry and hemp fields can be changed to cotton fields. The other fields still need to be planted. Li denied. But some people have changed it in private and are preparing to plant cotton. The person said and complained. Which family? Tell me, I'll deal with him. Li asked directly. If he did not use a bureaucratic tone, he had the ability to deal with people. Chapter 663. Investigate for this old man. Find out who planted cotton in their grain fields. The next day after Li Yi and Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi, Baigu, the Minister of Revenue, received Li Longji's notice and slammed the table in his office. The people in the Ministry of Revenue started to get busy. They checked the brochures and went out to look for land to plant cotton. It was already past the time to plant cotton. Cotton was planted 2 months ago. People who wanted to plant cotton dug out the seedlings that should be thrown away and moved them to other fields. Some people were smart. They saw that the imperial court's policy was good and the demand was high. They wanted to plant more. Even if the imperial court didn't accept them, it would be useful for them to keep them in their hands. These people had a lot of land at home. They collected rent according to the land they were given. Some people annexed other people's fields. They paid rent for the land they were given, but they didn't pay rent for the land they bought later. As for those who sold Yongya fields for various reasons, they paid the rent by selling their fields or simply ran away and became fugitives. For example, the migrant workers in Li family Zhuangzi were mostly people who didn't have land. Originally, the annexed land would grow grain. If there was more grain, they would naturally sell it. Overall, the capital's grain consumption was stable. If cotton was planted, the overall grain income would decrease. If it wasn't controlled, people would see that planting cotton was more profitable than planting land. They would change their grain fields to planting cotton. At that time there would be no grain to eat. The Ministry of Revenue started to investigate. The next night, Baigu went to Li family Zhuangzi. Xiaoyi, it's shocking. Guess how many fields are planted with cotton? Baigu drank wine. There were cold dishes on the table. Compared to the total amount of cotton planted in the capital, 1/4 of the grain fields are planted? Li Yi thought and gave a number. How do you know? Baigu showed a surprised expression. The survival rate of the seedlings is not high. They planted their own cotton immediately after the seedlings were digested. The seedlings taken from other people or bought at a low price will die easily. Li Yi explained his analysis. Cotton was sown, but they had to change it to transplanting seedlings. The key point was that they couldn't use the seedling transfer tool. They weren't specialized in growing seedlings. That's right. Even so, many of the grain fields have been invaded. Now that we've plucked the cotton, there's not enough time to plant anything else. Baigu was vexed. Now that he mentioned what the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to do, the commoners immediately thought that it would be profitable. Li drank a mouthful of wine with him. Since it's already been planted, the Ministry of Revenue will send someone to manage it. From now on, hire someone to look after the cotton in the field. Confiscated. Yes, they should be confiscated. At the same time, they should be punished to pay more rent. They have more land, so the rent they pay is less. The land annexation has caused the rent collected by the Ministry of Revenue to decrease. Baigu made up his mind to punish him and earn more rent for the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi lowered his head in thought as if he was making a decision. When he raised his head, he looked at Baigu and said, "Old Bai, I have an idea." Baigu put down his wine cup and looked at Li Yi seriously. Something big? It's average. Li Yi nodded gently. Can this old man bear it? Baigu was lacking in confidence. Not now, but in a few days it'll be fine. Li Yi smiled. Speak. Baigu took a deep breath. Investigate the land of the Tang dynasty. Collect rent according to the number of mu. Those who don't have land won't be charged. Li Yi threw out the idea of paying rent. In fact, after the Inlushan rebellion of the Tang dynasty, one of the two tax laws was exactly the same. However, there was an additional household tax. If there was no household tax, it would be a good policy to pay rent. Bai Go stared at Li Yi and swallowed his saliva. He finally knew what it meant to be of average age. According to Li Yi, how many people's interests would be affected? Rent must be paid in advance. It can't be converted into money. Otherwise, the commoners will sell their grain at a low price during harvest season to raise money. Li Yi continued to talk about how to collect taxes, and asked for money. The harvest season was the time for merchants to lower the price. Bai Gu slowly shook his head. It's difficult. People with a lot of land will oppose it. It can be done. Li Yi was certain. When the court was determined, there was no problem. This was not the Song dynasty. There were no messy new policies like the Qing calendar. It was also not like Wang Engshi's Baoma method or Qing Miao method. It was directly done in one step and paid rent. Local officials are likely to make false reports, hide and lie when paying rent, especially for upper, middle and lower fields. Bai Gu actually thought of how to pay rent and divide the land into good and bad. Li Yi shook his head. As long as the court is stable, the following matters are easy to deal with. The emperor is determined and has the winged knights and the 16 guards. Wait a moment. After the tax matter is pushed back, we'll work on this. Bai Gu was afraid that if he pushed two big matters together, he would not be able to do one well. We can try it out in the capital office first. The capital office is easy to use. Li Yi liked the capital office more and more. Everything could start from there. Under the eyes of the winged knights and the 16 guards, who would dare to disobey? Yao Chong drank a cup and did not eat. He lowered his head in thought. After a few breaths, he raised his head. Try it. Li Yi gave Yao Chong an encouraging look. It's no big deal. Who would dare to rebel? Your Zhuangzi, do you want to pay rent? Bai Gu's first thought was to pay rent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Old Bai, I thank you. The land that my Zhuangzi bought before is not good land. Some of it is used to build industries and some of it is used for farming. Pay rent. Li Yi agreed. The Li family Zhuangzi was too big of a target. The people of the capital office were all watching. However, he continued, I want to make some plans. A part of the land is for military use. Take this part out. As for the rest of the land, take it out. If Li Yi was willing to pay rent, then so be it. He did not have much money. He wanted to make the properties of the land clear. Otherwise, what would the land be used for in the future? It would be considered as occupying grain fields. 1 month. In 1 month, this old man will definitely pay rent to the capital office. Starting from this year, this old man will start collecting rent. With Li Yi's support, Bai Gu made up his mind. Once all the land in the Tang dynasty was paid, it would be a huge amount of rent. Mediocrity was no longer needed. The people would have more time to do other things. After the meal, Bai Gu did not stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. He took his own carriage home. The city gates were not closed and people could enter and leave as they pleased. The 16 guards and the winged knights set up camp outside the city gates. It was said to be training, but in reality, it was to prevent problems. After returning home, Bai Gu began to write memorials. On the morning of the new day, he did not mention the amount of land in the capital office. He was going to collect rent according to the amount of land and the condition of the land. Everyone else had left. He signaled Li Longji to leave Yao Chong and the other two behind. Yao Chong and the other two looked at Bai Gu. What do you want? You went to the Li family Zhuangzi last night. What did you throw out today? Your Majesty, the land annexation is serious. The number of refugees fleeing is increasing. Just yesterday, the capital office investigated the cotton plantation. Many people have too much land. Bai Gu started to talk about the matter. He rambled on for a long time before he finally said, I would like to invite the imperial magistrate to survey the land. The land will be classified as third class and the land will be rented out. Yao Chong and the other two closed their eyes at the same time. It was over. Sure enough, Li Yi had not caused trouble for a long time. When he did, he would turn the sky upside down. Li Longji picked up the tea and drank it. When he put down the cup, he nodded, okay. Chapter 664. Take the forms, one for each person and an abacus. Take it to match the land area of the imperial court. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi gave out things to the 220 students. Long tape measure, short tape measure, abacus, spreadsheet, pen 1 to 100 square meters. Remember the formula of the area of a circle and the triclinic summation technique. Don't use the area of a circle with 3 spheres. Didn't our Zhu Chongji give 3,1415926? Calculate according to 3,14. Li Yi continued. The current formula for calculating the area of a circle was the square of the diameter multiplied by 3 and then divided by 4. If the diameter was 8, the square was 64. Multiplied by 3 was 192. Divided by 4 was 48. According to the formula of the area of a circle, the radius was 4, the square was 16. Multiplied by 3,14 of the circumference, the figure was 52. 24. When they arrived at the land, the triangular land was not regular. First, measure the large pieces of land that could be used in steps and then estimate the rest. Li Yi gave them the triclinic summation technique. Know the length of the 3 sides of the triangle and calculate the area of the triangle. When measuring, they don't use steps but tape measure. They agree on how many feet a step is equal to and both sides will convert. The 220 officials had jobs. 20 of them were in charge of the land around Chang'an City. The rest of the officials were in charge of 10 people per county. They were in charge of teaching and statistics. At the same time, they were in charge of supervision. They had a lot of tape measure and used a cart to pull it. They were serious officials. If anyone dared to cheat, they could write it down in a small book and impeach them. The officials set out with the heavy responsibility of measuring the land. The imperial court ordered to resettle the land. There was news that the rent would be calculated according to the mu in the future. The people who had annexed the land through various means were dumbfounded. How can this be? It can't be. If the rent was calculated according to mu, their families would have to pay a lot more rent every year. The people who had given the land and sold the land were happy. They could pay less rent if the rent was recalculated. With the cancellation of the mediocre harmony, the families' days were much better. The people who were officials in the imperial court wrote letters to tell their families about the situation in the imperial court. In the future, they would use the same method in the entire Tang dynasty. If they didn't want to pay more rent every year, they had to think of a countermeasure. The imperial court was surprisingly calm. No one was impeaching him. The imperial censor and an imperial censor were still locked up. If His Majesty wanted to implement a new policy in the capital government, it was useless to oppose it. It would even implicate him. Many rich families wailed, feeling that the trial method was cutting off their flesh. In this way, there will be no need to worry about land annexation. People who don't have land won't have to pay any rent and can just focus on finding jobs to make money. At noon in earthly paradise, Yao Chong and the others gathered for lunch again. Lu Huaishan had a smile on his face. Zhang Shua used a pen and a ruler to calculate, hook 3, 4, 5 two right triangles put together to form a rectangle. One side was 3, the other side was 4, and the area was 12. It was divided into 2 triangles, one of which was 6. Then he calculated according to the formula. The circumference is 3 plus 4 plus 5, 12, divided by 2, 6 minus 3, 6 minus 5, 6 minus 4, 6 minus 4 is 6, and multiplied by 6 is 36. 36 times the square, 6 by 6 is 36. That's right. He chose a stupid method to verify the correctness of the formula and found that the data was correct. In this way, it will be convenient to calculate the area of a triangle in the future. The area of a circle, Zhu Chongji 3 and 3. 14 are quite different. Wei Zhigu was looking at the area of a circle formula. It was different from the current method of circumference 1 by 3, and it was more accurate. Bai Gu was deeply worried. This old man is worried that if the local governments know that the capital government rents out the land, there will be chaos. The big families might rise up. Rise up? What kind of rise up? Rumors? Are they getting the news faster than the imperial court sending horses to the various prefectures? Song Jing wasn't afraid. The imperial court had soldiers, and the imperial court's documents would be sent out through the relay station. He would tell the various yamens to post the imperial court's land and rent according to the number of acres. If the people who don't have land knew, they would hope that the imperial court would quickly release the decree. No matter how big the local power was, they couldn't incite the people. With their own manpower, the imperial court soldiers were just decorations. When he thought of the current situation, he shook his head. Could it be that Li Yi took advantage of the Turks' internal strife, the Khitan's lack of support, and the Tubo's defeat to come up with this idea? He suspected that it was too much of a coincidence. Why didn't he mention it earlier? Next year, the Ministry of Revenue will collect more rent from the imperial court. It's less money for the transfer but more money for the merchants. Bai Gu was happy again. He hoped that the Tang dynasty would spread out as soon as possible. This year, the imperial court would be able to rent out land in many places in the Tang dynasty next year. At the same time, the tax collection work would also be promoted. Yao Chong looked at the people outside the window who were wiping their sweat and walking under the sunlight. One tax, one rent per acre. Both are targeted at the rich families and merchants. The dictionary will be published next month, and the newspaper staff will be trained before the end of the year to target the other families. Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan was a member of a big family. Lu Huaishan also looked outside the window. What kind of family is this old man's? It's just a side branch. If everything is done well, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty will really come. In the past 2 years, Chong and has changed a lot. Yao Chong, who was still looking at the people below, had a look of expectation in his eyes. He looked for a long time, but did not see a pedestrian in tattered clothes. This meant that everyone was rich, at least they had money to buy clothes. If they could buy clothes, of course they would have no problem eating. Songda. Lu Huaishan saw an acquaintance. Songda was driving a cart with many watermelons on it. Under the protection of a group of winged knights, he walked over. He's going to the east and west markets to sell watermelons? Baigu looked down. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't have enough watermelons for himself. Why would he sell them? He's delivering them to the Grief Field Square. The Li family Zhuangzi delivers things to the Grief Field Square every day. Usually, it's the leftovers from the Zhang family's village. It's hot recently, but it doesn't rain. You're sweating just sitting there. Let's eat. Zhang Shua also glanced at him and ignored him. Before they finished eating, Songda appeared again. The watermelons on the cart disappeared and were replaced by a mess of things. His cart is filled with old clothes? And leather clothes, where did he get them? Using watermelons to exchange for them? Lu Huaishan was puzzled again. He went to the pawn shop. Dead pawns and clothes that haven't been redeemed. Why would Li Yi want old clothes? Yao Chong raised his eyebrows. When others went to the pawn shop to buy things, he would not pay much attention. Li Yi bought a few carts at once. How could he not think about it? I'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. Baigu looked at Yao Chong proudly. Yao Chong could not go now. I'll go too. Song Jing decided to accompany Baigu. Ask him if he has any other big moves. Don't suddenly throw them out. We don't know who the prime minister is. Zhang Shua, who also could not go to the Li family Zhuangzi, made a request. Everyone nodded. Yes, ask him. Li Yi had been quiet for a while. Could he be crazy now? After dinner, everyone went out. There was no longer the coolness of the heavenly earth. Instead, it was hot. The merchants who stocked up on ice last year made a lot of money this year. Are there any good ways to relieve the heat? We'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight and ask. Baigu was old and could not stand this kind of weather. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go to Qidian to subscribe. In addition, you especially need monthly and recommendation tickets. See if you have any. The farmer bowed. Chapter 665. Li family Zhuangzi is buying a large amount of worn-out leather clothes, boots, hats, silk clothes, satin clothes and other clothes at a high price. When Song Jing and Baigu arrived at the Ba River Bridge together, they saw a signboard and then Song Jing read it aloud. Sure enough, something happened. Let's go and see the pandas first. Baigu prepared to make himself happy first. He was afraid that when he saw Li Yi later, he wouldn't be able to bear some kind of shock and would collapse. If that happened, he would have to trouble Li Yi to save him. The weather was hot and the pandas didn't want to move. Zhuangzi gave them a big shade outside the shed. If the pandas didn't want to stay in the house, they would go to the shed to rest. There was a man-made canal flowing under the shed. The key point was below the ground of the shed. It was empty and had stone slabs. Below the stone slabs was a tunnel. Ice was placed in the tunnel and the surrounding area was cool. The pandas didn't look skinny anymore. Each of them was chubby and round after eating. They sat there holding the bamboo and chewing slowly, looking bored. Occasionally they would tilt their heads and look at the surrounding people who were watching them. It's cool here. How much ice does it use to raise pandas? Baigu felt the temperature drop and it wasn't so stuffy anymore. Everyone is really happy to see the pandas. How can this thing? Song Jing couldn't describe it for a moment. Whether it was adults or children, the silly appearance of the pandas always made people want to laugh. Pandas looked different from other animals. They looked like bears, but bears weren't as interesting as them. Li Yi is losing money to make everyone happy. Song Jing praised Li Yi. Do you want to buy a panda pillow? As soon as Song Jing finished speaking, a man with many panda pillows walked over and asked, "How much is it?" Baigu saw those fluffy pandas and felt he could buy one. 100 renminbi for the small one, 200 renminbi for the medium one and 500 renminbi for the big one. Pandas can drive away evil spirits. Keep them by your side and give yourself and your family a sense of safety. The man took down 3 panda pillows of different sizes and said sincerely, "No, I don't have money." Bai Gu shook his head. He didn't know how this thing could be worth 100, 200, or 500 renminbi. The other party smiled and moved on to the next person. Song Jing looked around and found that many people had bought panda pillows. Especially when a man and a woman came together and bought some couples' pillows. They say that pandas are black and white, which means that they miss each other both day and night. It's getting dark. Let's go. We'll stay in the Zhang family's village today and eat the food from the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Someone called out to his family. I take back what I just said. Song Jing admitted his mistake. Let's go eat too. Bai Gu looked at Song Jing's appearance and his mood became even better. After walking around, they entered the Li family Zhuangzi. The Zhenban found a place to eat by themselves. The two of them saw the villager pushing a flatbed cart to deliver the old clothes he had purchased from outside to the workshop. Don't tell me he made panda pillows out of rags and old leather coats? Song Jing recalled the appearance of the panda pillow and asked with uncertainty. Bai Gu shook his head. No, look at the weight of the pillow. It's very light and it's not made of leather. Old Song, Old Bai will have boiled fish in hot chili oil tonight. Other than the chili shells, the Zhuangzi has saved some. Everything is boiled in hot chili oil tonight. Li Yi received the villagers' report that the 2 ministers had arrived, so he came to welcome them. It can't be too spicy. Bai Gu was afraid. He knew that the Zhuangzi had planted a lot of chili peppers and they were very spicy. They were called small chili peppers. It's not very spicy, just slightly spicy. Li Yi looked at him with a "you have to believe me" expression. The 3 of them entered a single room, and the palace maids and eunuchs helped to put a pot in place. They divided into 2 groups and ate first. As they ate, they took deep breaths. It was so spicy that they were sweating profusely. No manners. Song Jing was more serious. He looked at the palace maids and eunuchs and said. The 4 eunuchs lowered their heads and continued eating. The 4 palace maids stuck out their tongues at him. Song Jing, forget it, I won't lower myself to their level. When he took a bite, Song Jing began to take deep breaths. Slightly spicy? Eat, it's not a problem even if it's spicy. Bai Gu admitted defeat. He took a bite of the fish and chewed carefully. How is the spiciness different? There are too many Sichuan peppers. It's a type of pepper. Old Song, don't eat chili peppers. The fish is fine. It's slightly spicy. Li emphasized. He was right. When he went to Sichuan to eat authentic boiled fish, it was only slightly spicy. Xiao Yi, the Zhuangzi at the bridgehead, collects old clothes to make panda pillows? Bai Gu asked on behalf of Song Jing. No, the panda pillows are stuffed with panda hats, gloves and scarves. When the weather gets cold, you can open the belly of the panda pillow and take it out to wear. The other stuffing is a pouch with vanilla. Li Yi waved his hand and introduced the materials and stuffing of the pillow. If that's the case, 100 coins, 200 coins and 500 coins are not expensive. Bai Gu thought that there were still things that could be used in the pillow and felt that it was worth enough. Song Jing nodded and realized that he did not know Li Yi well enough. He smiled and asked, are the things collected to make paper? It's better to collect the materials to make paper. There's no need to collect old goods. They're expensive. Li Yi still waved his hand. Before the 2 of them could ask again, he took the initiative to speak. Refurbish the leather boots and clothes. The leather clothes are better. Wash them clean, color them and make them waterproof. Make them with the other clothes. Make the other clothes to dry. The leather boots are still leather boots after refurbishing. Clean the insides and change the soles. Change the leather clothes into leather gloves and hats. Make the boots, gloves and hats into camouflage colors as much as possible. When the winter is cold, the soldiers can wear the camouflage when they fight against Tubo. The soldiers now need to prepare some things for themselves. Li Yi gave the answer. Refurbish the old goods and send them to the front line. The soldiers of Zhichong had to bring their own rations. At the same time, they had to prepare their own swords and bows. They had to go to the storehouse to collect their armor and crossbows. Some people did not have hats, gloves or boots. Some of the cavalry did not even have boots. Now that the lives of the people in the capital were better, they did not want the old goods anymore. Zhuangzi collected them. Song Jing and Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. Eat, can you be full just by looking at me? Li Yi picked up a piece of fish. Bai Gu raised his wine cup. Xiao Yi, let me toast you. We didn't have to do this before. Isn't it just providing some things for the soldiers? I have money but the soldiers have no money. They still have to fight for their lives. It's no big deal to give them some old things. As Li Yi spoke, he raised his wine cup and gestured to the others. Then he raised his head and downed the wine. He put down the wine cup and said to Song Jing, "Old Song, you don't have to raise it. Eat quickly. This fish has no bones. Don't be afraid of being pricked. It's easy to prick it. I'll take a pair of tweezers and get it out for you." Song Jing still raised his wine cup and drank. He finally understood why the emperor did not allow anyone to speak ill of Li Yi. On such a hot day, people were thinking about how to earn money, support their families, and where to go to play. Li Yi was worried about what the soldiers at the border would wear in winter. Of course, he would not take money for the refurbished and modified clothes. When the officials saw that the people in the capital were living well, they thought of a prosperous era. Li Yi took the opportunity to buy cheap things. His demand was high. The soldiers at the border wore leather boots, hats, and gloves. It was warm in winter. This way they could reduce non-combat casualties and use their skills in battle. "Xiao Yi, if you don't like someone, you can impeach him. I'll help you." Song Jing put down his wine cup. Chapter 666. Song Jing was a very upright person. Even after he resigned, he did not meet any officials. Now that Song Jing was agitated, he actually wanted to help Li Yi impeach someone. In his opinion, Li Yi must have committed a heinous crime if he wanted to impeach someone. "Old Song, you are indeed a good man. Do you have teeth?" Li Yi was touched. He wanted to see Song Jing's teeth again. "I will help you too." Bai Gu was depressed. Xiao Yi knew how to bully the right person. "Old Bai, thank you. Look for me again in the future." Li Yi was satisfied. "It is cooler in Jianghu than in the imperial city. What good things did you use?" Bai Gu quickly changed the topic. It was hot. Li family Zhuangzi gave people the feeling that the overall temperature was low. It was even more obvious in the cafeteria. There are many rivers. Zhuangzi has many small canals. When the water flows in the canals, it will naturally cool down. There are many houses in the imperial city. When the wind blows, it will be blocked. Li Yi expressed that he did not have any good ideas. The cafeteria was cool. There were also cement canals under the cafeteria. When the water flows, the temperature above was of course lower. Is there any other way? The ice given by Her Majesty is not very good. Song Jing helped to ask. He was also hot. If he put a basin of ice given by Her Majesty in the office, the effect would not be obvious. There is ice? Isn't there a human-powered fan? Let people use the fan to blow. Big brother and third brother were in Zhuangzi's courtyard. When they came, they had this cooling method. "I have air conditioning, but the situation is special. I can't let you use it." Li Yi suggested another way. Artificial ice. People would step on the fan and rotate it. It was better than using a fan. It was not as tiring. It is not good to use people. Is there anything else? Song Jing was not willing to let others work while he enjoyed the cool. "Is there wind in the imperial city?" Li Yi frowned. This energy was conserved. It was easier to operate when there was wind. Wind itself was a type of energy. The imperial city has walls. How can there be wind? Unless it's high up. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi as if he didn't even know the structure of the imperial city. "That's enough. Can you erect something that's a few dozen feet or a few dozen feet tall in the imperial city? If you can erect it, then it'll be cooler." Li Yi finally thought of an idea. Yes, there was wind in the sky. "You want to fix a windmill? Then it's used to drive the connecting rod into our office to connect to your fan?" An image appeared in Bai Gu's mind. It was a windmill with a sail. It would spin no matter which angle the wind blew from. When it was set up, there were a series of connecting rods below, and all kinds of transformations just like the mill by the river. Actually, you can make a crooked bamboo chimney that connects to the office. When the wind blows in from above, there are many openings below and they are small so you will feel cool. Li Yi was talking about the method of using plastic bottles as air conditioners. It required an external force. How could it blow without wind? There were such situations. Some buildings had special corridors. The wind blew down from above. It was hot outside and the building was cold and gloomy. The key was that there was ice that could be used. Actually, even water could be used to cool it down. Well, water, when the wind blows, it will save the ice. The wind will feel very natural. Can you use it in the imperial city? You can also take down a large tube from the walls of the imperial city and place a large wooden trough below it. The trough will be filled with well water from the pressure well. Put it on all four sides of the city walls. No matter where the wind blows from, it will cause the temperature to drop. Li Yi gave another idea. Otherwise he really had no other ideas. Song Jing and Bai Gu looked at each other and shook their heads. How could it be possible? How could the imperial city let you do such a big project? Why don't we create artificial fog? I will design a nozzle and place a hot air balloon in the Imperial City. Pull a pipe up and spray it, wasting petrol. Actually, we don't need a hot air balloon to create artificial fog. The pipe is long enough and the pressure is high enough. We can just spray it into the sky like a fire truck. Li tried to think about it in a simple way. Spraying water to cool down was something that everyone knew. The pipe can be removed at any time? Song Jing knew that the tools used to put out the fire, such as the pump and the pressure car, were all provided by Li Yi. Now, there were cars in the city that would spray water to cool down the road every day. However, if the water was sprayed too high, it would be like rain. It can be removed. Also, if you want to spray water, you can spray water. If you want to spray, you can spray fog. Just add a small modification to the top of the head. It's very simple. Li Yi promised that the tighter the spray bottle used at home, the more water mist there would be. When it was opened, the internal structure was a gasket with 1 or 2 vertical water outlets. After adding a screwdriver, the outside of the gasket would gradually shrink outwards. The tighter the screwdriver was, the less water would come out of the gasket. However, with the pressure, there would be mist. After dinner, Xiaoyi, you draw a picture. Baigu agreed. With an additional spray car, they could leave at any time. No one would reject it. Everyone would be able to cool down. Li Yi poured wine for both of them. I can only draw a man-made picture. It needs people to step on it and not suppress it. Why? Song Jing wanted to know what else was there to suppress. The blowtorch on the hot air balloon is that. Old Song, do you want to learn? Li Yi pointed to the canopy. Song Jing shook his head like a rattled drum. No. I'm not interested in those things. He already knew that when he returned to Chang'an he would learn it. The hot air balloon and gunpowder were top secret. No one was allowed to ask about it. Otherwise, why did the Li family Zhuangzi have 3 layers of protection? He heard that this was how Tubo was cheated. 250,000 yuan. After dinner, Li Yi gave each of them 3 big pills made of hawthorn, licorice, dark plum and luohan fruit. Eat one first. Eat one before going to bed. If you are thirsty in the middle of the night or wake up in the early morning, eat one more. You two eat too much spicy food. Li Yi was afraid that both of them would have constipation if they ate too spicy foods, so he gave them some supplementary food. The 2 of them were not polite at all. They ate one on the spot. It was sour and sweet. The sweetness of luohan fruit was different from normal sweetness. When you 2 leave tomorrow, let the people in Zhuangzi take a few sets of equipment. Now I will draw and ask the workshop to do it. It will be fast. Li Yi motioned for the palace maids and eunuchs to arrange accommodation for the 2 of them. He went back to draw. Song Jing and Baigu lived in the same courtyard. They were not in a hurry to enter the room. They drank tea at the stone table outside. Ziyu and He Yin stayed behind to serve the 2 of them. No matter what, they were 2 ministers. The 2 of them had eaten too much of their own zhenban, so they sat next to them and drank tea together. You 2 go back to your rooms and rest. Baigu ordered. There were many rooms in the courtyard and there was a place for zhenban. Minister Bai, let them take a bath. It will be cool and refreshing. Ziyu suggested in a low voice. Yes, go take a bath. Baigu agreed. The 2 of them left happily. They had long wanted to take a bath. They had not washed their hair for 3 days. Xiaoyi really has a way. It will be cool in the Imperial City tomorrow. Baigu felt that his goal had been achieved. Who would have thought that Li Yi, who made such a big thing, is preparing for the winter war? No matter how much money he earns, I am not jealous, and I don't have to take it from him. Song Jing sighed with emotion about Li Yi providing things for the border soldiers. This old man is. Baigu was anxious. He felt that Song Jing was alluding to him. I'm not talking about you. It has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about this matter. Song Jing explained. Chapter 667. We'll be able to bring something back tomorrow. I've never heard of Li family Zhuangzi's logistics. Song Jing changed the topic. He heard about it when he came back. Baigu was obsessed with money all day long. It was said that His Majesty was already dissatisfied. He always wanted to get money from Li Yi. It didn't matter if he got money directly or found a way to get money. If he takes Zhuangzi to guard an important border city between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, Tubo will cry to death. Baigu was energetic when he talked about this. He took a sip of tea. Everyone knows that Li family Zhuangzi's workshop is the best, including the cafeteria. As long as there's a need, Zhuangzi will be faster than you can imagine. Send him out. Song Jing wanted to say send him over there. Sure. You can't send him out. Xiao Yi can only stay in Zhuangzi and walk around occasionally. He can't be too far away from the capital. Bai Gu put his finger in front of his mouth to emphasize Li Yi's range of activities. Why? Song Jing thought it was a waste of talent. Do you have dental implants? Seeing that you're missing 2 teeth, I'll take some time to make a bite mark. Xiao Yi will make you a dental implant like mine and put it on your other teeth. Some people don't have dental implants and suddenly fall sick, injured, or poisoned. The imperial physicians can't treat them, so they'll be sent to Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu started from the dental implants. He didn't say anything like, "You're sick," because it was inauspicious. Song Jing had gone through a physical examination. He was very confused by the results. In the end he was healthy, but his gastrointestinal tract wasn't very good. Now, he took the medicine prescribed by Li Yi and didn't take the croton prescribed by the imperial physicians. He suddenly realized that Li Yi was His Majesty's personal lifesaver. If he went far away, someone would fall sick. What a pity. Song Jing felt that it was not good for Li Yi to be a doctor. Ask about politics. His Majesty will come to ask about politics. Empress Wang brought the child over to play. The little guy is very willing to play in Zhuangzi. If Xiao Yi leaves Chang, and for 2 months, not to mention His Majesty, we will also feel empty in our hearts. Bai Gu told the truth. He and Yao Chong were already used to Li Yi's presence. As long as Li Yi stayed in Ba Shui's Li family village, even if he did not do anything, they would feel at ease. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't go against his heart. Li Yi gave everyone the feeling that he was the kind of existence that could turn the tide. As long as Li Yi was willing, he could reverse the situation. When he had no good ideas, he could look for Li Yi. Li Yi would help him think of one. It was very easy. The two of them chatted. Song Jing continued to ask about Li Yi. Li Yi first drew a blueprint and threw it to the workshop so that the workshop could make 8 sets of them. When he returned to the courtyard, he continued to draw. He still wanted to build 2 large windmills and connect them to pipes. He would usually use them for viewing, and at critical moments he would use manpower to help put out fires. There should be surface canals in the imperial city. There were actually many layers of brick and stone structures under the imperial city to prevent people from digging through the ground. The most powerful one was the Forbidden City. If they dug there, they would not be able to dig at all unless they used a tunneling machine. Before dawn, Song Jing and Bai Gu finished washing up, brought breakfast and 8 sets of large equipment, and returned to the imperial city with the help of the winged knights. The weather was still so hot, and there were no clouds in sight. In elegant words, the sky was blue as if it had been washed. In vulgar words, it would be, "Fuck, why isn't it raining yet?" In history, Li Longji went to Luoyang to eat next year. It was easy to understand by looking at the weather. This year the people felt it was too hot, but no one suffered from heatstroke. There was herbal tea everywhere, and they could quench their thirst with a little money. Some places even had free soup. Not only the Li family Zhuangzi, but also the rich people who were partners with Li Yi in business also gave soup to drink. They gave mung bean soup. There were only a few mung beans in a large pot, and they added some salt. Whoever wanted to drink it could drink it. The soup was cold. After it was boiled, it was just placed there. There was no one watching it, and no one stole the stove and pot. Rich people would not spend the effort to steal the pot. What if they were caught? If they stole it, would they sell it or take it home? If they sold it, their names were written on the pot. If they took it home, the neighbors would definitely be curious. The person who provided the pot would report it to the authorities, and the neighbors would report it. There were also large iron pots at the entrance of the imperial city in 3 directions. They built a shed and boiled mung bean water. There was sugar in it. The children were the most willing to come over to drink it. After drinking so much water, they could not eat any more. I had a good night's sleep at his place. The children drank water early in the morning. At the entrance of the imperial city, Bai Gu shook his head when he saw the children drinking the free mung bean water with bamboo tubes. In order to drink that little bit of sweetness, no one suffered from heatstroke on such a hot day. I can't say anything. Song Jing knew why the children drank water and put sugar in it. He also knew that everywhere in the capital, including on the roads from other counties, there were sheds that provided light salt water to drink. As the two of them talked, the other officials who came over saluted and greeted them. At the same time, they looked at the 8 big guys curiously. What was that? It was such a long pole, and it looked like a cart used to fight fires. Today was the 22nd of June, and there was no court meeting. The things were brought to Xingqing Palace like a crane. When Li Longji heard the news, he ran out with a group of officials to take a look. Song Qing, Bai Qing, what did the two of you bring back from Li family Zhuangzi yesterday? Li Longji knew about the situation last night. The two of them went to Li family Zhuangzi to look at the pandas in a public place. Then they went to find Li Yi for dinner. What was it now? It was so big and it looked like it could be set up. It would be very tall. Your Majesty, it's something that creates mist. The winged knights gave the answer. To see a rainbow? Li Longji actually thought of this. There should be one, but it's to lower the temperature of the imperial city. It's dry and hot. The winged knights were also not sure if there was a rainbow. I felt that the room was too hot. When I opened the door, there was hot wind blowing in. I'm not used to using ice, so I told Li Yi. Bai Gu took the initiative to admit that this was his purpose. Thank you, Bai Qing. If it's useful, I'll make another batch. Li Longji squeezed out a smile. He knew that if anyone could find Li Yi to ask about this, Li Yi would definitely give them a solution. Song Jing walked in and approached Li Longji. Your Majesty, Li Yi is buying old clothes, especially leather clothes, to refurbish and change them into winter hats and gloves. For the soldiers? This was the first thing that came to Li Longji's mind. Yes. Song Jing did not flatter him. He was very direct. Only Brother Yi would be able to think of such things. Investigate those who had impeached him in the past. Li Longji's tone was very light. After he finished speaking, he sped up and returned to his seat. Your Majesty, Song Jing muttered softly. He wanted to investigate. As the Minister of Justice, he felt that he should seek justice for Li Yi. Why should an honest person be bullied? Even if Xiao Yi did not look very honest. When the court session began, everyone spoke. Still, no one said anything about the Qingzhang incident. No one said that this year's harvest would be poor. Waiting for the court session to disperse, 8 devices were set up. A human-powered bicycle was stepped on. One device was stepped on by 4 people at the same time, sending water up to the sky. As the water mist appeared, they saw a rainbow. It was that simple. There should be one in the harem. Baby, don't you think so? Empress Wang held the little boy's hand and ran over to watch the show. She reached out to catch some water mist and said to her son, Thin. The little boy could not speak clearly. Chapter 668. Is anyone willing to give it a try? 2 days later, mobile sprayers appeared on the streets of Chang'an. 4 people stepped on the sprayers together to provide pressure. It was very tiring. They were smart and asked the people if they wanted to play. The people who were watching the fun were very willing to participate. They stepped on the sprayers with all their might. The ground was wet. There was a water wheel sprinkling water on the ground first. Now the sprayers were creating mist in the air. The water wheels behind them helped to replenish the water. When the mist was sprayed out, rainbows appeared one after another. The people in Chang'an felt like they were in a dream world. Dreams were not rainbows. It was the power of the Tang dynasty and the new technology. In fact, they did not get any benefits. They still had to work. However, they just wanted to see the current Tang dynasty. Can we find another chance to assassinate Li Yi? Isinba, whose leg had completely recovered, asked Wuxia in a low voice. Unless Tubo sends 200 hostages. But there are too many of our warriors captured there. They are exchanging hostages. Wuxia wanted to kill Li Yi, but he knew there was no chance. Li Yi was so timid that when he discussed the sale of alcohol with you, he was so far away that he could not even spit on you. The key was that Li Yi had killed many people. He killed them alone. Why didn't he learn from the Turks? After winning the battle, he became arrogant and was ambushed on the way back. When Li Yi went out, the winged knights would scout everywhere. They never gave anyone a chance. In the capital's territory, the scouts would spread out for 30 miles. They had never seen such a person. He could kill many people, but he was still so timid. Didn't he feel tired of staying in Zhuangzi all day? Didn't he want to go out and have fun? No. Li Yi was addicted to staying in Zhuangzi. What could they do? If we don't get rid of him, he will become a big problem. Isinba was jealous when he saw the people on the street reaching for the sprayers. The imperial city of Tubo did not have such things. There were no wide streets and neat squares. There were no smiles and rainbows in the hot weather. No one could always provide opportunities to make money and free soup. There weren't that many imperial physicians who didn't want money to treat their patients. Furthermore, he didn't have any easy-to-carry coupons to use as money. His Tubo only had copper coins and bartering. And the copper coins were from the Tang dynasty. The prosperity in front of him did not belong to Tubo. Old leather clothes, leather boots, a new basin, sandals, kitchen knives, scissors, needles, mosquito-repellent incense and soap. Just as Isinba regarded Li Yi as an enemy he must kill, a very discordant voice appeared. Along with the voice, a person pushed a flatbed cart forward. There were 2 large baskets on the cart. One of the baskets was filled with old clothes, while the other was filled with random things. How did you change it? This was the first time Isinba had heard this and he could not help but ask. The other party sized him up. The weather is so hot and you're still wearing leather boots? If you can't, I'll change your sandals for you. Look at what I'm wearing, pure leather shoes, hand-stitched, wear-resistant solid wood and cool soles with anti-slip texture. It's the latest Ba edition. What's the latest Ba edition? Boxy did not understand and felt that it was very impressive. The new sandals made by Li family Zhuangzi in Ba Shui, the other party replied patiently. This was just like when Li Yi was selling clothes, he would say, "This is the Korean edition," or, "This is the European edition." It sounded very awesome, but in reality it was popular in Korea and was now popular in the Abbasid Caliphate. Li Yi would not buy this kind of sandals. He was not from Korea or Arabia, so it was not suitable for him. Sorry. I feel that your shoes are a little too narrow for me. Boxy measured with his feet. This is a pair of slim-fit sandals. It brings out the beauty of your figure and feet. It's a pair of pedicure sandals. If you want to change it, you can make the size bigger. This person's feet moved and he wore it just right. Li Yi's clothes and shoes were not designed well. They were too small, too narrow and too thin and could not be sold. He would shout something about slim-fit sandals and when people bought them they would make them a size bigger. Simba stared at this person. If I take it off now, you will change it? Yes. This person nodded his head vigorously. Simba's slippers emitted a special smell. Cat should like it. The other party took a bottle of toilet water and sprayed it a few times. Then he used a piece of paper to pick up the leather shoes and threw them into the basket in front of him. He gave Simba a pair of sandals and it was not bad. He sprayed the toilet water on Simba's feet for free, and then pushed the cart away. Why does Li family Zhuangzi keep these things? Boxy stood to the side. The smell was too strong. I don't know. After a while, Simba gave an answer. Then he looked at his feet and turned around. At noon, Li Qingqi came to Li family Zhuangzi. Brother I found a problem. Li Qingqi ate the eggplant with garlic paste and slurped the cold noodles. What's the matter? Li Yi scooped egg sauce that was not very salty into his bowl of noodles. Chang and city lacks baths. It's easy in summer because there are wells in every square. You can just put on some clothes and take a bath. In winter you can't take a bath even once a month. Li Qingqi peeled a clove of garlic and bit half of it. Then he said while chewing, I plan to build baths in every square. Li Yi looked at his big brother eating the garlic boldly. He swallowed his saliva and felt his throat hurt. He said, it will cost a lot of money. Yes, the houses in Chang and city are expensive. Is there a way to save money? That's why I came to ask you. Li Qingqi threw the other half of the garlic into his mouth. Big brother, don't eat raw garlic like this. It's not good for your stomach. There is a way. We can cooperate with the temples, monasteries, government offices, Li Palace, gardens and ancestral temples in every square. Let's not talk about making money. We can say that we provide a place for them to take a bath for free, and then they will do it for free. We can take the money from outsiders to take a bath. As expected, Li Yi answered every question and gave him an idea. Li Qingqi nodded. He was about to peel the garlic again when he stopped. How much money is appropriate? I want to let the people take more baths in winter. 1 coin per bath. They can do it at home. In winter it's more than 1 coin per bath. We can pay 1 coin per bath. Li gave him a price. Then we won't make money. Li Qingqi hesitated. Those who don't have money can just come here to take a bath. Those who have money can provide them with baths, massages, pedicures and tea. I guarantee that you can make some money but not a lot because you can't provide other services. The original intention is to let everyone take a bath and be healthy. Absolutely no problem. Li Yi said with certainty. This situation was to provide jobs, not to make money. Okay, I'll open baths in every square in Chang and city in winter. Li Qingqi agreed. We have to prepare now. We also need to ask the imperial physicians to keep an eye on them. If someone has a disease, they must be found and treated. As for the water, we need to add some lime. Li Yi was indeed thinking from a health point of view. Brother Yi, before I came here, I just received news that many Turkic tribes want to surrender. Li Qingqi began to talk about important matters. They can surrender, but we can't give them weapons. Moreover, their leaders can't be with us. Li Yi frowned. He knew about this matter because of Mazip's death. Chapter 669. The Qinling Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the Taiyuan Valley nurtured the people of the dynasty. It was difficult to grow plants in the mountains, so many officials wanted to buy land and store it. It's still early. They will be in chaos for a while. When the Turkic tribes surrender, the Tang dynasty will be able to free up people to face the Tubo dynasty. Li Qingqi took a sip of the cold noodle soup with ice stubble and said with a relaxed expression. Li Yi smacked his lips and also took a sip of the cold noodle soup. Fortunately, we prepared a lot of ice last year. Otherwise we would have to use saltpeter to make ice. The higher the water temperature, the more saltpeter we need. Li Yi sighed with emotion. Last year they dug a series of ice cellars and used well water to freeze ice, which could be eaten directly. The ice in the river was not so clean, but the people of the Tang dynasty also ate it and drank the river water directly. Li Qingqi had seen saltpeter used to make ice, a big basin with a small basin. The saltpeter that was used to make ice could be turned back. Now, a small part of the saltpeter in the Tang dynasty was supplied to the medicine shops, and the rest was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi to make gunpowder. The other kind of saltpeter could not be used to make ice, so it was used to make watermelon frost with watermelons or mixed with other medicines. Brother Yi, buy a piece of land this year to store ice. It's good that you don't need a lot of land. You can also use a cave. Li Qingqi wanted to increase the storage of ice and sell it. Now, someone was selling ice water which was very expensive. More ice from the 6 Li village was rewarded to the officials, more than before. The ice stored in the palace was also used a lot, and even the ordinary palace maids and eunuchs used it. The ice of the Li family Zhuangzi could be used just by looking at the cold noodles with ice stubble. Some ice stored in the imperial plantation of Wangxing was also sent to the palace. A large number of ice cellars in the Zhang family village served the tourists, so they could not take out more ice. It was absolutely impossible for the pandas not to give them ice. Li Yi frowned and thought about the amount of work. The Mount Li behind is not bad and there are also hot springs. It will be good if Wangxing can take care of it. The place Li Yi mentioned was the imperial garden connected to the imperial plantation, but it was not under Wangxing's management. Yes, ice can be stored there. Li Qingqi agreed. Speaking of places, there are a lot of uninhabited mountains in Huazhou and Tongzhou. I want to buy them. Li Yi stopped eating and went to get the map. Spreading the map out on the table, he pointed out a few areas that could be connected together. Li Qingqi took a look and said, the people of the 2 prefectures are farming in the areas where the plateau and the canyon have been washed out. It's too difficult to farm in the mountains. Building terraced fields. Now is not the time to protect the natural scenery. I want to build many terrace fields there. Li Yi explained his plan. The land you've designated is hundreds of thousands of mu. You want to send the captives from the southwest to build terraced fields? Li Qingqi looked at the land plan and did some calculations. It was estimated to be more than 300,000 mu, or even bigger. Let's buy it first. We can think about it later. There's no rush. Li Yi put away the map and continued eating. Okay, I'll ask around for you. That place belongs to the government and the price is not high. Li Qingqi was ready to help him get a good price. The mountains were useless there, so he did not want the price to be too high. After the terrace fields are built, you can still pay the rent. I own the land, so I don't enjoy the policy benefits. As long as the crops are grown, it's called rent. Li Yi offered a better price. If hundreds of thousands of mu of land were converted into terraced fields, they would be able to grow a lot of crops. Terraced fields were most suitable for growing rice. If the Jianghu rice was cultivated in Jiangnan province, it would be planted on the terraced fields next year and harvested twice a year. Li Qingqi shook his head and slurped his noodles. Terraced fields were not easy to grow. It was strenuous to plow the fields and troublesome to use water. Moreover, people had to go up and down. After lunch, Li Qingqi left with the idea of building a bathhouse at a low price and Li Yi's plan to buy such a large piece of land. He threw the matter of buying the land to Baigu and told Baigu that the terraced fields would be paid as rent. He discussed with each square about setting up a bathing pool. A group of people would handle it. Each square would choose 2 places. The government and the temple would cooperate. The people of the other side were allowed to bathe for free and they were allowed to bathe every day. In summer it was easy for the people to take a bath. It was the most convenient for them to swim by the river. As for the rest, they could wash with well water at home. It was cool and cost less. Sprinklers and spray trucks were running back and forth on the streets. The cleaners in the 2 cities were the busiest. They were required to clean up every hour. No dirty water or dirty things were allowed to prevent people from getting sick. The butchers covered the entire case with gauze nets. They did not allow the cut pieces of meat to be hung for flies to bite. The people who repaired the water nets wore bamboo hats and were bare-chested. After a while, they were urged to come up to drink water by the supervisors. On the road from other places to Chang, and there were sheds that were sent by the yamen to provide water at every certain distance. The people who were in a hurry would enter the sheds when they came across them. They would sit down and chat, take a rest, and mainly drink water. Her Majesty used the money from the auction of the right treasury to provide water for everyone. The temporary low-ranking official said something important. As for who would drink the water, he had to emphasize that Her Majesty would pay for it or the money from the sale of the right treasury. Li Longji listened to Li Yi's idea. They took out the land tribute that they did not need and auctioned it off. They would tell the people where it was provided. They could help the local people advertise and raise funds to do things. The people were indeed moved. Every year there were people who died from the heat. The water in their own water bags could not quench their thirst. They could only ask for water to drink when they came across a village. This year there were sheds everywhere in the capital. The water they drank had salt and green beans in it. Places where there was no green bean water were given tea. There was also a little salt in the tea. In the imperial city, Baigu handed 2 documents to his subordinates. Send these to Huazhou and Tangzhou. His subordinates arranged for people. He turned around and went to the political affairs hall. Something big had happened. The documents said that the 2 prefectures were to sell their land. They did not say that they were to sell it. Baigu could not decide whether to sell or not. A spray truck sprayed mist from the side. Baigu looked up at the rainbow and shook his head. It's still drought. The people are watering their fields with well water. They are all waiting for the water network to be built. This year there have been no reports of people dying from the heat in the capital. Baigu muttered to himself. He reached out and caught some more mist. He felt much cooler. When he reached the political affairs hall, he directly said to the 3 prime ministers who had come out of their respective offices, Li Yi wants to buy land. He bought nearly 400,000 mu of land. He bought mountains in Huazhou and Tangzhou. He said that he wants to build terraced fields. I have already sent the documents for the land in Xinjiang to the 2 prefectures. The 3 of them were stunned. 400,000 mu of land in other prefectures? Li Yi can afford it. Lu Huaishan considered it from a financial point of view. He bought that land and wants to build terraced fields. Does he not know how to build terraced fields? Zhang Shua began to suspect that Li Yi did not know anything about farming. Terraced fields were something that no one knew how to do. Farming 1 mu of terraced fields was more tiring than farming 3 mu of flat land. The key was that the yield was not as good as that of flat land. It was tiring but not rewarding. The 2 prefectures are not far from Chang'an. It is relatively easy to manage. Yao Chong explained his point of view from a management point of view. Sell it to him? Baigu understood that Yao Chong meant to sell it. It is not up to you and I to decide whether to sell it to him or not. Give him a low price. We can't always let him suffer losses. Yao Chong did not have any other thoughts. Her Majesty would ask to sell it. Xiao Yi said that as long as the crops are grown, we will pay rent. Baigu did not care about the price. He cared about the rent. The rent was grain. The grain was stored in the warehouse. He was confident. Chapter 670. Get out of the way, rumble rumble rumble. Li family Zhuangzi got out of the car. The people in front shouted for other people and cars to get out of the way. There were cast iron crushers in the cars, which were used to grind the ores and clinkers for cement. Previously, Zhuangzi used hammers to burn cement in a big iron box, added water and connected the hammers with a lever. The hydraulic power of the river pushed it and slowly crushed it. There was a high demand for cement for the tracks from Luoyang to Chang'an. The river in Lantian County used crushed stones and couldn't keep up with the progress. The men among the migrant workers were sent out. They used this kind of foot-operated crusher to crush the clinkers. Cast iron things were heavy. Li family Zhuangzi's car was equipped with bamboo shock absorbers and iron springs. At the same time, a large number of protective masks were sent. Originally there were only masks when burning cement. Now they wore masks made of glass, charcoal powder and cotton cloth. Their clothes were also one piece. The advantage was that they wouldn't get sick from inhaling dust. The disadvantage was that they had to rest for half an hour, drink water, and take a shower with well water. The migrant workers were only responsible for processing the clinkers. They didn't participate in the raw materials and the firing process. Previously they were responsible for planting fruit trees, digging ditches and fencing the 30,000 mu of land that Li Yi bought. As soon as they finished their work, they had a new job to go to the cement factory. Li family Zhuangzi's chickens were thrown there to be free range. The ducks and geese were in the water every day. Look, there's never a lack of work. As a leader, you must always think about what work you can do. Li was talking to Baigu. Today, Baigu brought the contract and land documents. It was the end of the month. Tomorrow would be July. Li wanted to buy 210,000 mu of land. It was a round number, but the data was a lot worse. It wasn't the area of mountains but the area of flat land. The total area was more than 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. The mountains stood on it, so the total area was bigger than this. It was sold for 500 yuan per mu. It was equivalent to Li Yi spending 105,000 yuan to buy nearly 2 million mu of land. Those were all mountains. Could it be counted as flat land? Yes. I know, Xiaoyi, you're amazing. Do you still have money? None, can be paid in installments. No interest. Hurry up and change it to terraced fields. Bai Gu and the prime ministers came to the conclusion that there was no point in leaving the mountain there. If he wanted to change the land into terraced fields, the cost would be the biggest. He wanted to save money for Li Yi and use it to change the land into terraced fields. With 2 million mu of land, as long as they could produce 1 million mu of land, how much food could they grow every year? Paying rent was only a part of it. As for the rest of the grain, Li Yi still had to sell it to the capital magistrate. He could not finish it all by himself. Li Yi smiled and nodded. We are a typical case of officials and businessmen colluding to embezzle the land and resources of the Tang dynasty. Wrong. This is called collusion between officials. You are an official. As long as you can grow food and make up for the lack of food, I will sell it to you at the same price. Bai Gu did not admit to colluding with officials and businessmen. It did not sound good. He had no intention of protecting the resources. He only wanted more food to eat. Li Yi became serious. Don't worry. I will definitely pay more than what I get. 105,000 mu. I have cash. I can even pay twice as much. Li Yi was rich. Currently, Zhuangzi had more than 300,000 mu of funds to use. This was the balance after constantly throwing money out. It was not money that was casually printed. Zhuangzi's main sources of income were from buying floral water and buying large amounts of soap and soap made from oiled paper. There were fewer people buying glycerin. They could only increase it in the winter. There were not many people who sold flour and had a stable income. They had sold too many tea leaves before. Now it was enough for everyone to drink for a while. The capital magistrate's office was relatively saturated with kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Generally, they would wait for businessmen to come and buy dozens or hundreds of bottles. As for the large amount of oil residue left over from boiling oil, the farmers had long since grown tired of eating it. They would put it in free soup for people to drink. The money that came back was used to help people buy clothes, other things, and rent handheld flour grinders. The rental of 20,000 cows and horses did not cost much. It helped the capital magistrate's economy develop. Bai Gu could not calculate the Li family Zhuangzi's income and expenses. He was still worried and asked, "Is there enough money to feed the captives?" "Enough. The captives can go to work. I won't provide food." Li Yi said with a look of "I don't care." "So, they can eat a lot." Bai Gu was sad. The captives worked for free and he paid for their food. They also work hard. Li Yi was not convinced. The captives in the war were strong. "Since you have money, I will take it with me when I go back. I will give Huazhou and Tongzhou 5,000 mu each. The Ministry of Revenue can only get 95,000 mu from selling land." When Bai Gu mentioned 95,000 mu, Li Yi had a feeling that he was looking down on it. 95,000 mu was more than 5 million. Last year, the entire Tang dynasty earned nearly 4 days' worth. Li Yi laughed. "Old Bai, from February to July, did the Ministry of Revenue make a lot of money from taxes?" "Not a lot. I need to spend money everywhere. It's not easy for me to be the Minister of Revenue." Bai Gu looked like he was about to cry. "Then how much is it?" Li asked. "More than 9 million. What about it?" Bai Gu stared. "Mu, right? From February to April, there is still the support of the greenhouse vegetable tax. After April, the Yellow River can be transported and merchants will flood in." Li knew where the money came from. He also knew that when the grain harvest in the south began, there would be another period of growth before winter. Then, the price of greenhouse vegetables in the winter would be lower and the quantity would increase. A lot of taxes could be collected. This included the extra tax from the capital magistrate's land survey. This year's tax could be compared to this year's annual rental income. The imperial court is not afraid of war now. There is money. Bai Gu smiled. 1.8 million mu was spent. It could be considered an investment to build a water network, roads to every village and houses for the people. There were more practical benefits to gaining fame. When the river was reopened next spring, the effect would be seen. Okay. But if we don't have to fight, it's better not to fight. We should focus on defense and fight for years to come. Li Yi was worried that Li Longji would take the initiative to send troops to fight Tubo. Tubo's current location was still okay. The closer they were to the sea, the higher the altitude. The soldiers could not breathe. It was not like he could provide them with unlimited oxygen. How many oxygen tanks did each of them have to wear? Even if you don't attack them, they will still attack. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Baigu now supported the war because he had money. The Taibai Mountain near us is not bad. Why don't we choose the troops to fight Tubo and climb Taibai Mountain for training? It is at least 3,000 meters above sea level. Li was thinking about how to train the soldiers. If they could adapt to the height of Taibai Mountain and do strenuous exercise, the chances of winning against Tubo would be higher. When fighting Tubo, the soldiers from other parts of the Tang dynasty were obviously affected by the climate. The soldiers who could fight the best were the local soldiers. They could adapt. For example, in Songzhou, the highest place was Min Mountain, which was 5,500 meters above sea level. Songzhou was 2,800 meters above sea level. They could take the initiative to fight into Tubo. The winged knights were specially trained strong soldiers. So the operation was successful. They captured many people in Tubo and were negotiating there to exchange the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Baigu did not say anything. He was thinking about the situation. That makes sense. Training soldiers. Training soldiers in Taibai Mountain. Taibai Mountain is very cold in winter, just like Tufan. Baigu was surprised. Chapter 671. Xiaoyi, you've made me think highly of you. Baigu had already decided to return to the imperial city and tell Yao Chong. Yao Chong was the minister of war. Thank you. Li did not look happy at all after being praised. I heard that you're very good at training soldiers? Baigu brought up another matter. No, I can only train the winged knights. Li shrugged and spread his hands. Baigu. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. When he felt that he could still hold on, he said, Logistics is a problem when soldiers from all over the country rotate to Taibai Mountain. What's the use of telling me about logistics? Look for the logistics. Can I still follow them when they go to the border to fight? They have to train themselves. Li refused. He did not want the regular army to slack off after he took charge. I want you to teach them logistics. Baigu reorganized his words. Do they still need to learn logistics? They naturally know how to arrange logistics when they're fighting a war. Li still refused. For example, the speed at which you make buns and skewers in Zhuangzi can't be learned by others. Baigu already knew how Li family Zhuangzi operated. You said small skills. When the army really comes for training, Zhuangzi will teach them everything. Li agreed. There were many small tools in Zhuangzi. For example, a jig to lift the pot out of the pot, a wiper to rub the cucumber shreds, a machine to mince the stuffing, a small brush to scrape the fish scales. He used to have everything on the internet. Although the tools were small, they were very useful. There were also foot-operated blowers, folding brackets, Luoyang shovels, multifunctional military shovels, folding buckets coated with glue. They were all used to equip the logistics team of the army. Of course, it saved time. Folding buckets were much more useful than water bags. They could hold a lot of water at one time and were light. I should take it out and sell it. Li Yi thought of the good things in Zhuangzi and realized that they had not been converted into goods. If you sell it, the Tubo people will learn it. Baigu wanted to stop him. Old Bai, are you sure our army won't be left out during the war? It's just right for the common people to use it in their daily lives. It's easy for others to learn it, but difficult to make it. Li was not worried. Some products required screws. When they saw the screws, Tubo people would think that they were cast and not made by tapping machines. Wait for me to go back and ask. Baigu wasn't sure of the situation. He only knew that whatever the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to sell, he had to do some research. It seemed that Li Yi could take out a military weapon at any time. What if he accidentally sold it? Alright, old Bai, you take your time asking. I'll think about it and see if there are any other good things. When the army comes, I'll equip them with them. Li Yi did not care. Whether he sold it or not, it had no impact on Zhuangzi's finances. Baigu was relieved. Li Yi had promised and he would not sell it secretly. This was something that he could trust. He continued to look at the migrant workers as they left Zhuangzi. These people's income would definitely decrease if they left Zhuangzi. Li Yi was always able to find suitable jobs for them, and they were also diligent in their studies. Baigu felt that after this year, the migrant workers would not be able to take the imperial examinations. However, they would still be able to become a small scribe. Especially when they went to the village to teach the children, write letters to the villagers and read notices. The notices could be implemented in the village in the future, and more people would be able to read. Baigu looked for a moment. Xiao Yi, the men among the migrant workers are going to the cement factory, and the women are still looking for jobs? There are jobs. I'm making mullion windows. We are using mullion windows now, but they can be made into horizontal mullion windows. I want to make blinds. Li Yi had already prepared for this. After one job was done, he immediately arranged for the next one. These people had always been able to get an income. At this moment, they had regained their household registration. They had settled down in Wanyin and Chang and counties, and they did not have to pay taxes. They did not have land, and when they were exempted from being mediocre, they did not have to pay a single cent to the imperial court. However, they also contributed to the tax collection of the Ministry of Revenue. They had to spend money, and the foreign businessmen had to pay taxes. They worked for the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of large transactions, and they also had to pay taxes. Li Yi was looking forward to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, and Baigu had his eyes on the blinds. What are blinds? Luxury goods? Baigu looked at Li Yi and hoped that Li Yi would say yes. No. Li Yi shook his head. It is made of bamboo and hemp rope, and there are businessmen who buy it in large quantities. Plus tax, it is 20% tax one. The people buy it in small quantities, and my Zhuangzi is considered a shop. We pay 30% tax one. The process is simple and there is no way to keep it a secret. Others can learn it as soon as they learn it. It is very interesting. It can ventilate and block out the sun. Li Yi did not mention the problem of exposure at special angles. The windows used now, if there was no sticker, wouldn't they be exposed? The purpose of making blinds was to block out the sun and let in the wind. The weather was hot now, and when the sun shone they wanted to ventilate, so they used blinds. Do you have the real thing? Baigu was slightly disappointed. It was not a luxury goods and they could not receive high taxes. Follow me. Li Yi brought Baigu to the place with blinds. The canteen was just installed today. The canteen windows were screened outside, and blinds were hung on the inside. Pull it up, and the windows changed. Sure enough, the sun and wind could blow in. Baigu tried a few times and then ran outside to let Li Yi operate it. Xiao Yi, the blinds can see outside, but outside can't see inside? Baigu thought of the secret. Yes, you can see it from special angles. The blinds are used to block out the sun and let in the wind. After adjusting the blinds, Li Yi gave the answer. The holes on the bamboo were made by a hand-operated drill? Baigu was getting more and more knowledgeable. He even knew about hand-operated drills. Li Yi did not answer such an idiotic question. Instead, he said, when you leave, take 2 sets and find someone to make it. If you can't keep it a secret, others can learn it if they want. Okay, I'll find someone to make it. My family is rich. Baigu did not want to ask for more. He was indeed rich. Every day he sent people from Zhuangzi to buy red and blue lead wholesale. Baigu left with the samples. He did not eat, but he took a small jar of chili oil. His family loved it and he would occasionally eat a few mouthfuls. When the weather was hot, he ate less. According to historical records, he and Li Dan were already dead. Now he and the Emperor Emeritus were still living very comfortably. They could even run to Li Yi to give benefits, fish for benefits, and take benefits. Li Yi sent Baigu across the bridge. He came back and fried a handful of braised pork skewers and tofu skin skewers and cold noodle soup. He found a shady location and watched the busy crowd at the head of the Ba River Bridge. From time to time he would drink a mouthful of yellow wine. After this year, as long as the merchants who buy things from the Li family Zhuangzi are smart enough, they will definitely discover the advantages of labor-intensive industries. The products produced are of the same quality and the price will be lower. When many people don't have to pay taxes, and when they don't even have land to pay taxes, capital will recruit them to work. And the prosperity of a country must be linked to commerce. From the beginning of bartering, the status of trade is determined. Surplus goods are sold in exchange for other things that one needs. Li drank the wine and talked to himself. He was not like Baigu, who only cared about taxes. What he wanted to promote was the industrial chain. He did not need to deliberately raise the status of merchants. As long as the merchants could trade normally, it was enough. Baigu, who left, did not know that the blinds in his hand were deliberately thrown out by Li Yi. Moreover, the price would be very low. It was so low that if others made it themselves, they would actually lose money. Chapter 672. Look, I got something good from Xiao Yi again. Baigu asked his followers to carry 2 bamboo blinds. He didn't return to the Ministry of Revenue, but went straight to the Political Affairs Hall. Wei Zhigu was in the Political Affairs Hall. He didn't want to come before. As a former Prime Minister, he was in a bad mood when he returned to the Political Affairs Hall. He felt even worse when he saw Yao Chong. Now he was used to it. Let him come. Anyway, Yao Chong's words were not as effective as the one outside. Now that you've taken me down, you're going to have all the power? Wei Zhigu came to ask for money. He knew that Li Yi bought land in Huazhou and Tangzhou. Since they needed water, they should build a water network. The Ministry of Works would be in charge, the imperial court would pay, and the local economy would be stimulated. As soon as Baigu came in, everyone looked at him and the things his followers were carrying. Long Zhe is here? Wei Zhigu was very enthusiastic. He needed money to build a water network and also to cancel the harmony of the two neighboring provinces. He saw Li Yi's plan and decided to help. The capital government canceled the harmony, but it didn't reduce the income. The people would find work that suited them. The imperial court's overall income in the capital government increased because of the tax. This was a special economic model. Wei Zhigu admitted that he couldn't understand it all at once. He also admitted that Li Yi wouldn't cheat the Tang dynasty. Baigu was vigilant. Why did he call him by his courtesy name? Why did Wei Zhigu come to the political affairs hall? Ah. Baigu replied with a single word, neither cold nor warm. Baigu, I have an idea. Wei Zhigu didn't care about Baigu's attitude. It was more important to do business. Don't tell me. We are both ministers. Baigu refused to listen. Okay, I'll talk to Li Yi. Wei Zhigu turned his head. He didn't want to talk to Baigu. Zhigu, tell me. As long as the Ministry of Revenue can help, we will help. Baigu compromised. He couldn't ask Wei Zhigu to look for Li Yi. Li Yi always caused big trouble. I'll look for you at the Ministry of Revenue later. Wei Zhigu was satisfied. Xiao Yi has figured out a blind for everyone to see. Baigu began to introduce the window. Hang it up, pull the rope and adjust the angle. It can block the sun and let in the wind. There are no mosquitoes during the day. Take down the screen outside. Even if you sit by the window, it won't be so hot in the office. Baigu demonstrated it a few times and pointed out the advantages. Xiao Yi is really smart. Lu Huaishan was still used to praising Li Yi. He knew that once the things were out, his house would be equipped very quickly. He still had the shares and the cotton candy would continue to be sold. Even if others learned from him, the Heavenly Earth cotton candy would still have an income. What was even more amazing was that Earthly Paradise told him that there was a new product that needed to be reinvested with his dividends, and he still had shares. Luxury goods? Zhang said, deliberately mentioning this word. No. Baigu was instantly disappointed. He found a seat and sat down. Zhang Shua poured tea for him personally. Longzhe, why did Li Yi think of giving you this thing? Yao Chong wanted to ask the reason. He was an escapee from Zhuangzi. No, he called them migrant workers. After finishing the work for him, he rearranged the men to make cement and the women to make the blinds. Baigu always wanted to say that those people were escapees. Escapees were not only derogatory but also sinful. Li Yi didn't call them that. He called them migrant workers. Even so, Li Yi still wanted to call them migrant workers. He was disgusted with the word migrant workers. Construction workers were construction workers. Why did it have to overlap with the special discriminatory word, migrant workers? Some construction workers were not rural registered permanent residents. Li Yi didn't like migrant workers either. He wanted to call those people mobile freelance workers. During the census, the Bureau of Statistics would not call them migrant workers, but fixed population and mobile population. Yao Chong didn't care about the name problem. He personally operated the blinds. It's useful. Li Yi found new jobs for them. Li Yi called it employment opportunity. It should not be expensive. It's easy to learn. Yao Chong never gave up learning. He was trying to understand Li Yi's new vocabulary and operating methods. For those without farmland, Li Yi arranged long-term jobs for them, which meant large-scale work. Li Yi bought things through the Li family Zhuangzi for those who did have farmland. Finding jobs for tens of thousands of people, and at the same time the Li family Zhuangzi could make money. This was the best part. Yao Chong always thought that if there was someone like Li Yi in every state of the Tang dynasty, Tubo would have been destroyed long ago. There were also Khitans, Bohai, Turks, Abbasid Caliphate. They were all from the Tang dynasty. The southwest barbarians were the people of the Tang dynasty. There would be no accidents. Do you all want it? This old man will learn from the Workers' Alliance. Baigu decided to be generous for once and buy blinds for everyone. Li Yi will give it to us in 2 days. Zhang Shua was not in a hurry. He was used to it. If the Li family Zhuangzi had something good, Li Yi would give it to him. Li Yi bought a large piece of land and finally stopped. Making blinds? Very good. I hope that Li Yi will take out something small every few days. Lu Huaishan prayed. As long as Li Yi kept putting things out, there would be no big problems. The most frightening thing was that Li Yi had not made any moves for a long time. When he made a move, everyone would be caught off guard. Bai Gu packed up and left. Wei Zhigu followed to discuss the issue of setting up a water network around the capital office. It was now July. According to Li Yi's calendar, the first day of the 7th lunar month was the 28th day of the 7th lunar month. It just did not rain. The people who had a lot of land hired servants to help them suppress the water. The water network had not been fixed yet. The people had completed the small ditches around the well. The children did not know the worries of the adults. They found it very interesting when they helped suppress the well. Especially the children who did not go to school. They were willing to play with the adults by the well at night. The Workers' Alliance's drilling team never stopped. There was no Ministry of Works to pay them now. The Workers' Alliance volunteered to help the people drill. The people helped. Brother Yi, the drought this year is very bad. Li Longji felt uncomfortable in Xingqing Palace. Empress Wang took the children to sleep. He found another woman to do it. Then he did not sleep there. He ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. The weather was not only hot. If it was hot at night, there could be ice to cool it down. The key was that it was stuffy. It will be the same next year. Li Yi handed over a popsicle. Popsicles were the trend in Zhuangzi. They did not eat shaved ice. It was too tiring. Eat this for 2 days first. When I make the equipment, we will eat ice cream. It needs to be soaked. Li Yi wore a cotton singlet and trousers and sat by the artificial pool in the yard. He did not want the air conditioner, but he did not want anyone to help him. In fact, he could get a fan. He had electricity. He knew that there would be a drought next year. The Li Longji in history did not return from Luoyang. In history, Tubo was defeated in Songzhou. The Tujua's Macho died. The Tujua had internal strife. Many tribes relied on the Tang dynasty. Then, the Tang dynasty's Guangzhou region suffered 2 consecutive years of bad harvests. It was not easy for the international situation to change, but it was delayed because of this. Looking at the information, one would find that the Tang dynasty was not easy. Even God was not helping. Li Longji bit the popsicle and frowned. He did not know the history. He only needed to believe in his brother Yi. Brother Yi said that there would be a drought next year. Otherwise, why would Brother Yi build a water network? And so many wells. This year the wells were barely enough. Next year the water network would solve the problem. Every time there was a natural disaster, Brother Yi would plan ahead. Brother Yi, are you going to sell blinds? Is it a profitable business? Li Longji did not talk about mysterious things. He talked about normal things. It's profitable. Old Bai always wants to make money from me. I will not let him be happy. Li Yi smiled. Chapter 673. Yes, we can't let Old Bai be too arrogant. Li Longji expressed his support. He turned his head and asked curiously, Brother Yi, how can this make a lot of money? Do you make a lot of it? Quantity, we can't make a lot of money now. There are restrictions on manpower and materials. Bamboo and wood shutters need bamboo wood. Li Yi shook his head gently and took the toilet water with wormwood ingredients for Li Longji. The two of them were outside by the water. There were mosquitoes. He applied the toilet water himself. Li Longji had already clapped his hands a few times. Li Longji took the toilet water and put it down. He ran back to his courtyard and came back not long later. He was also wearing a tank top and trousers. He applied the toilet water and asked, I can't think of how a cheap shutter can make a lot of money. It's custom made. When we painted in the Tang dynasty, we painted freehand and not realistic. I painted freehand paintings, but more often I painted perspective paintings. Li Yi said that the current painting style was not good. You could tell by looking at the people in the painting. Even if you wanted to paint them realistically, you couldn't. He painted himself. Most of them were parts. How could this be freehand? He painted animals and people according to realism. If he painted well, it could be like a photo. Third brother, look, you saw a beauty and wanted to pursue her to replace sister-in-law. At this time no, Brother Yi, you can't talk nonsense. Your third brother will not let other women replace your sister-in-law. Absolutely not. Li Longji was sweating profusely. What kind of joke was this? The position of the empress could be changed casually? Even if something happened to the empress, it would be a war between the court officials and the emperor to appoint a new empress. Yes, let's change. There's a man who likes a woman and wants to spend the rest of his life with her. I can customize a shutter pattern for him. Li Yi smiled at Li Longji. Let's change an example. You'll use your painting style to draw it? For example, a panda? Li Longji followed the rhythm. That's right, one by one. Isn't the artist money? There are also roses, lilies, and lotus flowers. They're almost real. Li Yi gave a new price. The blinds could be sold for 1,000 yuan, even though it was just bamboo, wood, and rope. Blockhead, if you want better ones you can also raise the price. Li Longji was now used to economic thinking. That's in terms of the material. The money earned from using good wood is actually not much. I have another one. I'll give you 2 pictures. Li said and ran away. When he came back he had 4 pieces of paper in his hand. On the paper there were pictures that looked neat but no one knew what they meant. Third brother, are you cross-eyed? Look at this. Li took out a piece of paper and put it in front of Li Longji. Li Longji thought for a moment and placed his finger between his eyes. Soon he became cross-eyed. At this moment he was stunned. He realized that the picture in front of him had an edge, and he felt that he had entered a new place. When he looked at the picture normally it was a red rose. Now when he looked at it it was a blank picture of a big rose. Li took the paper away and Li Longji came back to his senses. Without waiting for him to speak, Li put the paper in front of him again. Third brother, when you look at the paper now you have to think that you can look very far behind the picture. Look at the picture and look into the distance. Li Longji nodded and began to try but there were no changes. Just when he was about to give up, the picture in front of him changed. A big rose was not blank, but a bump with color appeared in front of his eyes. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was in a new world. It was especially magical. His eyes were about to move and look elsewhere. He instantly came out of that state. He looked regretful. Just when he was about to look again, Li took the paper away. Third brother, you can practice this. This is called a 3-dimensional drawing. When you are familiar with it, you will be able to see the details without breaking away. Do you think it's expensive to put this on the blinds for 100 taels? Li mentioned the selling point of the blinds. It was a 3-dimensional drawing. It's not expensive. It's really cheap for 100 taels. You can take the girl you like to look at it and teach her as you look. When the girl sees such a beautiful picture, she will definitely be very happy. Li Longji admitted that he wanted to continue looking at it. It was too beautiful. He felt as if he had entered the picture. This was the feeling of seeing a 3-dimensional drawing for the first time. I have hundreds of pictures to choose from. They are custom-made, such as an umbrella in the rain, a person under an umbrella, and so on. Li introduced his stock. In fact, he had more. It was more strenuous for him to follow the drawing, but he could draw it. After that, he would hand it to the craftsman. It would be easy for the craftsman to draw after they were familiar with it. There's actually such a wonderful picture in this world. Brother E, 1,000 taels is not expensive. Li Longji was addicted. It depends on the consumer's spending power. No matter how rich a group is, it's unrealistic to spend 1,000 taels to buy one. Unless you promise them that you will only sell one to them, no one else can buy the same picture in the future. But that's impossible. I don't have many pictures. It's very strenuous to draw one. Yes, you can't just sell it to one person. Brother E, give me a few pictures of flowers. I'll show them to my sister-in-law. Li Longji took the initiative to ask. It was too beautiful. He wanted to find someone to share this special joy with. There are only 3 pictures here. I'll ask the craftsman to follow the drawing tomorrow. I'll draw another 7 pictures of flowers to make 10. Li agreed. When he first came in contact with it, he bought a lot of books. One book was more than 30 yuan, so there were only a dozen of them. It would take a long time to draw one by hand. It was much easier with a drawing software. Li Longji nodded and suddenly whispered, "Old by nose. He's going to ask you for 80% of the luxury goods tax again. If he draws one for me, I won't earn a single cent. I'll sell it to him. My labor costs are high, so it's 30 yuan tax." Li did not agree. What? The 3D drawing was a technological advantage. The kerosene lamp and thermos bottle in the past were to help Baigu secure his position as the Minister of Revenue and achieve results. Li Longji supported, "Yes, if he dares to take it, I'll find someone to impeach him." Li looked at Li Longji and said with a smile, "There's no need to impeach him. If I don't give it to him, he can't do anything to me." Brother E, you bought a lot of mountainous land and want to build terraced fields. Do you have people to farm them? Li Longji did not want to be entangled in the issue of impeachment. He was worried about the lack of manpower for the terraced fields. Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei, Rujiang's chief craftsman Wei Tu, left scattered cavalry attendant Jie, is familiar with the matters of the border. You can ask him about the surrender of the Turks. Li Yi gave a position and a name, using 2 people as examples. He sighed in his heart. The Tang dynasty was not without capable people, but other than Jiewan's words were believed, the other 2 people's words were ignored. Wei Tu said that they should not send troops and that it would cost them nothing more than money and food. In history, Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei gave 3 strategies, but no one listened. The Turks really did rebel as he said. After the rebellion he still had to lead the troops of Bingzhou to kill them. He was so aggrieved. I told you no, you can't arrange for the Turks to surrender like that. You don't listen. When something happens I have to deal with it. This was the current Tang dynasty's border generals. They were very intelligent, but the imperial court did not listen. When there was a problem it was up to them to solve it. Chapter 674. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in puzzlement. He thought, I asked you where to find people to farm and you gave me a person? Third brother, to open terraced fields there must be livestock involved. When the water network is out and the river flows the water transport will increase, and the cows and horses will be sent to farm. Li Yi returned to Li Longji's question. Zhuangzi has rented cows and horses to pull carts. When the water network is ready, the cows and horses will be rented out in winter. During spring, summer and autumn, as long as there is enough water in the water network, the cows and horses will be idle. We still need a lot of plows and rakes. Li Longji knows about farming. The water will flow down from the mountain. A mountain without water is definitely a barren mountain with stones and some weeds. There is no need to open terraced fields. Li Yi introduced the arrangement of terraced fields in the future. He did not want to open terraced fields for every mountain he saw. In fact, the place he bought did not have any barren mountains, only small hills. It was not suitable to open terraced fields, so he flattened it. Can we plant wheat in terraced fields? Li Longji thinks that planting wheat is easier to manage. Plant rice. This year Jiangnan province harvested a lot of seeds. In addition to supplying Jiangnan province, I want to try to plant rice on terraced fields to see if it can be planted twice a year. Li Yi pointed in the direction of Jiangnan, which was Fujian. Historically, Jiangxing rice was first planted in Fujian and then spread out. After mutation, hundreds of varieties of Jiangxing rice were developed. Now the rice planted in Zhuangzi was an ancient rice with low yield and good taste. These varieties were spread to the Japanese Empire and Korea. When Li Yi was born there were also later varieties. Later the northeastern rice was not delicious anymore. The taste was getting worse and worse. If these two kinds of rice were planted together, it would be the time for them to bloom. It was estimated that a new variety would appear. As for what the new variety would be, only God knows. Li Longji was relieved. He did not stay in Li family Zhuangzi. He turned around and went back to Xingqing Palace. Li Yi was bored and did not want to sleep. He walked around with his hands behind his back. He heard the sound of water splashing. He followed the voice and walked over. A group of Zhuangzi women were washing clothes by the river in Zhuangzi. Now they were washing silk clothes using the washing method, soaping, rubbing and floating in the water. Linen clothes needed to be beaten with a stick to get rid of the filth in the fibers. Since it was made of cotton, it was naturally a washboard. The washboard was not suitable for kneading hemp as it was too harmful to the hands. It was also not suitable for kneading silk as it was not good for silk. The farmers of Zhuangzi were very diligent. Now that they had finished washing the clothes, they would dry them out to dry before noon the next day. Silk is the easiest. It doesn't hold water. Dongzhu is here. A woman noticed the shadow under the light. The group of women greeted him one after another, then turned their heads and continued to wash. I'm too tired. How can I wash clothes like this? I'm a disgrace to Dongzhu. Li Yi threw down a sentence, turned around and ran away. He returned to the study in the courtyard and began to draw. After drawing he ran to the workshop and found the person on duty. He handed it over. Make it first. There are 3 types of clothes in total. The next day when the sun rose, Li Yi woke up late. He went to take a bath first and asked the palace maids and eunuchs, "Have you eaten?" "We're waiting for Dongzhu to eat together." Tao Hong replied. "Push the dining cart, let's go to the river to eat." Li Yi had said many times not to wait for him. Other than the palace maids and eunuchs who were on duty at night and were hungry, they still waited. The 9 of them brought the dining cart to the river where the clothes were washed. There was a water cart by the river that was connected to a wooden bucket. A pole attached to the lid could be raised at any time. It rotated and had a hexagonal buckle. When it was pressed down, the buckle would rotate a few times and latch onto a buckle on the lid of the wooden bucket, causing the pole on the lid to rotate together with the bucket. The person washing the clothes looked at the bucket. When it was about time, the pole would be lifted up and the other pole would be pressed down. The direction of rotation would be opposite. Li looked at it and said, "Actually we can add a clutch and pull the chain. We can replace the belt with a figure-8 belt and operate it manually. It's safer and faster than the current one." A belt pulley would drive the other wheel. The 2 wheels would be connected by a belt and rotate in the same direction. If the belt was in a figure-8 shape, The two wheels would rotate in the opposite direction. As long as the clutch was added, the two sets could be changed back and forth. The direction of rotation of the washing machine would also change. This was the washing machine that Li Yi had made. It was powered by water. The other one was hand-cranked and the third one was foot-cranked. At first, the hand-cranked washing machine was like this. Later on, steam engines were introduced and replaced. Dongzhu, the night shift, said that you came and ran away. I didn't expect you to go and think of a way. Dongzhu, you're the best. The person washing the clothes during the day had a look of worship on her face. Today they were using a water-powered washing machine. It was fast and easy. I should have thought of this earlier. The hand-cranked and foot-cranked ones can be sold. They don't need to be sealed too tightly. As long as the speed of shaking and stepping is controlled, the damage to the silk clothes will be minimized. Seeing that there were no problems in the operation, Li Yi was satisfied and stayed to eat. After hearing about it, the villagers who had nothing to do came to see the magical thing. The washing machine didn't require much technology. According to the various machines in Zhuangzi, the washing machine was nothing more than making use of them. In the afternoon, the Li family Zhuangzi connected a lot of buckets by the Ba River. The people in the freelancers' settlement took out their clothes and lined up to be washed. The notice board at the bridgehead had the design drawings and introductions of the three washing machines. The hand-cranked and foot-cranked objects were placed at the side for people to try. The winged knights asked for a set of drawings and 2 objects and ran to the palace. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu has come up with something new. It's good for washing clothes. The winged knights shouted outside Xingqing Palace. Not long after, the people nearby came to watch. The 2 palace maids, one cranked and the other stepped. The washing machine spun quickly. The one who cranked shook a few times and changed the direction. The one who stepped did the same. It's hard to shake, but it's good to only wash a few clothes. Yao Chong arrived. He wasn't surprised at Li Yi's new product. He was afraid that Li Yi wouldn't make a move for a long time and would occasionally throw out a convenient little thing. Very good. Zhang Shuo personally tried it. It's really not bad. Making one for washing clothes will make more money. Bai Gu looked carefully. It's not difficult to make. It's not a luxury item. People with good hands can make it themselves. He felt regretful, but then he was happy. My Ministry of Revenue built the water network this year. Doesn't that mean we can put a lot of small water wheels on the water network? It can be used to harvest grains and peel shells. If we change it to buckets, it can be used as washing machines. Old Bai, don't be so shameless. Song Jing couldn't stand it anymore. He was such a serious person, but now he learned Li Yi's style. Who are you calling shameless? The Ministry of Revenue will be responsible for the maintenance of the water network in the future. Bai Gu glared. Didn't the Ministry of Revenue make money from the cooperation with the ship? Lu Huaishan said to Bai Gu. Why are you always targeting me? Bai Gu turned his head. Yi Ting Palace can arrange it. Li Longji thought of a place. The Yi Ting Palace was busy with work, especially washing clothes. Many people woke up early in the morning and started working until dark. They didn't even have a bite to eat. The longer the day, the longer they had to work. Li Longji also knew that the people outside the palace who washed clothes for a living would earn more money with this product, especially in winter. Chapter 675. Selling newspapers, Li family Zhuangzi's hand-cranked and foot-operated washing machines, support renting before buying, payment in installments. Selling newspapers, washing machines can be bought from the Workers' Alliance, and Li family Zhuangzi will pay you back as if you buy clothes from a clothing store. Selling newspapers, the 3 Workers' Alliance will set up their own clothing washing organizations. Huan Yang will join, and the price of washing clothes will be guaranteed. The next day after Li Yi took out the washing machines, the paper boys ran through the streets and alleys shouting. Good, I was worried that the people who wash clothes for others wouldn't be able to afford the washing machines, and I was also worried that the price of washing clothes would be lowered with the washing machines. In Baifu Palace, Li Dan read the contents of the newspaper and was very happy. What he was worried about was human nature. If it was easy to wash clothes, the price would be lower. The washing women themselves didn't make much money, and they could only make a living. He had never seen anyone who made a fortune by washing clothes for others. Xiao Yi, this child's mind is so clever, just like a daughter. Noble consort Lu praised. Li Longji didn't say anything. His eyes now wanted to see everything in 3D. Li Yi gave him 20 3D paintings, and his eyes were used to looking at them in that state. Empress Wang, who took care of children, was similar to Li Longji. She also looked at it and learned it at the same time. She was going to wait for the Li family Zhuangzi's 3D painting blinds to be made and put a few in her palace. Princess Yongmu was looking at a painting in a daze. At first she saw the same thing as the painting and there was nothing else. As she looked, she was distracted. A beautiful big flower appeared in front of her eyes, and the surroundings dimmed. It was the first time she had seen such a painting technique. It could actually hide something in a painting, and it could only be seen with a special method. How do I start drawing? It was so magical. Sanlang asked Xiao Yi about the things hidden in the right corner. See what he likes and give it to him. Noble consort Lu suddenly said to Li Longji. Zhuangzi didn't lack gold, silver and other things. Everything else was food and decorations. Zhuangzi had food. Let's take a look and choose something suitable. Li Longji came back to his senses and thought for a while. He didn't feel that there was anything good in his right treasure trove. Li didn't like jewelry and other things. Li Dan said, the soup in Mount Li is closer to Zhuangzi than his own soup in Lantian County. Okay, I'll let Wang Xing tell Brother Yi. Li Longji still felt that it was not good enough when he heard that it was a hot spring. Other people couldn't soak in the hot springs. The hot springs in the capital office were monopolized by the imperial family. There was a hot spring behind the drunken immortal residence that was open to the public. Moreover, the water in that hot spring was delicious. Ordinary hot springs could only be soaked in and not drunk. Empress Wang rubbed her eyes and said, Uncle said that the hot spring water should be packed in a big bucket. It's good to bring it back and heat it up again. The weather is hot. You'll get dizzy if you soak in the hot water. You can't soak in it too much. You still have to give birth to a few more children. Noble consort Lu was concerned about Empress Wang. She didn't have any children and couldn't have any more now. There's no hurry. Let's wait for Jin to grow up. Empress Wang didn't want to see her brothers fighting. She couldn't give birth continuously. She listened to her uncle. They'll wait until next year and see how things go. Li Yi, who was the topic of conversation, was watching the pandas bathing in the panda park. The weather was hot. The pandas found it too hot to stay indoors. They ran out and rolled in the pool. The pandas who were taking care of their children hadn't separated from them yet. It wasn't time yet. The female pandas had to be more than 1.5 years old before they would leave their children to mate with the male pandas. Li Yi sat under a pergola and watched. The weather was hot. There were many sheds around the pergola, but there were many tourists. Not only were there many tourists in Li family Zhuangzi, but there were also tourists in Liuli village. Send 2 pieces of ice over. Who can afford to raise them? Li Yi saw that the pandas were uncomfortable from the heat and ordered. The cub ran to arrange it. Not long after, according to the number of people, a piece of ice was allocated to each panda. The person who delivered the ice was pushing a cart, wearing a full set of fish scale armor, while the others were holding thick shields. When the pandas saw people coming, they didn't move. When they saw the ice on the cart, they climbed out of the water and rushed to the ice delivery team amidst the exclamations of the crowd. When they reached the place, the pandas directly threw themselves on the ice and remained motionless. Everyone worked together to tilt the cart, and the pandas slid down the ice. The pandas didn't pay attention to them at all. They turned over and continued to lie on the ice. The audience laughed and the pandas looked like they couldn't take it anymore. The audience didn't think about the ice. It was 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide and half a meter thick. It could be sold for a lot of money if it was used to make shaved ice. Now it was given to the pandas. When I build the zoo and find other animals, the industry must expand in advance. Otherwise, I won't have the money to raise them. Li finally knew why his zoo always went bankrupt at that time. Either they skimped on the animals' food and treatment to save money, or they sold the animals and left some animals that didn't cost so much. Unless there were a lot of tourists and the price of the tickets was affordable. In addition, the restaurant in the zoo was expensive. Otherwise, he would forget about raising pandas. Li was glad that he was staying in Chang'an. If he were in a remote place, opening a zoo would be courting death. When the tourists saw that the pandas had ice, they bought iced sour plum soup. There was free soup which was warm and delicious. However, the tourists wanted to drink cold and iced herbal tea. Dongzhu, according to their purchasing power, it's okay, Pine Tree number 1 observed and said to Li Yi. This group of palace maids and eunuchs were all number 1, the first batch. Now they didn't regret it. They couldn't stay at that time and had to change shifts. There was strength in numbers. In the future, when there are more animals, it will be difficult to recoup the cost with the tourist consumption. There are no financial subsidies from the imperial court. Li Yi shook his head. He actually thought of the naming rights. Rich people came to adopt a panda and paid money, but the panda couldn't be taken away. When they introduced the panda, they would say who raised it to raise the panda's reputation. However, he rejected it in his heart. Did the Li family Zhuangzi need other people to invest money? The Li family Zhuangzi was rich and had to let the people know that they were rich. He was in a good mood and returned to Zhuangzi to teach the nurses. The 220 officials who went to Xinjiang land still had a long time to return. In the blink of an eye, the tribes of the Tiela 9 families all ran to the Dao army's encampment. They used to rely on Moshe, but after Moshe died they turned to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's imperial court, from Li Longji to Yao Chong, all breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Chong, the minister of war, felt that a big problem was solved. At this time the governor of Bing province, Wang Bei, wrote a letter. He said that those people, once the war with the Turks on the other side ended and the country was rebuilt, they would definitely run back. Those who ran back would attack the Tang dynasty again, and those who didn't run back would become the enemy's spies. Therefore, those who surrendered should be moved to the interior and not allowed to continue to stay at the border. The memorial was first sent to Yao Chong. Yao Chong didn't care and gave his opinion, then sent it to Li Longji. Li Longji first saw that Yao Chong said not to worry, then looked at who sent it, and then he became serious. The governor of Bing province, Wang Bei, was the person that Brother Yi mentioned a few days ago. Summon Minister Yao and the others to Xingqing Hall for a meeting. Minister Bai, the Minister of Revenue, is also here. Li Longji didn't dare to listen to Yao Chong. He ordered to meet the 3 prime ministers and Bai Gu, who was in charge of money. The weather has been too hot recently and Nong Nong's health is not stable, but he will work hard to write and ensure the quality. Brothers and sisters, subscribe, thank you. Chapter 676. The 4 of them arrived, but they didn't understand why His Majesty summoned them so urgently. Everyone, please take a seat. After the 4 of them bowed in greeting, Li Longji ordered for tea to be served. It was a small matter. Everyone had a seat in Xingqing Hall. If they wanted to eat, they could have a seat. If they didn't eat, they had to stand. When the 4 of them were seated, Li Longji asked, Bingzhou Governor Wang Bei said that he gave 3 strategies for surrendering. The best strategy is to move to the interior. The middle strategy is to stock up more troops and horses for the Dao army and supervise them on the spot. The worst strategy is to not guard against them. What do all of you think of these 3 strategies of settling the surrendering families? Yao Chong stood up again. Your Majesty, the Turks are in endless internal strife, and it's difficult for them to reach their peak. If we stock up more troops and horses, we'll have to spend a lot of money and food. If we move to the interior, there will be too many outsiders and there will be no place to settle down. In my opinion, there's no need to worry about the 9 families rebelling. The Tang dynasty is in its golden age. After that, he stood there and waited. He looked up at Li Longji, thinking that His Majesty should be happy. In the past, Li Longji would be happy when someone talked about a golden age. However, after knowing the people's livelihood, he realized that there was no such thing as a golden age. Could the people in other parts of the Tang dynasty be like the Li family Zhuangzi in Bashui? Could they be like the villagers in the Zhang family village? Could they be like the villagers in the imperial plantation? Everyone can read, the old can be taken care of, the young can be educated, and the sick can be treated. If they want to eat meat, they can eat meat for every meal. In the winter they can eat vegetables as much as they want. This is a golden age. If it's not reached, it'll be a golden age. There are still people's houses in the 20 counties under construction. Would a golden age live in a mud house? Those who say golden age are all lying to me, humph. So Li Longji was expressionless, and Yao Chong had no choice but to withdraw. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan's face and Lu Huaishan stood up. Your Majesty, it's better to take precautions. Lu Huaishan only said one sentence. Li Longji nodded and Lu Huaishan sat down. Zhang Shua took the initiative. Your Majesty, I'm worried that the Ministry of Revenue is under too much pressure. After that he sat down and looked at Bai Gu. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has money, but this subject does not understand the surrendering households of the 9 clans. Since Bing Province's chief historian Wang Bei has given me the best plan, I would like to ask him, where should we move to? Bai Gu was not clear about the situation. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue had money. He wanted to know the details. Yao Chong stood up again. Chen thought that it would be difficult for the 9 families to settle down. If they moved to the interior, they would definitely need soldiers to watch over them. Bing Prefecture's Chief Secretary Wang Qi wants to shirk his duty of supervision. The other 3 looked at each other and felt that Yao Chong's words made sense. What about the others? Who would care? Li Longji took a deep breath. At the same time, sweat appeared on his forehead. He was frightened. He realized that if Brother Yi had not mentioned the names, he might have really listened to the words of the 4 officials. He picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of water. Brother Yi mentioned the name of the governor of Bing province, Wang Qi, a few days ago. It seems that he is highly regarded. As soon as the four officials heard that Li Yi was involved, they did not dare to jump to conclusions. Yao Chong frowned. Your Majesty, since Li Yi is highly regarded, let him say where they should move to. The surrendering households must have a place to settle down. For example, there is a place. At this point, Yao Chong paused, cupped his hands and returned to his seat. The other three officials looked at each other, speechless. Ah! Li Longji laughed. He already knew where the surrendering households would be arranged. It was a large mountain range in Huazhou and Tangzhou that was bought by Li Yi. Over there, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide cattle, horses, and tools to cultivate terraced fields and plant new rice. Who would take care of it? Chang and 16 guards and the winged knights. The logistics would obviously be taken care of by the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was already prepared. What else was there to say? He was still worried that there would be no one to cultivate the land that Brother Yi bought. Bai Gu stood up again. Your Majesty, I think the best plan is feasible. Li Yi's land is indeed lacking people. He did not sit down after he finished speaking. Otherwise there would be more to say later. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Yao Chong and the other two officials spoke at almost the same time. Li Yi had already made the arrangements. The winged knights and the 16 guards could take over the 200 miles of land without any hindrance. Li Yi would take care of the logistics. When the surrendering households cultivated the land, the imperial court would increase the rent. Li Yi had found another group of captives. There were nearly 30,000 people in the surrendering households. It was enough to cultivate terraced fields. As for the women, Li Yi would make other arrangements. He would even gather the children of the surrendering households for lessons. In that case, Li Yi will need more money. Bai Gu's eyes lit up. It was easy to imagine how much logistical pressure it would be to arrange 30,000 people. Did Li Yi and Zhuangzi have enough money? If not, he would not print the coupons. He would find a way to make money. He would make money? Your Majesty, I would like the imperial court to subsidize Li Yi. Bai Gu's words shocked everyone. The Minister of Revenue was going to subsidize Li Yi? The sun was rising from the west. Oh. Yao Chong asked. Repair the road and water network, Bai Gu replied. Didn't Jigu already say that? The two of you studied it alone. Lu Huaishan brought up the previous matter. He only said to repair the water network. He didn't say to repair the road. Bai Gu emphasized the road. Anything else? Li Longji was vigilant. Anything else? Oh, and reduce the rent there. Okay, exempt the Li family Zhuangzi from the tax. Li Longji continued. He agreed. Bai Gu said it himself. Your Majesty is right. Bai Gu closed his eyes. What he wanted to talk about was reducing the rent for the terraced fields. The rent was a matter for the future. Li wanted to make money now. He was prepared to observe the situation. What if it was something like kerosene lamps and thermos bottles? The cost was low and the price was high. He could not collect taxes now. There were still 30,000 people who wanted to surrender. However, the Ministry of Revenue could help sell them. The Ministry of Revenue had its own money and department to sell noodles. They could buy a batch from Li Yi and sell it further away to earn the difference in price. Merchants also ran out to earn the difference in price. The Ministry of Revenue had plenty of funds and manpower. When the new settlement was settled, he could collect taxes. Why were they all exempted? Bai Gu thought about it and decided to ask Li Yi at night. They could put the tax issue aside and talk about bulk purchases. Your Majesty, I want to see the map. Lu Huaishan knew that Bai Gu was depressed again. He did not care. He wanted to see the situation there. Li Longji nodded to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher ran to the side and opened a box. He took out the map. It was not the original map drawn by Li Yi. It was enlarged by 3 times. Li Yi's map had some markings that were not clear. After the winged knights learned how to draw a map of the areas around the capital magistrate's office, they filled in the gaps. For the other areas, Li Yi's map was the standard. The capital magistrate's map was the new one. Huazhou and Tangzhou were on the map. Mountains, plains, valleys and contours were shown on the map. The map looked very messy. There were many lines, names and numbers. There were also notes written on the blank space. This was a purely military map. It could be used for disaster relief. Everyone looked at the map. The place Li Yi bought was a mountain. It was surrounded by the Luo River, Yi River, Yellow River and Wei River. Good place. The Chila 9 families are not good at water and mountains. Li Yi arranged for them to be in a place with mountains and rivers. They do not have weapons and do not know how to fight with mountains and rivers. They can't attack or defend. Bai Gu commented first. He felt that the place was suitable for terraced fields. It was surrounded by soldiers and was more than 200 miles away from Chang'an. After the road was fixed and there were many ships, the Chelan families would not be able to rebel even if they wanted to. Li Longji had a faint smile on his face, indicating that he was being reserved. My brother Yi did not need you to praise him. Chapter 677. If the surrendered households are settled here, the Dao army can be connected to the capital office. Lu Huaishan showed his talent as a prime minister. What he saw was even more impressive than what Bai Gu saw. The Dao army was located in the border area. The winter was bitter and cold. The imperial court could only give them normal military supplies, and the generals had to take away more. With a new place, the army there had to rush back to prevent the Yellow River from freezing in winter and the surrendered households from escaping. It seemed that the non-commissioned officer there had a hard time, but don't forget that Li Yi was supporting the logistics of the surrendered households. How could he watch the non-commissioned officer on the other side make a wasted trip? Just to patrol? He would take advantage of the frozen Yellow River to transport supplies to the other side. It just so happened that the road to Chang'an was going to be opened. Lu Huaishan dared to guarantee with his head that once the surrendered households arrived, the Dao army would get the Li family Zhuangzi's things. When the transport team, the winged knights and the 16 guards rotated, they would bring them over. Even a canned meat, a canned fruit, or a leather hat were good things for the non-commissioned officer of the Dao army. I'm not as good as you. Yao Chong naturally saw that Li Yi was starting to play a complete set. It seemed that Li Yi was staying in Zhuangzi, but in fact his reach was very far. Wherever there was a problem he would be there. Zhang Shua nodded, strategizing. Now Li Yi only needs to make money. As he spoke he looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu was speechless. He wanted to change positions with Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua would be the Minister of Revenue, and he would be the Prime Minister. That's fine. Who wouldn't want to be the Prime Minister? I'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. Bai Gu muttered to Li Longji. I've seen something good. Li Longji said. It's tax-free. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't need the Li family Zhuangzi to provide money for the time being. Bai Gu understood that if he saw something he shouldn't think about it. The four of them left Xingqing Hall and went back to make arrangements for the relocation. Bai Gu went to the Li family Zhuangzi at night. Even though he was sitting in the car on the way he was still sweaty and stuffy. Old Bai is here? Let's drink a bowl of cold noodle soup first and eat the skewers together. Li Yi called out to Bai Gu. Now that Bai Gu entered Zhuangzi, he did not have to wait for inspection at the Ba River Bridge. In any case he was a minister. Bai Gu did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cold noodle soup and drank 2 mouthfuls before finding a seat to sit down. The palace maids and eunuchs moved aside to bring him a basin, soap, and towels to wash his hands. Today the governor of Bing province, Wang Qi, has submitted a report. He has given us 3 strategies. We have decided to exempt you from paying taxes in Zhuangzi. Bai Gu said something that most people wouldn't understand as he stared at the skewers. He usually couldn't eat skewers, especially skewers with all kinds of seasonings. He didn't have chili noodles. Old Bai, the Tang dynasty had a lot of iron and cement. The original bamboo pontoon bridge at the Yellow River should be changed to iron chains. Let's call it Pujin Bridge. Li Yi didn't say anything about the relocation. Everyone understood. He wanted to change the bridge. In history there was an iron chain pontoon bridge in Pujin Bridge. It happened to be near that location. Now it was made of bamboo so it was not easy to use. In history it was made in Li Longji's era, not now. A lot of iron was used. How to change it? Bai Gu thought about the crossing of the 2 sides. It was okay in winter but it was too tiring to make a bamboo bridge and ferry in summer. First, use concrete to make the pier. Arrange the position and structure of the thick iron rod. Use the iron chain to extend it. Lay a board and put the boat below. Make it into a pontoon bridge. In winter there is no need to put the boat. Take advantage of the ice and pull the iron chain over. Do you know how to transport the iron chain? Li Yi was afraid that Bai Gu didn't understand, so he deliberately asked. First use hemp rope. Gradually thicken the rope, then pull the iron chain. The pier on both sides must be built first. Otherwise it won't hang. Bai Gu didn't look Li Yi in the eye, meaning that he was an idiot. That's right. Li Yi praised. Old Bai was smart. Bai Gu drank a mouthful of iced yellow wine and picked up a skewer of unknown meat. Then when there is more iron we will replace the concrete on the shore. Is that right? Of course not. Wherever we go I have a new bridge building technique. We will build the pier in the Yellow River, so we need a large barge. When the Yellow River's current is not rapid, we will use the barge as a springboard and build reinforced concrete pillars to smash into the river. After smashing in, we will build one pier after another to block the water. Then we will increase the bottom of the pier and use concrete. When the pier is finished, we will directly build the bridge on top. The process is very complicated and a lot of iron is used. The good thing is that after the bridge is built, it will be no different from running a horse carriage from the top. To put it bluntly, we need to make up for the lack of technology with money. Li Yi wanted to build the Yellow River Bridge next to Pujin Bridge. Building the pier was very high-end for the current technology. It required a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. He could solve the problem of technology. He couldn't do it during the high water period or the dry water period. He could do it during the dry water period downstream, but the downstream was really dry and there was no water. Wooden pile bridges are also built this way. Baigu thought for a while. He had an impression of it. It was supported by wood. The bottom of the round wood was sharpened, soaked in tung oil, dried, and then thrown into the river. One is the principle. The other is that we can't learn now. We need a pump and force it down. Li Yi gave Baigu half a grilled eggplant and put a lot of garlic paste. Xiao Yi, you also know about these things? Baigu realized that he couldn't understand Li Yi. I know a little. I'm sorry. Li Yi was modest. Baigu, before I came, Her Majesty warned me not to ask you for money. Baigu tasted the eggplant and said, it's like raising. If you ask me for money now, I won't give it to you. In another 2 years, you might not be the Minister of Revenue. By then you'll have more money. Li Yi was honest. He would give money when he should, but not when he shouldn't. He just didn't expect Baigu to be willing to exempt him from all taxes. He knew from historical data that Baigu was a little rigid. He was slightly worse than Song Jing. Yao Chong, Song Jing, Baigu, Zhang Shua, and Lu Huaishan were actually the people who supported the Kaiyuan age. Then what new products do you have? If it's profitable, the Ministry of Revenue will help you sell it and make a profit. Otherwise it's the same for merchants. Baigu immediately changed the topic without changing it at all. Yes. Li Yi was as easy to talk to as usual. He answered all the questions. What kind of business? Baigu was embarrassed. He really did have something. For bathing. It's very simple. A bucket and a shower. Make it yourself. It takes time and money. It's mass-produced and the cost is very low. Li Yi gave him something. He wanted to use bamboo to make a bucket and then connect it to the shower. The place where the hose should be replaced by a leather tube. One could sell for 20 yuan. If the commoners made it themselves and couldn't make one in 3 days, how much would they lose in a day? Is it easy to sell? Baigu thought it was something valuable. In the end it wasn't. Are the noodles easy to sell? It's hot now. It's going to last for more than a month. I'll give you 18 yuan for one. Li Yi gave him a profit of 2 yuan. No, Xiao Yi, you must have something that can make a lot of money. Otherwise, you won't be able to support nearly 30,000 surrendered households. Baigu felt that if he sold it wholesale, Li Yi would make less money. He was unhappy. Li Yi could also sell this kind of thing. He would mention it in the newspaper. There was no need to worry about the sales. Yes, there's a shutter. I'll advertise it in the newspaper. I'm currently making the model. It's very tiring. There must be a 3D picture in the newspaper for everyone to see. Li Yi didn't plan to bring Baigu into this business. He could do it himself. Chapter 678. You're not selling mirrors? Baigu thought mirrors were worth a lot of money. I haven't been forced to that extent yet, including perfume. I only sell toilet water now, but I have a lot of perfume in stock. Li Yi shook his head. He wouldn't easily sell his trump card. Even if he was short of money, he still wouldn't sell mirrors in bulk. This was because the people in the capital already knew that there was a type of mirror from the Zhuangzi, which was light and easy to clean. Once the Li family Zhuangzi tried to sell mirrors, it was either because there was a new good item or because they had no money. The Li family Zhuangzi was printing exchange coupons, so he couldn't give the people the hint that the Li family Zhuangzi had no money. If a bank run started, the Li family Zhuangzi could deal with it. If something was issued with less money than the Li family Zhuangzi's collateral. If the bank run was over, how could the exchange coupons circulate? That was why Li Yi didn't release them until he finished making new things. Mirrors were still luxury goods. It wasn't like he didn't know how to play with capital. Capital pursued profit, selling one generation, storing another generation, and researching another generation. Only when there was competition would he release the next generation. The Li family Zhuangzi had technological reserves which were more advanced than mirrors, but he didn't take them out. He only kept them in Li Yi's heart. Bai Gu didn't think about the bank run. He picked up the bowl and gulped down a bowl of iced yellow wine. He was sincerely happy. The Li family Zhuangzi had a foundation, which proved that the Tang dynasty would continue to be stable. Xiao Yi, I think His Majesty's attitude towards Yuanji has changed. Bai Gu said something he shouldn't have. Old Bai actually, Zhang Shua should retire. When the time comes, you and Old Song should be the prime minister. Originally you didn't have a chance. If you don't feel well, come to me first. Don't look for the imperial physician to avoid delaying your illness. Li also said something he shouldn't have. Jigu and Huaixin? Bai Gu actually understood. After he returned, the higher-ups said that whoever Li Yi treated well would be in danger. Then Li Yi would always talk about who would do what in advance. Just like Yi fashion, he could predict the future. This time, His Majesty obviously knew about the Bing province chief historian Wang Qi's letter in advance. As for Xiao Yi, he had already made arrangements. In other words, he was going to die this year. The only reason he didn't die was because of Xiao Yi. Bai Gu's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of fear. In addition, he was personally involved in Li Riji's matter. Xiao Yi knew when someone might die. How could he save her just because he wanted to? Xiao Yi, as the Minister of Revenue, I have many. Old Bai, are you saying that you are greedy for money? That won't do. I'm a person who draws a clear line between public and private affairs. If I should be impeached, I'll be impeached. Li Yi interrupted Bai Gu with a smile. About the bathtub and the showerhead, you have to hurry up, Zhu Yi. Bai Gu changed back in an instant. Old Bai, it's useless to take a bath. I'll roast a kidney for you. I suspect that you can't do it anymore. Li Yi also changed the topic. Who said that? How can you? Do you have medicine? Bai Gu had taken a lot of medicine, but the effect wasn't very good. I'll give you a few when we go back. You can eat it for half an hour. Li Yi decided to exchange some of that medicine for Bai Gu. The main reason was that Bai Gu didn't exercise. Otherwise, he would have no problem even if he was 60 or 70 years old. Bai Gu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were eating with their heads down. They looked very serious, as if they didn't hear anything that they shouldn't have. So he quietly nodded and said, Is there a problem with surrendering? Is there a problem with not being with the Tang dynasty? Surrendering to the Tang dynasty was a temporary measure. They still have expectations in their hearts. They're looking forward to the outcome of the battle with the Turks and the establishment of political power again. Li Yi, who knew the history, gave Bai Gu an answer. If that's the case, when they go to Huazhou and Tongzhou, their hearts will be with the Tang dynasty? Bai Gu was still worried. If they go outside, their lives won't change. If they go to the two provinces, I'll give them benefits. I'll give them new clothes to wear, give them good food to eat, treat their diseases and educate their children. What they feel is something else. Rebellion and non-rebellion are only driven by a small number of ambitious people. For the ambitious leaders, I'll set up a travel class. They'll come to Zhuangzi and see how it develops. At this time, they'll leave their tribes. On one hand, I'll show them the power of Zhuangzi. On the other hand, I'll divide the tribes there. What Li Yi said was an administrative measure. Isolation, division, adjustment, and arrangement. Bai Gu, who had just taken a sip of the iced yellow wine, found that his mouth was dry. He swallowed twice and said, Xiao Yi, I know. Old Bai, don't think too much. If your throat hurts, sneezes, or you have a fever, come to me quickly. Who wants dental implants? 2 coins for 1. Li Yi comforted Bai Gu. You're already so old. Don't be scared. Aren't my wrists very normal? Don't you people know how to do it? The palace maids and eunuchs still lowered their heads to eat. However, no matter how they ate, the food on their plates didn't seem to decrease. On the other side, the food on the grill was almost burnt. Early the next morning, Bai Gu left happily with 3 three-dimensional paintings in his hand. He knew how to read them. Before, he didn't know how to read them. Later, after drinking and drinking, he felt a little dizzy and saw double. When he looked at the paintings again, he knew how to read them. Yes, it was the same when he drank too much. After that, he drank even more. When he left in the morning, he was still dizzy. After Li Longji finished the small court meeting, Bai Gu went forward and took out 3 pieces of paper. He looked at them and chose one. Your Majesty, do you have a sheep here? Bai Gu's expression was slightly absent-minded. Li Longji personally walked over and took the paper. He looked at it and said, Call the imperial physician to sober Bai Gu up. Your Majesty, I didn't drink too much. I drank a little last night. I told Xiao Yi. Bai Gu shouted as he was supported to leave. You didn't drink too much. Then you're referring to a cow as a sheep. Your crime is even more serious. Are you bullying me because I don't understand 3-dimensional paintings? It's clearly a cow. You call it a sheep? Do your sheep's horns look like this? You drank so much wine last night. How long have you practiced? You actually came to show off in front of me. Li Longji retorted. He could tell at a glance that the animal in the three-dimensional painting was a cow. I impeach Dr. Li for getting Minister Baigu drunk and causing Minister Baigu to be disrespectful. Yao Chong quickly came out. Baigu was still struggling. I second the motion. Lu Huaishan helped Baigu. Your Majesty, how do you see this? I see a flock of chickens. Zhang Shua came over to take a look. He was puzzled. It was a flock of chickens. Baigu saw it as a sheep while Her Majesty saw it as a cow. Was there a reason behind it? It's a three-dimensional painting. If you look cross-eyed, you will see a concave part. If you look at it absent-mindedly, you will see a protruding part. Li Longji began to explain to the ministers who had not left how to see the three-dimensional painting. Everyone worked hard and thought carefully and adjusted. Not long after, Yao Chang's eyes widened. Your Majesty, it's a cow. How did this cow appear? Is it the art of immortals? Your Majesty, Zhi Long has chosen to commit the crime of referring to a cow as a sheep. Song Jing also saw it. Li Longji looked at him. Are you serious? You call Baigu Long Zhe and then you want me to punish him? Lu Huaishan looked at another painting and said, Your Majesty, it's clearly a sea of flowers, but now I see a lone flower. The scene is too beautiful. My brother Yi is preparing to use it to make a lot of money. It's naturally extraordinary. Li Longji said. He suddenly felt that the three-dimensional painting was no longer so beautiful. Behind it was the country and the world. If others made this thing, it would be for fun. Brother Yi took it out and used it to appease the surrendered families. Chapter 679. In the rainy weather, the grass on both sides of the road was yellow, and the pine trees further away were dripping with grease. The pine oil, which was supposed to have a fragrant aroma, smelled sticky from head to toe. The official road that used to allow large groups of people to travel on had become a bumpy path that extended along the foot of the mountain. Dust was flying around the group. Even though the wind was blowing, the air that entered their nostrils was scorching hot. A group of carriages slowly advanced on the road, but the cavalry in the group were running here and there. Report, we've discovered the Sangon River. We've discovered people on the nearby hills. A winged night scout ran over. Get ready, the leader, Fan Fan ordered. A portion of the winged knights dismounted and picked up shields from the carriages of the carriages. There's a plain up ahead where the Anong Protectorate is located, Fan Fan shouted. He had a map and had specifically asked about the situation before coming. In fact, he was referring to the capital of Li Yi's time. It used to be called Beiping, and from the word ping, one could tell that it was a plain. There were many other mountains, and from the west to the Anong Protectorate, one had to pass through these mountains. The villagers were also preparing. The 100 Khitan study class took out empty water bags and prepared to go to the Sangon River to fill them with water. Wasn't the northern part of Hebei province said to be a land of bitter cold? Why is it so hot? The villagers didn't have time to wipe their sweat and picked up their crossbows. They didn't know what the situation was with the people that the scouts had discovered. The journey had been peaceful, with only wild beasts and few people. This probably had something to do with the path they were taking. They had crossed under the Great Wu Army and arrived at the Anong Protectorate on top of the Great An Army. The people they saw along the way didn't interact with them. They saw them from afar and went into the forest. The winged knights didn't chase after them, allowing them to leave. This place was a land of bitter cold. They could feel the bitterness, but where was the cold? It was summer now and there were still a few days to go. There should be fields, but there are weeds everywhere. The villager looked through his binoculars and saw shallow ridges in the fields. This meant that someone had farmed here before, and after they left, the land gradually became abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, small animals could be seen in the grass. The group warily moved forward, slowing down. The 100 Khitan students took the initiative to walk in front, holding their sabers at their waists but not touching them. After walking for an hour, a river appeared in front of them. There was also a group of people holding bows, sabers, and spears. Behind them was a group of people dressed in rags. These people carried wooden buckets in their hands, and some even had carrying poles by their sides. They're from the Buri tribe. There are more than 700 of them. They're considered a medium-sized tribe. Bacharka introduced loudly. Then he switched to the Khitan language that the other party could understand. The Khitan language was not uniform, and it was difficult for some tribes to communicate with each other. More and more people from the Buri tribe appeared. Even the children were holding bows in their hands, even though the bows didn't look very powerful. Both men and women in the Buri tribe could become warriors. They were on high alert. Bacharka ran over and spoke to one of the men who seemed to be the leader. The winged knights were forming a shield. The people in front were holding shields and swords, while the people at the back were hiding behind the shields with crossbows. The other winged knights mounted their horses and looked for a suitable position to charge. The villagers opened the tarps on several carriages, revealing the monkey boxes inside. They took out their lighters and were about to light them. After waiting for a while, the Buri tribe lowered their weapons and put their arrows back into their quivers. Bacharka turned his head and shouted, put them down, and exchange them. They want to see the goods. If they're good, we can exchange them with people from the Tang dynasty. Bring a carriage of soap, scented soap, and toilet water over. Let's go. The village guards were still holding their swords. The villagers weren't afraid of a fight at all. They drove a carriage forward. Li Yin, the village steward who followed them, shouted to Bacharka, bring all the people from the Tang dynasty here. We have to watch them. Bacharka talked to the leader of the Buri tribe again and some people ran out. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 200 people had arrived. The men were all bare-chested. They looked very thin and weak and the pants they wore were full of holes. The women were wearing straw curtains. Some of them were even naked. When a woman walked up to a man from the Buri tribe, the man smiled and touched the woman's upper body. When the woman dodged, the man raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. Poof. The slap landed on the woman's face and a crossbow arrow pierced the man's head. The people of the Buri tribe picked up their weapons again. The winged knights drew their bows, and the cavalrymen rode their horses and trotted in circles. They gradually sped up. Wah wah wah. Bacharka shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party also shouted, and the others looked angry. A group of 100 cavalrymen rushed directly to the middle of the Buri tribe and the people of the Tang dynasty. They dismounted and drew their bows. The other cavalrymen divided into groups and distanced themselves, ready to surround and kill. Boom 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 boom. The shield-wielding soldiers held their shields and walked forward step by step. They trotted from the beginning and stopped when they were more than 10 steps away from the people in front of the Buri tribe. The village steward behind drove a carriage over. He ignored the people of the Buri tribe and drove the carriage directly to the side of the people of the Tang dynasty. They took down cotton clothes and cotton skirts from the carriage. Come here and put on your clothes. The women wear a dress specially designed by our Dongzhu. The men wear a shirt and trousers. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty with anger in his eyes. Put on your clothes. The people of the Buri tribe can't defeat the army of the Tang dynasty, someone in the crowd shouted after seeing the situation. A group of men and women of all ages ran forward, picked out their own clothes and put them on. The woman who was slapped just now put on her dress and underwear. She skillfully covered her underwear with her dress as if she had practiced it countless times under the guidance of the instructor. She looked at the weapons of the Buri tribe and the clothes and thin armor on their bodies. Then she looked at the horses of the Tang dynasty, the people on the horses, the armor on the people, and the crossbows on the people. She came to the person who was shot by the crossbow. This person was already dead. She lifted her foot and stomped hard on the person's stomach. Wah 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 wah. A Buri tribe member shouted at her angrily. She looked up at the person and stomped again. Then she stomped again. After stomping, she looked at the person provocatively. Don't move, the winged knights shouted. They were not afraid of the people of the Buri tribe. There were more than 700 of them, including the women, the elderly, and the children. Even if they were men, judging from the strength of their bodies, they would have no problem fighting one-on-one. The Khitans were no match for the winged knights' training and the food they ate. Tell me who was bullied. Who do we need to kill? Li Yin shouted at the 225 people of the Tang dynasty. When he handed out the clothes, he took note of the number of people. These people did not look very healthy. 100 people from the study class suddenly rushed up and put their swords on the necks of several important people of the Buri tribe. Bacharka also shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party had a look of horror in his eyes. Our leader said that if they resist, we will kill all of the Buri tribe. The people from the study class translated to the winged knights and the villagers. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work could already understand the language of the Buri tribe. Tell me, who do you want to kill? If you want to do it yourself, do it yourself. If you don't want to do it yourself, we will help you. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty again. A 7 or 8-year-old child raised his hand and pointed at a person. He killed my mother and father. Chapter 680. Bus. An arrow was shot into the neck of the man the child was pointing at. The Buri people were in an uproar again. They wanted to fight back but they didn't dare. The three of them beat two of our men to death with sticks. They also did that to me. A woman stepped forward and pointed at three people. The three of them turned around and ran. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew out and hit their backs. The people of the Buri tribe were less angry and more scared. They finally realized that the arrows of the Tang soldiers were too accurate. They weren't an ordinary army. He cut off my elder brother's leg. My elder brother didn't survive. A man in his 20s took the sword of the man next to him and walked over. The man's eyes were wide open in anger. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow and got an arrow in one of his arms and one of his legs. He threw his bow away and knelt down. The man in his 20s walked over and slashed with his sword. His face was splashed with blood. One by one they were pointed out and killed. 31 people. 31 people of the Buri tribe were killed. In the past they had allowed the great Tang to watch as their people were killed. Now they would watch as their own people were killed. Okay, let's talk about the deal. Redeem our people. Tell them that we are from the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui, east of Chang'an City. We will wait for their revenge at any time. Li Yin said to Bacharka when he saw that no one else stepped forward to point out the culprits. Dad, Mom, someone has avenged you. The child from before burst into tears. For a moment, cries filled the air. The woman who had shouted that she had been done by the three of them ran to the side of a villager and stretched out her hand to snatch the knife. Are you stupid? Why are you looking for death at this time? You are dead. Do you know how much we spent on this trip? Who will compensate us if you die? Let me tell you, we bought you with money. You have to do enough work for us. The farmer used a little force and grabbed the woman's shoulder with his other hand to reason with her. Before they came, Dongzhu had said that no one was looking for death. The woman was stunned. After a few seconds she said, "Aren't you going to let us go directly? What are you thinking? Go back with the team." "And you?" the farmer said and looked at the others. Some of the people of the Tang dynasty nodded, while others were in a daze. "All right, I'm willing to be your slave," a man in his 40s declared. "Slaves? My Zhuangzi is not a slave of the Tang dynasty. You can't be a slave just because you want to. We'll talk about it when we get back." The Li family's slaves in Zhuangzi were treated very well. They could walk around Zhuangzi as they pleased, and they were even given pocket money. Which family's slave had such a good thing? On the other side, Bacharka was talking to the other party's leader about exchanging goods for people from the Tang dynasty. The leader of the Boli tribe was dumbfounded. He was angry, helpless, and confused. He could have just taken her away, so why bother exchanging her? "Come look at this soap. When you wash your hands and face." Bacharka, on the other hand, became enthusiastic as if what had just happened had nothing to do with the current deal. The people of the Boli tribe who had lost their loved ones were crying while holding the bodies of their loved ones. The people of the Boli tribe who had not participated in the bullying of the people of the Tang dynasty had mixed feelings. It was sad that his men had been killed. When his men killed the people of the Tang dynasty, didn't the people of the Tang dynasty feel sad? What happened after that? Didn't the people of the Boli tribe avenge their loved ones' deaths? They even killed the people of the Tang dynasty for revenge. You can also wash yourselves with soap. There's a river nearby. Don't think about jumping into the river. Our winged knights are good at swimming. Li Yin took a few pieces of soap and gave them to his 225 men. The men and women separated from each other, carefully took off their new clothes, and washed them with soap by the river. Bacharka was also demonstrating. He felt nothing for the people who had been killed, including those who had lost their loved ones. There were also internal conflicts among the Khitans. The tribes fought and killed each other, so they were used to it. Some killed the adults of the other party's family and raised their children as their sons. Some killed the men of the other party and raised the women and children together. For them there was no right or wrong. Survival was the most important thing. He took a fancy to the women and children of the men who had just died, wondering if they would become his. In the end, some people from the study class acted first. They went over and told the people who had lost their loved ones that they were willing to help bury them, and then they would live with their families who had lost their pillar of support. The other party actually agreed. They had just lost their loved ones, and they immediately began to think about whether they could live or not. Everyone helped to bury the 31 people. There were a total of 26 families, and they were divided among the 26 classes. Those people would follow them back to their own tribes and become part of their families. "I'll exchange 3 pieces of soap and 1 piece of soap for each person, plus a caddy of green tea leaves. You're the chief and you were very cooperative just now. I'll give you a kerosene lamp. If there's no more oil, you can use other things to exchange with the Li family Zhuangzi in the future." Bacharka asked the people of the Boli tribe to see the magic of the soap and soap, and then he named the price. He took another kerosene lamp and a bucket of kerosene, and taught them how to light it and adjust the brightness. The chief looked and raised the price. 3 pieces of soap, 2 pieces of soap, and 3 caddies of tea leaves. At most 2 caddies of tea leaves. Bacharka changed the price. Okay. The chief agreed and the 2 sides made a deal. He turned his head and lowered his voice. You're also a Khitan. Why are you helping the people of the Tang dynasty? Because the Tang dynasty can let us live a good life. We can't beat the Tang dynasty. The effect of Bacharka's learning was obvious. Where are they from? The chief seemed to want to take revenge. The winged knights, the private army of the Tang emperors. Each person rides 3 horses. They train every day, eat meat for every meal, and have the best weapons. Bacharka revealed the identity of the winged knights. Take revenge. Can you beat the winged knights? What about the other people of the Li family Zhuangzi? The chief remembered, and he could actually speak the language of the Tang dynasty. They're more terrifying than the winged knights. Zhuangzi's Dongzhu can fly. They can kill people from hundreds of steps away. They can catch people alive if they want to. When Bacharka mentioned the Li, his eyes were full of awe. Moshe's dead. What about the Khitans? After today's incident, the chief didn't know what the future would be. Do business with the Li family Zhuangzi and the Tang dynasty. We can't fight anymore. The Tang dynasty has become powerful. Bacharka had a firm idea. The Li Dongzhu was a good person. He said he was willing to help the Khitans and he had always done so. The 25 people finished washing. Their clothes were on and some parts of their bodies were wet. Their hair was also wet. But it was hot, so it would dry in a while. The woman who wanted to commit suicide, after washing, revealed a clean face. She was actually the most beautiful of all of them. Everyone came back with buckets of water, sat there and washed the sand off their feet. They waited for it to dry before wearing shoes. They hadn't worn shoes for a long time. As long as one of them made a pair of straw sandals, he would be robbed by the people of the Boli tribe. The wheat in the field had been harvested long ago. They planted sorghum but no soybeans. They were worried that if they planted soybeans, the Boli tribe would ask them to make tofu again. It was tiring to work all day. For them, it was just living every day without a future. They tried their best not to cause trouble for themselves. But they didn't expect to encounter a magical thing today and a magical team. Chapter 681. Trying to put on the cold leather shoes, 225 people were in a daze. There were too many carriages in the team. How many things were loaded? Seeing that it was noon, the team started to get busy. The Li family Zhuangzi people were in charge of making a big pot of rice. Even the people of the Boli tribe were invited to eat together. Killing was killing, exchanging was exchanging, and treating was treating. Along the way, the team used exchange coupons at the front and used gold to buy things at the back. The rice and noodles in the carriages were basically not used. Today, in order to celebrate the freedom of the people of the Tang dynasty, they steamed rice. There were vegetables in the fields, so they went to pick them directly. These were all planted by the people of the Tang dynasty. People from other places used the people of the Tang dynasty to farm, make tools, and build houses. Firewood was also taken from the Boli tribe to set up a stove. 225 people were in a daze, not knowing what to do. They didn't know how to do it. The team dealt with things too quickly. They were all militarized. They were in charge of watching. Some people occasionally wiped tears. They had avenged their relatives. As for the future, they would listen to the arrangements of this Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't know the winged knights. They didn't know the name, but they knew the Yulin royal guards. They saw that they were very strong. Their arrows were accurate. When they rode, they were stable and fast. If they were light cavalry, they could even use a shield formation. They had learned too many things. The most important thing was, why did the Li family Zhuangzi have armor and crossbows? The woman who wanted to commit suicide wore a dress and went to the person who stopped her before. She felt that this person had strength, so she felt safe. Brother, are you a farmer? The woman didn't want to die now. At that time, she was impulsive and felt that it was better to be alive. Yes, a farmer. I used to be a soldier. My wife and 2 sons came to the Li family Zhuangzi. The farmer was a veteran that the Li family specially looked for. Of course he felt safe. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to kill. Are you a slave? The woman wanted to ask more. No, Zhuangzi buys slaves, but they don't use them like other people buy slaves. Female slaves work normally and can go out to play. The guard in Zhuangzi said whatever he thought. The woman blinked. She couldn't understand how slaves could go out to play. In the Lijia village of Bashui, the people there work in 3 shifts. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, there's food in the canteen too. The farmer was afraid that the woman would take things too hard, so he told her about Zhuangzi. Many people gathered around to listen. She heard that there were military secrets in Zhuangzi, that there were countless livestock, that she was sick of eating meat, and that she did not need to spend a single cent to send her children to school. There was also Zhuangzi's Dongzhu, who was actually a secondary class, second-rank civil official. His Majesty's private army was stationed in Zhuangzi to protect him at all times. When the villager fell ill, Dongzhu personally treated him. The farmers allocated houses to them. They had money but couldn't spend it. Everyone listened as if they were dreaming. This was Zhuangzi? What was even more amazing was yet to come. In the first year, 42 students went to work in Zhuangzi. In the second year, all of them passed the imperial examinations. In the second year, there were another 220 students who also worked. Then this year they all passed the imperial examinations. Their families now live in Zhuangzi and they went out to be officials. Dongzhu let the 42 students go to various counties to be registrars and county lieutenants. The 220 newly passed the imperial examinations were ordered by Dongzhu to help the monarch with the land. When the monarch is done, he will teach them skills. Half a year later, depending on which village needs them, he will send them to be village officials. In the future they will slowly be promoted. The farmer talked about the imperial examinations. Until now, there were 262 people who passed the imperial examinations in Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were exchanged listened as if they were listening to a book from heaven. A group of high-ranking officials who passed the imperial examinations listened to the arrangements of Zhuangzi and Dongzhu. Furthermore, wherever the owner said he would arrange, that was where he would be arranged. Isn't it the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials? Some of the students of the Tang dynasty knew the situation. Yes, my Dongzhu will tell the Ministry of Personnel to invite the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Works. My Dongzhu can do everything to Zhuangzi. Before we came out, the Minister of Revenue, Baigu, always came here. 3 of his teeth were embedded by my Dongzhu. The farmer agreed. Yes, it was the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials. The group of people was stunned. The minister can meet him whenever he wants? The minister even took the initiative to come to Zhuangzi? In the past, even the county magistrate couldn't meet him. What was the difference between the minister and the county magistrate? Based on what you said, he can kill whoever he wants? The student didn't believe it. When I asked you to point just now, didn't you say he can kill whoever he wants? The farmer said lightly. Shall we go back to Zhuangzi to work? The student couldn't refute and changed the topic. If you can't go to Zhuangzi, the imperial court will arrange it. But Dongzhu said that you must go to Chang, and to calm down. The farmer shook his head. He also didn't want a group of people to go to Zhuangzi. While they were chatting, the dishes were prepared. The dishes were stir-fried and stewed. The stir-fried pheasant, wild duck eggs and cucumber together. Pepper noodles were added. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. The stewed dish was eggplant, cowpeas, salted dried tofu, and some pheasant and wild rabbit meat. The rice was rice. 3 Khitans were given a bamboo can of braised pork. The people of the Tang dynasty were given a can of braised pork with soy sauce. When the jar of fermented bean curd was opened, half a piece of fermented bean curd was given to each person. The winged knights took turns to eat. Their expression was calm and they ate very quickly. I should have given you a good meal to congratulate you. But going out is different from home. There is less food. Let's make do with it. Li Yin apologized to the 225 people of the Tang dynasty who were rescued. The people of the Tang dynasty, they dared to swear that this was the first time in their lives that they ate a can of braised pork with soy sauce. Each of them had half a bamboo can poured on the fragrant rice. And what was this fermented bean curd? It was very salty like tofu. It tasted delicious. The people of the Tang dynasty had always thought that the farmer of Zhuangzi was lying. Now they also thought that he was lying. His big brother is just making do with it? What do you usually eat? The woman who was about to commit suicide didn't believe it. How could such delicious food be made with it? I already said that there is a cafeteria. Who usually eats canned food? It's not good. The best is the small casserole. Unfortunately, the weather is hot, so the cafeteria doesn't prepare much. The farmer didn't eat canned food. He really didn't like it. When they were doing experiments, many of the canned food were eaten by the farmers. Canned food was good when there was no other food. They could eat good food all day. Now that there was stewed food, who would eat canned food? Even the people of the Tang dynasty were surprised, let alone the Khitans. If it were another Tang dynasty team, dozens of people came to cook, they would directly arrest them and make them cook for the whole day. They didn't know that food could be so delicious. Why didn't they know before? After the meal, the two sides finished the exchange. The team continued on their journey, bringing the families of the dead with them. The Boli tribe suddenly lost more than 100 people. We will reach the place in 5 days. Bacharka introduced the situation to everyone. They were going to the tribe where the biggest leader of the Khitans lived, which was the tribe they came out from. Jianghu, who had been in the team and hadn't taken the initiative to do anything, said, "We should send the vanguard to contact the other party and then choose a place to talk, right?" Chapter 682. Jianghu was worried. According to the Li family Zhuangzi style, this was not a peace talk. It was clearly a settling of scores. The winged knights could kill people in front of so many people. Moreover, he knew what the skycracker monkey was for. It wasn't for business. They were clearly taking advantage of the chaos in the Turks to confirm the status of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they had to find out who bullied the Tang dynasty people first. They had to find out what the Tang dynasty people wanted. If they had to kill, they had to think of other ways. They could not kill in public. Li was really ruthless. He actually gave such an order. Didn't people in power always think about harmony? Why did he suddenly make a move when it came to Li? Bacharka was also worried. What if the families of his brothers bullied the Tang dynasty people while they were away? What should he do when the team arrived? To kill or not to kill? He ran to Li Yin's side and said, "Manager Li, let's settle the past now. There are brothers in Zhuangzi and there are brothers in the team." Why? He was in a difficult position, but Li Yin was not at all. Those who killed must die. Everything else can be discussed. Dongzhu's reputation can't be weakened. However, in some cases they were not killed. They died accidentally. Compensation has to be made. Li Yin had received Li Yi's guidance. Killing people did not necessarily solve the problem. It was a way to vent anger. Since they had already knelt and were willing to help the Tang dynasty, it was better to let them live than to kill them. If the dead people had families, they had to be compensated. If they did not have families, they had to be killed. Because no one could get compensation for the dead. Were the dead not people? It was not easy to deal with this kind of thing in previous dynasties. Li was more straightforward. However, he could be flexible. When he said to kill, he had to lock them up and wait for a good day to kill them. In the process, if the other party realized his mistake and was willing to correct it, he should be sentenced to life imprisonment and reformed through labor. This reform through labor was real reform, the kind with a high mortality rate. He would let them do the dangerous work. If he could survive, he would be lucky. If he couldn't, he would have to pay for it. Li drew a line in the sand. There was no such thing as a few men taking turns to do something to a woman from the Tang dynasty, and the woman died. As for those who died from an infection after being whipped, this could be done indefinitely. Because when he was whipping them, he wasn't thinking of whipping them to death. Instead, he wanted to bully them and make them work for him. Consider it from the perspective of the starting point and the mental harm to people. Bacharka and Li Yin had a discussion. The winged knights did not need to participate. The winged knights were only responsible for killing. The 225 people in the team finally showed a smile that they hadn't seen in a long time. They found out that His Majesty's private army listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then the Li family Zhuangzi looked as if he had bought them, so they should belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. But in reality he took good care of them and allowed them to sit on the shaft of the carriage. The key was that when they were rushing, the winged knight scouts were everywhere. This was a strong army. In fact, the people who were caught to work hadn't fully adapted yet. The change was too fast. When they were carrying buckets to water the sorghum field, a group of people suddenly came out. Then the Khitans went up to them. They were ready to fight. Just as they pointed their weapons at the ground, a woman was violated, and the situation changed in an instant. They were shot to death just by touching her. This showed that this team had a special dignity. Then it was true. 31 people were killed. Their dignity was inviolable. Now that they looked at the march, it was indeed different from the army they knew before. They ran 30 miles at a time. The army of the Tang dynasty now has such a powerful weapon? The only student among the 225 people was holding a telescope. The others also had one. They took turns to look at it and felt that it was too magical. When they put this thing in front of them from so far away, they suddenly felt very close. The student looked at it and said to the farmer of the Li family of Zhuangzi, "This is a military weapon. Your Zhuangzi can use it for this trip. When you go back you must hand it in. Don't keep it." At this time the student was still thinking about the Tang dynasty. My family made it in Zhuangzi. The telescopes of the military forces of the Tang dynasty were all made by my family in Zhuangzi. The farmer shook his head and said, "From what you said, can you read?" The student found that the farmer was different from others. The farmer was embarrassed. I only know a few thousand words. My handwriting is not good. It's not as good as my daughter and son. They go to school in Jianghu, and their handwriting is much better than mine. You learned from your son and daughter? The student was interested. I learned by myself. Dongzhu let everyone learn and send people to teach them. Zhuangzi can't not read or count. The farmer said with a happy expression. He was proud. So what if he was a farmer? Every farmer was different from every other farmer. The student nodded. If you learn more, you can ask your Dongzhu to increase your salary. Otherwise, you can go to someone else's house and be a steward. Go to someone else's house? Ah. The farmer laughed. Why should I go to someone else's house? To be honest, I can't go. Li family of Zhuangzi can only stay in Li family of Zhuangzi. If I go out, I'll die. The farmer knew that he knew too many secrets. Everyone was curious again. Why couldn't they go? How could their lives be in touch with the Li family of Zhuangzi? They could only listen to the farmers talk about the Li family of Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work had smiles and expectations on their faces. Just like the Khitans who had lost their relatives, those who were alive had to be strong. They would soon forget many people and things. The team moved forward. A few days before they reached their destination, night fell. Tents were set up one after another, and the teams formed sentries. The winged knights hunted wild animals, and the people of the Tang dynasty helped to pick wild vegetables. It was another pot of stew with a lot of spices. Some people wiped their tears while eating. After eating, they went to sleep. Faint crying sounds came from the tents. After Liqiu, it will be hot for many days, but it will cool down sooner or later. Li Qingxi came over for dinner at night. He brought a lot of watermelons that were not fully ripe yet. They could be preserved for a long time after soaking them in salt water. The main problem is the drought. The heat is not a problem. The whole Guangzhou is dry. The only water network we have now is the capital office. It's difficult to dig wells above and to the east of the Yellow River. Li did not want to eat dinner at night. It was hot. In this kind of weather, he was sweating just sitting there motionless. So he was eating cold soup with ice stubble. The tripe in the soup was cooked in advance. He had to eat garlic for fear of diarrhea. The water network will be completed by mid-August. The track from Luoyang to Chang and will also be completed. There's no need to worry about running out of food. Li Qingxi could now casually talk about the capital office. When will the people arrive? If the mountain can be tidied up this year, the fertilizer can be transported up in winter, and the snow can be plowed in spring. Then we can plant new rice. Li Yi changed the topic and asked about the 9 families who surrendered. He knew those people were not familiar with the border. The earlier they came, the earlier he could make arrangements. They are coming this way. Some people don't want to come here. It can be seen that they are actually rebellious. Li Qingxi finally understood the 3 plans and Li Yi's arrangements. Sure enough, some people were still thinking about going back after the internal strife in the Turkic Khaganate stabilized. Chapter 683. If you want to integrate an ethnic group, other than military force, you also need economic development and quality of life. Li Yi slowly explained to Li Qingxi how to integrate the ethnic groups. Now that integration was not important, it was because other people had sided with them. In order to guard against the other party and for the stability of the mainland, they directly let the other party continue to stay at the border. In the later period of history during the Inlushan rebellion, it was troublesome. The people at the border were disobedient. Therefore they became armed forces and the Tang dynasty still had to fight with them. In the end, both sides would die together. No one would have a good time. Is that enough? Li Qingxi was eating skewers. He realized that he could always eat interesting things in Brother Yi's Zhuangzi. It's just a temporary solution. The root of the problem lies in propaganda. We have to keep saying that the tribes and the Tang dynasty are one family. As time passes, the people's lives will be better, and new children will be born and grow up. Slowly they will be recognized. We must not let them be. If we find out that they are spreading other things, arrest them and eliminate them. Li Yi explained the basic policy. At that time there were still some people who had other thoughts. Because of the previous period they relaxed. What was more terrifying was religion. It was better now that those religions had not spread. Otherwise, when the foreign religions were deeply rooted, it would be difficult to move. We have sent people to Lijiu and Qiongzhou with things. It's more convenient to transport things by water now. Li Qingxi temporarily put aside the issue of integration. He needed to think about it. At the same time, he asked the officials in the imperial court about the specific strategy. He knew that he could ask Li Yi, but why should he let the officials relax? Li drank a mouthful of soup and felt comfortable. Actually, the Grand Canal can be connected to the Anong Protectorate. Now, the Khitans have started to rely on us. We have to make use of shipping. Only by increasing the frequency of the exchange of goods can we let the other party gain benefits and rely on trade. Li was talking about Beijing. The Grand Canal passed through the Yellow River and entered Beijing. They could also enter from Tianjin in the Bohai Bay. In the past, they were always afraid of this and that. Even if the other party surrendered, they did not want to occupy the place. To put it bluntly, the Tang dynasty did not pay enough attention to the northeast, including Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. They thought that it would not be able to develop there and would pose no threat to the Tang dynasty. Li knew that there were no threats there. The Khitans there were very tenacious. Even the Bohai kingdom could not compare to them. Moreover, in the end, Bohai was still separated from South Korea. Li Qingqi didn't dare to underestimate them. He replied, "They are building ships with the money we have. It takes time to build a big ship and it also takes time to train the sailors." Li Qingqi didn't know who to blame for this. The navy of the Tang dynasty used to be very strong, but when the third brother became the emperor, the navy was finished and barely maintained. If it weren't for the fact that he collected seafood through the navy and gave them benefits, those ships would have been stolen and sold. Because of the Turks, Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the barbarians of the southwest, the imperial court had shifted its focus to the west and northwest. They had invested less in the northeast, the east, and the southeast coast. They weren't even willing to invest their energy. Now that he had harvested seafood and learned about iron mines, he understood that he could plant large amounts of pepper in Lijiu and Cheongzhou, as well as the new rice in Jiangnan. He suddenly realized the importance of the navy. Only with the navy could there be transportation. They could go around the sea and didn't have to go through the Lucky River. Big brother, some of the long-term military and political personnel in the border areas should be transferred back. As the border areas are integrated, it's not good. When Li Yi mentioned this problem, he thought of the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was powerful. The military and political personnel were separated. However, the military and political personnel used the civil officials to suppress the military officials. Now that the military and political personnel in the border areas of the Tang dynasty were integrated, it was possible to fight. The drawbacks were that they had too much power. It was power, not power. Some people went there to be local tyrants. They were in charge of the population of the area, and there were ethnic minorities. If they rebelled, they might as well split the military and political personnel. Transfer them back. Who is familiar with the local situation? Li Qingqi was annoyed. If it was easy to transfer them back, Tubo wouldn't know how to fight once they attacked. Deputy pushed the deputy up. A commander-in-chief should send more deputies. There should be a competition among the deputies. Fight for one. Li Yi came up with the idea. If there were more deputies, they would restrain each other. At that time, it was the same everywhere. Everyone wanted to have more power. Whoever had more power would be adjusted by the higher-ups. Li Qingqi lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't directly say whether it was okay or not. He still wanted his third brother to ask the officials. It looks like it's going to rain. Li Qingqi looked out of the window. There were clouds in the sky. However, those clouds were light gray in color. It was not raining. The speed of movement was slow and there was no wind. Li also took a look. He didn't understand. He didn't specialize in meteorology. Now that it's raining, the last batch of mosquitoes and flies will increase, especially mosquitoes. The female mosquitoes in the autumn have finally come out. They will definitely need more nutrition. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, bean-sized raindrops came crashing down without any warning. The wind did not even blow. It looked like a shower. The soil on the ground was splashed up. Not long after, the raindrops began to fall. There was wind and the wind was not small. It could be seen from the swaying of the lanterns. However, the sky was not dark and the lanterns were not lit. The villagers outside hid everywhere. Many people ran to the dining hall and looked out of the window. After half an hour, Li Yi and Li Qingqi finished their meal. The rain stopped again. Li Yi sighed. There are no good pesticides. The weather is hot. Even if there is no sun, the vegetables in the vegetable field will suffer. He knew that after the short rain, the weather would become hot and the vegetables would start to have insects. This included vegetable aphids, ladybugs, small puddles, flies, and mosquitoes. Of course, there were also many dragonflies. All kinds of dragonflies flew around. When he was young, he used many methods to catch dragonflies. Later, when he grew up, he knew that he shouldn't catch them. However, there weren't many dragonflies for him to catch. Troubled times. Li Qingqi had to admit that the weather this year was not good. Otherwise, they could continue to stay dry and water the plants with well water. According to previous experience, after every rain like this, many people would fall sick. Write in the newspaper tomorrow that they must drink water and pay attention to mosquito bites. Li Yi thought of a way out of desperation. This was all he could do. Unless he could kill all the insects in a large area, including the dragonflies, it would be useless. Mosquito coils and floral dew. Brother Yi, take them out. I know you have more in Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi was anxious. He knew that if the situation was serious, everyone would get malaria. If they got malaria, they would need to take medicine. The medicine of the big honey pill was more precious than the mosquito coils and floral dew. Brother, we can take out the mosquito coils and floral dew. However, I think we can sell them if any of the Japanese envoys get malaria. The local garrison in the southwest took a lot of the pills. They will use it themselves and help sell it at a high price. At the same time, they will advertise it. Li Yi actually thought of a meeting at such a critical time. They had said that the great Tang would hold a meeting on the sale of malaria medicine, but even now, the meeting had yet to be held. Chapter 684. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The weather is hot after the rain and there are many mosquitoes. Don't drink unboiled water. If you get malaria, you can go to the clinic to take medicine for free. Selling newspapers. Soak plant ash in water. It's best if the ratio is 1:5. Soak it in water for a day and a night. Spray it on the vegetables to prevent insects. On the morning after the rain, the newspaper boy was running and shouting. For a time, people who grew vegetables at home looked for plant ash and soaked it in water. Those who did not have much plant ash asked others for it. Some even burned it themselves. It turns out that this method can prevent insects. Let's try it out. If it works, let's spread it throughout the Tang dynasty. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong was reading the newspaper in his hand. He focused on the soaking plant ash in water. Plant ash itself can be used as fertilizer. Add it when composting. It has a good effect on the ground. The plant ash will not harm the ground when it falls into the ground. Yao Chong continued to talk about other uses of plant ash. Soaking plant ash in water and spraying it on vegetables was killing two birds with one stone. It's such a good method and he didn't come up with it until now. He can't remember it. Zhang Shua sometimes felt helpless towards Li Yi. Soaking plant ash in water to kill insects. Why didn't he mention it 2 years ago? He must have not thought of it. When he encountered a problem, he needed inspiration to come up with a solution. Lu Huaishan, on the other hand, was smiling. Xiaoyi has already worked very hard. At least there is no cure for malaria. Once malaria occurs, a group of people is infected. Lu Huaishan learned a new term, infection. He also learned how to be infected. People in the past did not understand that if someone in an area contracted malaria, many people would contract it. Now he understood. It was written in the newspaper that after the mosquito bites the person who contracted malaria, it bites other people and the other people will contract malaria. The newspaper wrote about all kinds of malaria, including the incubation period and symptoms. The people themselves knew about the death of people. If 1 out of 3 people contracted malaria, it was considered good if 1 out of 3 people could survive. The treatment method was to hold the wormwood, soak it in cold water and drink the juice. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not. It must be wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting a large amount of wormwood this year. Apart from making mosquito-repellent incense, the rest are used to make big honey pills. Yao Chong guessed that Li Yi used wormwood to treat malaria from the behavior of Li family Zhuangzi and the prescription recorded in the medical book. Li Yi had come up with a good method to make the prescription that was sometimes not easy to use work. Lu Huaishan continued to smile. Xiaoyi even taught us how to raise bumblebees. After collecting honey, Zhuangzi would purchase it. The imperial court no longer allows incense makers to use honey to make incense. Long Zhe should be having a headache. Zhang Shua said. The Li family Zhuangzi sold the big honey pill to the imperial court at a low cost. The imperial court's Ministry of Revenue paid for it and gave it to the commoners for free. If this disease was not treated, people would really die. Moreover, it could be transmitted to others after being bitten by mosquitoes. At present, it was only given to the commoners in the capital government. When the quantity increased, it would be distributed to all parts of the Tang dynasty. At that time, the newspapers would rewrite some previously written content to let the commoners know the situation, especially to guard against mosquitoes. The method of making mosquito-repellent incense had already been passed to the prefectures of the Tang dynasty. The prefectures called on the commoners to collect wormwood. Xiao Yi helps the Ministry of Revenue make money and also helps the Ministry of Revenue spend money. It is really not easy for Long Zhe to sit in the position of Minister of Revenue. Lu Huaishan began to pity Bai Gu. Yao Chong laughed. Long Zhe is now looking forward to it and afraid of it. He is looking forward to Li Yi making something that can make a lot of money and selling it. He is afraid that Li Yi will think of spending money. Bai Gu, who was being talked about by the three people, was distressed in his own office. A big honey pill costs 10 coins. People who have malaria may not necessarily be cured after eating a few big honey pills. How much honey is used? Why is the price so high? Bai Gu felt that Li Yi was asking for too much money. The agreed cost price was 10 coins per pill. He couldn't personally see how to make the big honey pills to treat malaria. Zhuangzi kept it a secret. The commoners of the Tang dynasty ate it for free. If other places wanted to treat it, they had to pay. For example, the slave owners of Tubo. Other things could be discussed, but if they got malaria, they could basically wait for death. Once there was medicine that could be treated, dozens of pills must be prepared at home. Raising bumblebees, we must vigorously promote bumblebee breeding. The imperial court ordered that bumblebee breeding be compulsory to reduce the cost. After a moment of sadness, Bai Gu thought of a good idea. He began to write a memorial requesting that in every county of the Tang dynasty, 1 out of every 10 households must raise bumblebees. Families who raise bumblebees will be exempt from the local taxes. When the tax is promoted, other people will be exempt from the taxes, but beekeepers will still be exempt. At the same time, the beekeepers will be limited to how much honey they need to hand in. If they don't meet the requirements, they will be calculated according to the amount and the taxes will be paid. After writing, he thought about it and wrote a poem at the same time. He asked someone to send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was afraid now. Once he had an idea, he would automatically consider Li Yi. One was to ask Li Yi to help check and fill in the gaps. The other was to ask Li Yi if he had any better ideas. Li Yi received the letter at noon. He gave a piece of soap to the messenger. He opened the letter and read, "The capital governor has not ruled yet. 1 out of 10 households will raise bumblebees. Deficiencies will be filled in. The smell of the honey pills is very strong." Li Yi curled his lips. He has nothing better to do. It's just a matter of a sentence. Why did he have to write this bullshit jingle? Li Qingqi was there. He took a look. Bai Gu is afraid of spending money. You give him 10 coins per pill, but he thinks it's expensive. Honey is cheap. Don't you need to buy and process the wormwood? My Zhuangzi has a high labor cost. Li didn't think it was expensive. Zhuangzi didn't count the labor cost. The material cost of a large honey pill was 7 coins, and the labor cost was 3 coins. Zhuangzi earned this money. If he didn't count the labor cost, the farmers had to eat. According to Bai Gu's method, is it feasible to implement it? Li Qingqi wanted to know if the method was useful. If we force it, there will be problems in the end. Our purpose is to collect honey, not to give the people a task that they can't do wrong. Li Yi hated the imperial court's order to force the people to raise bumblebees. He continued, it will be calculated according to the households. Large households have a lot of people. If the amount is fixed, the imperial court will suffer losses. The tax hasn't been introduced yet. Other places still can't cancel bumblebees. If it's based on the number of people, will it work? Li Qingqi thought that the households wouldn't work. He thought for a while and said, or we can use honey to exchange for bumblebees. Li Yi remembered what the snake catcher said. Using poisonous snakes to exchange for taxes was similar to using honey to exchange for bumblebees. The difference was that bumblebees weren't as poisonous. Just collect honey directly. As long as the price is right, the merchants will think of ways to raise bumblebees. The merchants will lead the way. The method of raising bumblebees has been spread. The people will build their own nests in places with flowers. Then they will sell it to the merchants and the merchants will send it to Chang'an. It's obviously an economic matter, but we have to talk about administrative matters. Li Yi objected to making a simple problem complicated. It was pure nonsense. If you buy, the price will be high. Li Qingqi could understand Bai Gu's thoughts. If the price is high, there will be more people raising them. The price can be lowered in the future. Once you start raising bumblebees, it won't be troublesome. If you want to sell them, you can sell them. If you don't want to sell them, you can keep them for yourself. Li Yi wanted to adjust the price through the market. If everyone raised them together, the price would drop. They just had to spend 1 more year's money. In the future, there would be cheap honey every year. If the people raised them, they wouldn't have to earn money. It would be good for their health to eat them. The areas in the south have a lot of flowers. Shu also has flowers all year round. Li Qingqi felt that it was a good idea. I'll write a reply to old Bai. Li Yi went to find a pen and paper. Chapter 685. The economy depends on the market and we buy and sell in hundreds of industries. Many people go for high prices and few people try cheap things. Flowers bloom in all seasons and bees are busy all year round. There's no need to settle on agriculture. Bai Gu received Li Yi's reply and muttered, "We'll have to spend more money this year. I know he's helping the Ministry of Revenue make money, but he's also thinking about helping the Ministry of Revenue spend it." Then he laughed. According to Xiao Yi's method, honey will be cheaper next year. People who raise bumblebees won't stop raising them because the price is low. Bai Gu knew how to raise bumblebees. Chang and city didn't allow them to be raised. People outside raised bumblebees themselves. They didn't know how to do it before or they would have done it long ago. Especially in the village, they raised bumblebees in the courtyard. They could be protected in winter, and the money from selling honey could be used to buy sugar. When the weather was cold, they wouldn't harvest honey, and they would give them sugar water to eat. This way fewer bumblebees would die next year. In a place with a good climate, flowers could be seen all year round, and honey would be produced continuously. Whether it was making medicine or eating, it was good. Beekeeping was a technical job. People who knew how to do it wouldn't easily spread it, especially the skills of setting up hives, catching bees, raising bees, and dividing hives. In the end, Xiao Yi publicized all of it. In front of him, it seemed that the secrets of the Tang dynasty since ancient times were no longer secrets. Anything that benefited the people was guarded by others, and then released by the Li family Zhuangzi. It was better than being guarded by others. There's also artificial incubation, which can make a fortune. He threw it all out. Well, the Ministry of Revenue will buy honey and send it to the Li family Zhuangzi to make big honey pills. Bai Gu thought it through. He used economic means and didn't need to give orders. The group of people in Honglu Temple didn't have any thoughts of thanking Li Yi now. He has good medicine for malaria. Isinba, who still couldn't compete with Li Yi, narrowed his eyes and said, "Malaria was a very frightening disease in Tubo, the southwest barbarians, the Turks and other places. Many people died from malaria every year. They didn't know the situation before. They thought that the sick people were with other people and other people would get sick. The newspapers told them about mosquitoes. Even if they knew about the mosquitoes, they couldn't do anything about it. It was unrealistic to expect everyone to make mosquito coils and window screens like the Tang dynasty. Now, there was actually such good medicine. The capital magistrate's commoners didn't even need to pay for the medicine to treat malaria. Don't think about it. I figured it out. They deliberately let us get our hands on the hot air balloon technology." Bo Mao was helpless. He thought back and realized that everything had gone too smoothly. Especially after he obtained the technology, the moment he made a move, all the people outside were captured. How could it be so coincidental? At that time, when the team went there, the patrols would often pass by them and there would be blind spots. He couldn't find the road, but there were signs. When he arrived, he didn't know where the information was, but there was a new information that was to be sent to the information room. If it was so easy to enter, why couldn't they enter now? 250,000 yuan. You burned countless of my Tubo's hot air balloons, leaving behind a bunch of useless lighters. How many people died? How much money was spent on making hot air balloons? How many things had been delayed? Liu. Bo Xia felt a lack of oxygen. His ears were buzzing and his head hurt. Isimba saw that Bo Xia's condition was not right, so he hurriedly gave Bo Xia an oxygen bag that could only be filled once. Bo Xia, think of a way. There's no hurry. Isinba comforted his colleague. There's no other way. We can only buy it. Buy it at a high price. Don't expect Li Yi to be kind. Bo Xia understood Li Yi. Li Yi was very nice to the commoners of the Tang dynasty. He was like a fool who suffered losses. If he could make a lot of money, he would do it for free. He was afraid that the commoners near Zhuangzi had no money to eat, give soup, or even those who were really hungry but had no money. He just told the people in Zhuangzi and provided them with food. He didn't care if the people were really poor or not. He didn't care if they were cheated. When it came to the outside world, Li Yi changed. He became sinister and cunning, thinking of ways to get benefits. I wonder how much a big honey pill costs. Can we buy it and let our people study it? Bo Xia was ready to be cheated. Our people will be willing to buy it at a high price. Life is more important than money. Isinba also expressed helplessness to his own people. What he didn't know was that there were already big honey pills for malaria being sold now. When it was sold to the local garrison in the southwest, one pill was now worth 10 honey pills. After a few rounds, it became more than 100 honey pills. Even so, there was a price but no supply. The army in the southwest was training. They went deep into the mountains to train and hunt animals. Some animals were captured alive and raised in captivity. They gathered a batch and prepared to send it to Li Yi in Chang'an. For example, rabbits, bison and tigers. The army moved out and wiped out an area. Fortunately, the army still knew that they couldn't kill all the prey in a place. The hunters who followed the army followed the rules. The troops relied on toilet water and malaria prevention pills to ensure their safety. At the same time, they didn't drink unboiled water. When they went out once, they brought back a lot of fur, meat jerky and live animals. The commoners could spend a little money. Even those who were poor in economic conditions could eat meat without spending money. The entire area that was previously war-torn became rich. These things didn't reach the ears of Tubo's envoys in the Tang dynasty. They were far away. It's better not to have such medicine. Boju saw the situation clearly. With the medicine for malaria, Tubo would have money to store and pay a lot of things. In the end, all the things went to the Tang dynasty. Even if people died, the things were still in Tubo. Let's sue for peace. Send it to the Prime Minister's office. Isimba couldn't think of a good way. He could only act according to his previous actions. When he couldn't win, in order to save his strength, he would make peace and wait for himself to recover a little before fighting again. If Li Yi doesn't die, Tubo won't be at peace. Boju concluded again. Li Yi, who was remembered, was in a good mood today. The nurses cooperated with the Tubo's cadaver to perform the surgery. They mainly played support and practiced some minor surgeries on their own. In the case of no bleeding, the success rate of the surgery was higher, especially when it came to appendectomies. This meant that the usual practice was effective. In the future, they could try to operate on living people. That's all for today. Li Yi said something that made everyone feel relieved. Everyone ran out and breathed hard. The smell in the hospital was too unpleasant, especially when dissecting human corpses. He was under a lot of psychological pressure. Many people decided not to eat at night. When they saw the meat in the food, they thought of human organs. The farmers were stirring the water of plant ash. They said that they would soak it for a day and a night, but the farmers couldn't wait, so they stirred it there. Zhuangzi had a lot of land, including orchards. A lot of plant ash water was needed to prevent aphids. Garlic water is okay. There's also chives. Li Yi said to Songda, who came back from somewhere. Keep the garlic and chives. Dongzhu, don't waste them. Use the chives to make sauce. Songda stopped him. No, plant ash was good. Dry vegetables need to be stored. We can't always count on vegetables in the greenhouse in winter. The taste and texture of dry vegetables are sometimes better. Li Yi just said casually. He didn't really want to use garlic and chives. He was thinking about the storage of vegetables. In the past, the people were not willing to eat dried vegetables because of the cooking. Without meat and oil, what was there to eat? Now, the people were drying a lot of dried vegetables. Li family Zhuangzi wanted to buy them. The price was high. Chapter 686. After a little rain, the autumn weather was still as hot as ever. 15 kilometers away from Pujing Crossing, a group was hurrying on their way. They were carrying bags and children, holding hands with their older children as they trekked all the way from the Dao army. The imperial court could ignore Wang Bei's words, but they had no choice but to consider Li Yi's words. The imperial court ignored Wang Bei's words and waited for the Turks to make a judgment. Wang Bei had to send troops to fight. If they didn't listen to Li Yi and something happened, Li Yi would be angry and someone would suffer. Today was the 20th of July, so they had been walking for a long time. Many of the Chelanine families were not happy. Just as Wang Bei had said, they still wanted to go back. Now they couldn't go back at all. How could nearly 30,000 people cross the Yellow River from the other side or rush out north? Some people fell sick and died during the journey. They dug holes and buried them while the others continued on their way. For them, grief was a luxury. They had to shed a few tears and survive tenaciously. The people sent by the Li family Zhuangzi, the 1,000 winged knights, and the 16 guards each sent 500 people to wait here. Li Yi was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on at the last moment. This was how people in a hurry were. Before they reached their destination, they would grit their teeth and walk no matter how hard or tiring it was. At their destination, some people collapsed and couldn't get up again. The living were valuable, but what was the use of the dead? There were still more than 40 kilometers between Pujing Crossing and the place Li Yi bought. The straight line distance was more than 50 kilometers. If they rushed another 15 kilometers east, it would take them 2 days to reach their destination. When the Li family Zhuangzi's group arrived, they hurriedly prepared food while the others lined up as scouts and set up tents. It wasn't noon yet, so the group would probably arrive after noon. They would rest and recover at night. They would arrive at Pujing Crossing tomorrow and the day after that. Li didn't mind an extra 2 days of travel. If it really couldn't be done, 5 days was no problem. Sure enough, the group of 9 clans arrived 2 hours later. They did not eat as they only ate 2 meals a day. As soon as they arrived, the villager hurriedly prepared the wontons. The large stuffed wontons that were wrapped in zhuangzi were frozen with ice cubes and brought all the way here. The quantities for the 2 meals that would be made later in the evening and during the day the next day had been brought over. After that, the farmers would have to prepare it on the spot. Is there anyone who doesn't eat coriander? Is there anyone who doesn't eat shrimps? Do you feel uncomfortable eating noodles and meat? The farmer shouted through the loudspeaker. He was used to this. When the Li family zhuangzi provided food to others, he would ask for clarification. Basically, they ate whatever the Li family zhuangzi made for them. You shout. The villager shouted 3 times before he suddenly realized that the other party didn't understand. He gave the loudspeaker to the person leading the team. The person leading the team was Bing Province's chief secretary Wang Qi. He thought that his proposal had been approved, so he happily brought his men and rushed over. He didn't know the exact location. The message only said that there would be someone waiting for him. Previously he saw the people waiting for him. They were the legendary Winged Knights. A team of 10 people and 30 good military horses. His first feeling was that they were rich. The Winged Knights were too damn rich. His second feeling was that they were powerful. The scouts were so careful even in the Tang dynasty. Their crossbows were loaded and ready to shoot at any time. His third feeling was that he was puzzled. Why did they come so far? After communicating with both sides, he found out that the team waiting for him was 30 miles away from Pujingdu and was arranging the follow-up matters. He also knew that the family that surrendered was assigned to the Li family Zhuangzi's Dr. Li. He had heard about it countless times. There were even exchange coupons circulating in the area under his management. It was rumored that the Li family Zhuangzi's logistics were the best in the world. He snorted at it before. Did they know how to fight? They only dared to play logistics. He was in a daze as he took the loudspeaker. It took him more than 2 hours to finish the construction of the camp after he received the news. The Li family Zhuangzi's people began to prepare wontons. The bowls made of bamboo tubes were stacked on top of each other. Shout. The farmer saw that the other side did not move, so he urged them. Wang Bei came back to his senses and shouted 3 times. The surrendered families looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Could they be picky about their food? No? Come on, put them all. If you don't put coriander, the taste will always be a little lacking. The farmer understood that no one was picky. Someone began to put pickled mustard, shrimp skin, coriander, and 2 drops of sesame oil into the bowls. Old people, women, and children first. The farmer shouted beside Wang Bei again. Wang Bei translated. The surrendered families looked at each other again. The women and children stood out. According to their rules, the young and strong people ate first, then the women and children, and finally the old people. If they couldn't survive the winter, the old people would leave some things for them. The old people would die after eating those things. The survival of the tribe was so cruel. It was needless to say how tenacious the warriors trained in this way were. The warriors at the border of the Tang dynasty could target them and kill each other. This proved that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were not bad at this time. According to historical information, they were strictly managed by Zhang Zhiyun, the Chanyu deputy protector general in Heku. He did not give them a chance. Then the imperial censor Jianghu went to see the situation. The surrendered families complained that they did not give them anything. They only needed bows and arrows to live. Jianghu was like an idiot. He asked people to return their weapons. In the end, in October, the surrendered families of the 9 surnames rebelled and arrested Zhang Zhiyun. They said that they wanted to send him to the Tujue to take credit, but they were defeated by Guizhiyun and rescued Zhang Zhiyun. The imperial court said that Zhang Zhiyun had humiliated the country and killed him. He was beheaded in public. This was the Tang army. No matter what the reason was, you either died in battle or killed the enemy. You could not be caught. The one who should be killed was Jianghu. He was so troublesome, but he still surrendered his weapons. He was so stupid. No one came to patrol now. It was useless. Li Yi would not agree to return the weapons. If anyone dared to mention this, Li Yi would kill them. Wang Bei, who did not know the history of the future, looked at the wontons and swallowed. The surrendered women and children each had a small bamboo bowl. They used chopsticks to lift, the wontons to eat. The wontons were given to Wang Bei and the other soldiers. They also had chicken slices in the soup. The soup was cooked with chicken slices and chicken bones. The chicken cooked quickly. The surrendered families did not have it, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty had it. The Winged Knights and the 16 guards were in charge of guarding. The soldiers who sent the people over were relieved. They took the bamboo bowls and found a place to squat and eat. The horses were also taken care of. Should we add pepper noodles? The villager took the pepper noodles and asked his people. They did not have pepper powder. They could only supply it in large quantities after they planted it in Lijiao and Cheongzhou. Yes, more? Wang Bei had been sipping the soup. The soup with pickled mustard and shrimps tasted fresh and salty. It will be fine after you send them to the place. You can rest for a few days. Zhuangzi has gratitude for you. The person in charge of the village said to Wang Bei. We have to go back immediately. Wang Bei shook his head. He was a general. Military orders were like mountains. It's okay. My Dongzhu will arrange it. The Tujue has no time to care about us. The other areas are the surrendered areas. They are currently in a war zone. The villager did not mind. He was used to it. Whatever Dongzhu said the imperial court would do. Chapter 687. What kind of filling is it? It smells good. Wang Ke finally ate his first wonton. It's filled with pork and scallion. I was afraid that your stomach wouldn't be good, so I didn't make wontons filled with chives and eggs, the farmer answered. You're giving us food that you usually don't bear to eat? Wang Ke was touched. The farmer blinked his eyes. He was also touched. What a good border soldier, but he didn't get to eat meat. How could the grasslands lack meat? One of Zuo Weiwei's men said, the Li family Zhuangzi eats meat every meal. What's there to be reluctant about? We're on duty and hope that we can arrive soon so that we can eat good food. Wang Ke looked at him. Are you kidding me? Eat meat every meal? He didn't ask, but he wanted to know more. I think the logistics are good. It's more than good. If any army has the Li family Zhuangzi as their logistics, they can definitely win battles. The Li family Zhuangzi can feed you food. Zuo Weiwei's men admired the Li family Zhuangzi. When they were on duty around the Li family Zhuangzi, it was as if they were celebrating the new year. Not only did they eat good food, but they also received gifts. Wang Ke admitted that he had never met such logistics. They were too considerate. The Li family Zhuangzi even had the leisure to make chicken soup for the wontons they were eating now. He even added delicious pickled vegetables, shrimp skin, and coriander. How rushed was this? To be able to do things to such an extent, what if the Li family manor was prepared? The surrendered households didn't think about logistics. They were worried about their future. To put it bluntly, they had moved to the mainland and were at the mercy of others. During the meal in the afternoon, the women, children, and the elderly all looked forward to the days to come. They saw the neat tents and delicious food. They weren't used to eating with chopsticks, so they could only eat with chopsticks. But this thing was delicious. It was soup pancake, right? They had never eaten it before. Can you give me another bowl of soup? Some children wanted more after eating, but they didn't dare to ask for wontons. They only wanted soup. The person in charge of the wontons took the bamboo bowl and scooped out 5 more wontons and a full bowl of soup. He added some sesame oil and coriander. The child held the soup with both hands and found a place to continue eating. The soup was delicious and did not smell fishy at all. When the other children saw this, they all went to ask for it. Their thoughts were simple. If they could eat more, they would eat more. The child had never eaten wontons in his life, let alone sesame oil. After the elderly, women, children, and Wang Bei had all eaten, they began to feed the young and strong people who had surrendered. Piles of wontons were boiled, and the pot next to it was stewing after the soup was gone. 2 hours later, everyone was eating. Those who had eaten before were already full and were arranged to enter the tent. Get into position and don't get lost. Wang Bei had already finished eating. He arranged for his brothers to take over the winged knights and the 16 guards. The stewards from Zhuangzi also ate slowly. They could endure hardships. It wasn't like they hadn't eaten before, so they weren't picky about food now. Wang Bei came to the other party's side and squatted down. Can you arrange food for 40,000 people in 2 hours? It has nothing to do with time. It depends on what Dongzhu thinks and what he eats. Only 100 villagers came. It's not Zhuangzi's full strength. If Dongzhu mobilizes, thousands of people can arrange logistics and baggage. You guys guard the border. If there's a need, Zhuangzi will move out. The steward blew on the soup and said without any falsehood. He was a small steward in Zhuangzi, so he naturally knew the logistics ability of Zhuangzi. Dongzhu could reach any level he wanted. They weren't in a hurry today, so the speed was slow. There were still pots to be used, so no one was tired. I heard that the logistics of the Li family Zhuangzi is the best in the world? Wang Bei asked. He wanted to hear the other party's humble words. That's right. The steward didn't want to be humble. Was there a need to say that the Zhuangzi was amazing? Aren't you going to be humble? Wang Bei asked straightforwardly. Can you win the battle? The steward asked back. I guarantee I can. Wang Bei didn't allow others to say that his army couldn't. Aren't you going to be humble? The steward asked again. He picked up a wonton, blew on it, took a small bite and continued to blow on it. It was too hot. Wang Bei. After the villager ate the wonton, he said, You give me the feeling that you are very arrogant. When I do things it's fine as long as I'm careful. We also want to keep a low profile but our strength doesn't allow it. The steward repeated what Li Yi said. Dongzhu always said, What is humility? Our Li family Zhuangzi is the strongest. The strong will always be strong. No matter what challenge they encounter they will be defeated. Wang Bei. He suddenly didn't want to chat anymore. He understood that the head of the Li family Zhuangzi had a kind of pride in his bones. And he never needed to hide it. When he did things he was indeed better than others. In other words, this was called morale. What is humility? Telling soldiers to be humble during a battle? It was just that the soldiers at the front line were fighting desperately, and the Li family Zhuangzi people at the rear were desperately providing supplies. Everyone was the same. The Bahui Li family Zhuangzi wasn't a Zhuangzi at all. It was a place that specialized in training logistics and baggage troops. After the surrendered households finished eating, they returned to their tents to rest. They were indeed too tired. They had been in a hurry. The Li family Zhuangzi people began to soak the beans. Wang Bei didn't want to rest. The sky wasn't dark yet. He stood at the side and watched the villagers soak the beans in the water. What are you making? He asked the steward. There's another meal tonight, wonton. Tomorrow morning too. Tomorrow afternoon you have to cook by yourself. Soak the beans first, then stir-fry them with diced meat. Add some dried diced carrots. The steward gave the answer. He didn't want to make tofu, nor did he plan to make soy milk. He just wanted to soak the beans now. By tomorrow afternoon the beans would be very big. What are we eating tomorrow night? Wang Bei didn't know why he asked this question. Tomorrow night we should be eating sauerkraut and stewed pork. Tomorrow night, we should be able to reach Jianghu. There's a second wave of support coming from there. The steward didn't have to worry about tomorrow night. The Li family Zhuangzi people were moving out wave after wave. The ones at the front were the strongest. The ones at the back would be hired to help transport them. There was a continuous flow. Sure enough, when the sky was dark, torches were lit, and everyone was called to eat. More than 4 hours had passed. Now it was time to ensure the surrendered household's nutrition. The next morning, after eating again, the group set off. Compared to when they were in a hurry, the condition of the people in the group was obviously much better. There was enough food. For lunch, they really ate stir-fried meat with beans and yellow rice. Although the weather was hot, they still gave everyone hot food to protect their digestive system. When the sky was dark, the group arrived at Jianghu just as the steward said. There was a pot set up at the bridgehead to make stew. The staple food was whole wheat steamed buns, which were relatively dark. The bamboo pontoon bridge connected the two sides. The common people watched this group of newcomers from afar. They rushed over and passed the news to Chang'an. We've arrived at Jianghu? In the future, the pontoon bridge used to temporarily pass between the two sides must be changed. Li Yi received the news after another day. He looked at the map and said to Li Longji. The pontoon bridge spanned across the two sides. There were no large ships passing through. Small ships also didn't cross the bridge. They just wandered around the two sides of the bridge. The pontoon bridge couldn't be separated and couldn't be unlocked. There were no large ships passing from the Yellow River upstream to here. Chapter 688. There were no big boats passing through the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Small boats came and went, stopping at special places to transport goods. If it was really impossible to pass through, they would risk their lives. Usually, fishermen would fish on the Yellow River and would not touch the pontoon bridge. At the upper reaches of the Yellow River, there was a remote area where the Protectorate General and the army were stationed. Trackers were needed to travel up the Yellow River. The Yellow River was not fully used. Otherwise, if one traveled from the Yellow River, they could reach Min Mountain in one go. After traveling a distance by land and crossing water, they could reach Izhou. Luckily, the Tujue and Tubo did not have good shipbuilding skills. Otherwise, they could reach Chang, and directly if they found a river. Traveling from there to Chang, and was considered downstream. If the Yellow River was used well, it would be advantageous. In the Tang dynasty there were no longer ships. They would not choose to travel up the Yellow River. Instead, they would take a long detour and transport goods by land. Now there were ships. When iron pontoon bridges connected the two sides, it became an obstacle to the transportation of goods. Li Longji found a map and looked at it. There are few people there. We have to take a big detour to transport goods. Third brother, it's easy to travel back after the Yellow River. Hami melons, raisins and livestock. We don't need trackers. The consumption on the road is people eating and drinking. There are no cows or horses. Li drew a line on the map. Okay. Li Longji pointed at the most important position. Our ships are not big. One of the ships is to build a canal beside the waterfall. The other is to build a track and travel on dry land. Li knew about the Hoku waterfall. Ships could not travel there. He could solve the problem by using the method of traveling on dry land. When the ship reached the waterfall, the goods on the ship would be carried ashore and the ship would be carried ashore. When they reached the other side, they would put down water. This way they could pass through. However, they could build a canal that was 2 meters deep and 10 meters wide. They could go around it and small ships could pass through. If they insisted on traveling on dry land, they could add tracks and iron rails. When the ship was in place, they could pull people up. Livestock could also help. The problem of the Hoku waterfall was solved. It was not like he needed to travel on large ships in his time. He had been thinking of ways to build large ships. Li Yi felt that a total weight of 5 tons would be enough. 3 tons would not be a problem as long as the quantity was sufficient. Third elder brother, look, if we transport goods from the Yellow River to the other side, Tubo can attack us if they want to. We have to cross the Han River and enter the Yangtze River. Take the Yellow River. If that doesn't work, we'll just set up a point above the mouth of the Hoku. Or we'll take the land route and use the railroad tracks to transport them to a place to unload and unload them. Li Yi scratched a few more times on the map. The most important thing was that a few pontoons had been affected. Li Longji looked at it seriously. When it came to transportation, he had to be careful. If it's a pontoon bridge, can it be separated? Li Longji's mind was active. Of course. The pontoon bridge has always been built in places where the water flow is not very rapid. Small boats can pass through by taking apart a section, then throwing a rope to the other side and connecting it again. Li Yi spoke of the pontoon bridge that he once had. It could still be untied and the iron chains were still hanging. If the ship needed to be navigated, it would be taken down. After the ship left at night, it would be reconnected in the morning. There would be people in charge of withstanding the impact of the river and using the rope to return the bridge to its original position. It was very convenient. It will require a lot of money. Li Longji started to talk about the economic accounts. Fees will be collected. The ships that come and go will have to pay a fee. The construction cost will be covered in a little bit. Li had a way. This was not a matter of whether he invested or not. It had to be done according to the rules. Now, people on both sides of the pontoon bridge were free of charge. In history, which was also Li Longji's era, using iron chains to cross the pontoon bridge was also not charged. How can the commoners cross the river and be charged? They did not have money. Bringing a basket of eggs to sell and taking a few eggs from them? You can't charge for the pontoon bridge, but you can charge for the ships. Loading a ship with eggs to sell, isn't it normal to charge a few dozen eggs as a fee? Li Longji's eyes lit up. How much should I charge? Let's build it first. At least I, Zhuangzi, am preparing to build a fleet. If the imperial court does not invest, I will invest. My Zhang family fleet will not pay and I will charge the rest. Li did not know how much he should charge. There was no artificial canal yet. It was too early to talk about it. It depended on whether the transportation capacity was good or not. Li Longji was tempted. Brother Yi, design a simple map. I will send it to the higher-ups and find someone to study it and figure out how to operate it. My design is a complete set of maps. There is nothing simple about it. If we want to go around the Hoku waterfall, the waterway must be curved. Otherwise the drop will be too big. In the future, during dry periods and when there is little water, we can lower the bridge pier and raise the height of the water. A normal medium-sized ship will be able to pass through. Then we will add sails. When the wind is good, it will help the ship to accelerate. Li Yi did not dare to think about moving a ship that was a few hundred tons. A medium-sized ship could carry a full load of 15 tons, including the ship's weight. A canal was enough. Do not underestimate the transportation capacity of a medium-sized ship. When the number of ships reached a certain level, everything would be different. Forget about the goose ships. They would not be able to withstand the water. Li Longji continued to look at the map. Brother Yi, there are some places where the water flow is too fast. Can we move it in sections? The ship will be in charge of transporting it at the dock. Li Yi looked at his third brother in surprise. Not bad. He knew how to move the ship in sections. Yes, that's right. My place used to move it in sections. Why were the ancient people so smart? It was starting to be difficult for him to act cool. Third brother, when there is more iron, we can build a waterway at the side of the river. Then we can attach a buckle to the waterway and use the water wheel to move the ship. Li Yi felt that he should still perform. Hydraulic drive, hydraulic cheat. First, make a small one in Zhuangzi for me to see. Li Longji did not understand. He wanted to see the real thing. Okay. Li Yi agreed. It was useless to just talk about it. The village used the river to make one and then made a small model. Artificial flushing, placed there for everyone to see, it was clear at a glance. If it works, Minister Bai will be upset. He will have to spend money. Li Longji said with a smile. There is no need for the Ministry of Revenue. I have the money to handle this project. I can support it. Li Yi did not mind. Money was easy to solve. Then he will be even more upset. In the future, the money will have nothing to do with him. You will be the one paying. Li Longji felt sorry for Bai Gu. Third brother, after another year, old Bai will have to leave the Ministry of Revenue. Yao Chong will be gone this year. There is also Zhang Shuo and Lu Huaishan. The Prime Minister cannot stay in that position for too long. Li Yi knew that Li Longji did not want to stay in the Prime Minister position alone. Yao Chong would be gone this year. It had nothing to do with his mistakes. It was time. After he was gone, he would still look for Yao Chong to ask for advice. A cup of wine could release military power. The Prime Minister would take turns. Li Longji nodded slightly. That was what he thought and that was what he did. Thus, there was the so-called Kaiyuan Golden Age. The Golden Age was the imperial court's golden age, not the people's. Chapter 689. The night did not bring any coolness to Pujindu, but the bath was very cool. After dinner, the surrendered household split into groups and took a bath by the Yellow River. Someone next to them was responsible for measuring their figures and bringing new clothes. After washing and drying them, they put them on. The escorts from Bingzhou got a chance to rest and also found a place to take a bath. The Li family Zhuangzi took in the surrendered households. They actually bathed the used locust. They can even wash it clean by rubbing some grass ash. A non-commissioned officer said while soaping himself. Under the light of the torch, black water started to drip down when the soap was applied. It's called soap. The Li family Zhuangzi is rich and is willing to give the surrendered households new clothes to wear. Another non-commissioned officer corrected and envied at the same time. Look, brothers, look at the height, the short, the fat, and the thin. Dongzhu has prepared cotton clothes for you to wear to absorb sweat, especially cotton underwear. The Li family Zhuangzi's people came over and took a soft ruler and a 2-meter-long wooden ruler to measure the chest, waist, and shoulder width. The wooden ruler stood upright and waited for the other data to come out. The villager shouted, "One size bigger." Someone next to him chose, "One size bigger" clothes, wrapped them in paper and put them on the shore. After washing and drying them, they put them on. 2 sizes bigger. 5 sizes medium. 4 sizes medium. They reported the sizes one by one and brought the clothes one by one. The non-commissioned officer of Bingzhou smiled. They had never heard of cotton clothes. What's cotton? Is it better than the fine linen clothes they wear? The people who had washed and dried themselves asked when they put on the new clothes. White fold, but we dyed it into camouflage color. It's yellow and green. Hide it in the woods and bushes and it's hard for others to find it. The villager explained patiently. White fold was white. It came from other places and was expensive. It was used as a currency like silk. When the non-commissioned officer heard about white fold, he did not want to wear it. It was too expensive. How can we bear to? The non-commissioned officer hesitated. Wear it. In 2 years, white fold will be worthless. My Dongzhu has a place to arrange for a large number of them to be planted. The villager smiled and turned around to make other arrangements. The governor of Bing province, Shi Wangbei, took a bath in a wooden basin in his tent and changed into a new set of camouflage clothes. He glanced at the other 2 sets of clothes on the straw mat. He sighed, I heard that Li Yi takes the most care of the officers and soldiers. If that's true, then take out the white fold Z and give it to us. Third brother, the most suitable place to grow cotton is actually the place where hami melons are grown. Cotton varieties can be slowly cultivated in that large area. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi and Li Longji talked about cotton again. There was also an area in the north, which was suitable for growing cotton. The imperial governor's office and Taiyuan prefecture were also very good. However, they could not destroy the grain fields to grow cotton. Eating was the most important thing. There. Li Longji knew who was there. It was the Shadua clan. The Shadua clan had always been in contact with the Tang dynasty. They bought things from the Li family Zhuangzi, sold them to other clans there, and then bought things back. Jia Jinshan always lived in Chang'an. He had a separate courtyard and did not go to Honglu Temple. Wait for them to come again and provide them with seeds? Li Longji calculated. Some of the cotton planted in the imperial governor's office had already bloomed and would continue to bloom in a few days. The cotton sprouting would be picked once every few days. A lot of people are needed to pick cotton. They can get benefits through the exchange of cotton, so they won't always be focused on the war. Li made a gesture of picking cotton. When he did not use machinery to harvest, the cotton-picking army was dispatched. The imperial governor's office needs to organize the cotton harvest this year. Li Longji wanted to see how many people were needed to pick so much cotton. We are eating edamame now. After the winter wheat harvest, we planted a lot of beans. There are fewer sorghum, but it's about the same. The current situation is that we don't raise silkworms and don't plant hemp. The people have a free period and use it when picking cotton. After the cotton harvest, we can harvest soybeans and sorghum. The income will increase, including the people who work part-time in the imperial governor's office. Li gave a harvest time difference. The people couldn't have nothing to do. He was eating edamame, unripe soybeans, boiled and eaten. Unfortunately, there were no peanuts. They had to wait for the voyage team to be formed, and they had to successfully reach America and come back from there. When Li Longji heard Li mention edamame, he reached out and picked one up. If so, Tubo and Tujue are willing to plant it, it will certainly delay them from doing other things. It's not easy to tempt them. Tubo can't plant cotton instead of food. They can only raise the price to let their slave owners think about it. Li did not underestimate the Tubo people. No matter how much they paid to buy cotton, Tubo would definitely ensure that they had food first. Tubo still had to evaluate the risks of exporting food to Tubo. Unless there was enough food, why would they plant all cotton? Let Tubo's slave owners get enough profit to slowly divide. The premise was that the two sides could not go to war. War would break the normal trade relationship just like now they had been smuggling. Without a perfect channel, economic war could not be fought. Li Longji had another idea. As long as they plant cotton, it will certainly reduce the food production. For every acre of cotton they need to give up an acre of grain. Li nodded. It can be said that with the same staff, it is impossible to manage more land. A little at a time. If the number of times is too many, it will eventually affect the overall situation of Tubo. Li Longji had a strategic vision. The imperial governor's office had to punish those who secretly changed the fields. After the cotton was picked, it would be confiscated and a rent penalty would be imposed. Aren't you a lot of fields? When the harvest of sorghum or soybeans was finished, the rent would be paid according to the acre. The next day, Li drew a set of pictures according to the flow of water in the pot and took it to the workshop to let the craftsman make it. At the same time, he looked at the blinds, the three-dimensional painting of the blinds, ready to raise a batch of funds. First, let them see the three-dimensional painting, otherwise it would be useless for them to buy it. Take a big paper and draw a few pictures, stick it on the wooden board and put it in front of the imperial palace. Li muttered and went back to find paper to draw. Three-dimensional painting was not easy to draw. If it was made with a computer and printed, it would be easy. Any pattern and text could be made. On the other side, the surrendered households had breakfast, crossed the Yellow River along the bamboo pontoon bridge, and continued to rush to their destination. 3 days later, the surrendered households arrived at the location of the land Li bought. One mountain after another, there were rivers passing through, but now it was dry and many small rivers had no water. Everyone take a rest. Starting tomorrow we will go to the barren hills to build houses. Before winter we will have houses to live in. The farmer said to the interpreters, and the interpreters went to the surrendered households to listen. The surrendered household speed was not fast. They had 3 meals a day and there was meat. Their bodies recovered a little, mainly because their mental state was good, they were not bullied and the new clothes were comfortable to wear. The clothes they changed out of were burned. It was said that they were too dirty, and it was easy for there to be unclean things. The fur clothes were also burned. Anyway, they did not see the process of burning. Now they were more at a loss. After leaving the place they were familiar with, they had no plans for the future. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please go back to Chidian to subscribe. There are also various kinds of tickets. Thank you. The farmer bowed. There are 6 chapters today. Chapter 690. Carts carrying goods left the Zhang family's manor one after another, heading toward the place where the families who had surrendered were. Ships were also carrying goods, heading to the same place from all directions. When the sun rose again, the surrendered families of the Tiela 9 families were eating steamed egg soup and pies. There was also century egg tofu mixed with tofu and century egg with aged vinegar. The non-commissioned officer of Bingzhou didn't leave. He was resting and eating the same food. Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei once again felt the logistics ability of the Li family Zhuangzi. When they were 30 li away from Pujin, the Li family Zhuangzi hurried on their way and ate wontons to welcome them. When they arrived at Pujin, they had stir-fried vegetables. When they arrived and rested for the night, they began to eat steamed egg soup and pies filled with pork and celery. The local area was more than 200 li away from the Li family Zhuangzi. The more time they had, the more things they sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. No wonder they were called the best logisticians in the world. If the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logisticians in a war, they could probably crush the enemy directly. Many of the surrendered families were eating steamed egg soup for the first time. It looked like milk tofu. You could add vinegar, sesame oil, soy sauce, and braised food. They scooped it up with a spoon and ate it. It was tender. Then they took a bite of pies. It was delicious. What was this thing mixed with the tofu? It looked like an egg, but the color was wrong. The steward of Zhuangzi didn't want to eat steamed egg soup. He only drank braised food and drank it as spicy soup. Wang Bei moved to the steward's side. There were tables, folding tables including the surrendered families. They calculated based on the number of people. On average, 4 people were given a table. If there were only 3 people in a household, 1 table was given. If there were 5 people, 2 tables were given. The 9 families were 9 surnames. Each family had its own family. Some of the men on the road fell ill and died. The women brought their children and formed a temporary family with other men. When the men and women died, the children were taken into the family by the people with the same surname. In addition to the tables, there were tableware, towels, wooden wash basins, and dental tools. Clay pots, iron pots, and jars weren't there yet. They would be delivered one after another, including food, oil, and salt. They were not slaves, but surrenders who took the initiative to surrender. To put it bluntly, they were dependent on the Tang dynasty. According to historical records, this time, not all of them rebelled, but a portion of them didn't. They were no longer fighting and wanted to live a peaceful life. Zhuangzi's logistics is amazing, Wang Ku praised. The steward swallowed the food in his mouth. It's a matter of money. War consumes money. Dongzhu said that as long as we have enough money, we can always win. If the rich soldiers can't do it, they won't win. Wang Bei disagreed with this point. If you have money, you will have good soldiers. If the soldiers are not good enough, it only means that you don't have enough money. The steward acted as if money was omnipotent. How will Zhuangzi arrange for us to surrender? Wang Ke didn't want to argue about whether money was useful or not. Daily necessities are sold to them. If they don't have money, they can return it when they have money in the future. Their horses, cows, and sheep have been taken away by you. We have exchanged our food for their livestock. You can keep the livestock and share it with your brothers. It's tiring to transport them over such a long distance. The steward talked about the arrangements for the surrendering households and mentioned the wealth of the surrendering households. The surrendering households came over to live normally. They brought their livestock and moved inland. The livestock couldn't follow them and were distributed to various places at the border. They had to return it to the surrendering households with food. Their clothes were changed and they had to change back to their previous clothes. The cooking utensils and other things were sold to the surrendering households. When the surrendering households had money, they would return it bit by bit. Thank you. Wang Ke chuckled. Zhuangzi's relationship with the 9 families is employment. Dongzhu hires them to work. The food they grow for the first 5 years belongs to them and they pay rent to the imperial court. After that, they pay a portion of the rent to Zhuangzi every year. After paying for 10 years, they take out a portion of the money to buy land. The land belongs to them. Or they can take out the rent that they should pay for 10 years and leave. The steward continued to talk about the arrangements made by Zhuangzi. The surrendering households were not slaves. They also had to be taught how to raise livestock. They only needed to raise cows and horses. They didn't need others to teach them. Or they could be given sheep. They could raise sheep in the mountains and grasslands owned by the officials. After 5 years, their lives would be stable. If they were allowed to leave, they would have to pay the rent for 10 years. They would also be poor. Where could they go? If they chose to pay the rent for 10 years and buy land, the land would belong to them. If they left, they would lose their family property. If they wanted to sell the land, someone had to buy it. Actually, they don't have much wealth. Wang Ke ate a pie. Then he said, there are a lot of horses and sheep. They won't surrender. When you go back, Zhuangzi has gifts. I hope you will be satisfied. The steward didn't think about the money of the surrendering households. He couldn't calculate it clearly and didn't have an account book. The two chatted and ate slowly. When they finished eating, Another large batch of things was sent over and continued to be distributed to the surrendering households. The translators helped to tell the surrendering households that these things were sold to them. When they had money in the future, they would slowly return it. The surrendering households didn't have any superfluous thoughts about this. They would think about it later. When the picks, shovels, and saws were sent, they took the saws to the mountains that needed to be turned into terraced fields to cut wood. The wood that was cut down was just right to be used to build houses. The scattered branches were firewood. Catch one. This guy is big. We'll eat it tonight. Rabbits, a nest of rabbits. Quick. Pheasants and eggs. I want to eat roast chicken. The surrendering households worked. The non-commissioned officer was responsible for clearing the obstacles. All the birds and beasts were caught. Those that ran fast were left alone. When they encountered a snake, they directly cut off its head with a knife and threw the headless snake together. They took it down to the Li family Zhuangzi's farmers to deal with it. When everyone was preparing to eat wild animals at night, the food, iron pots, and pottery distributed to each household were sent over. These are all sold to you. Sheep. The food, oil, and salt are for you. It's exchanged with your horses, cows, and sheep. The translators ran over to the surrendering households and said, "Don't always think that we stole your things. There's no such thing." The surrendering households looked at the large number of things, especially the iron pots. According to the number of households and the number of people, 4 people would get 1, 5 people would get 2. There were also kitchen knives, iron spoons, and a set of pottery. It didn't matter whether they bought it or not. In any case, they would use it first. In the rice bag there were millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice, soybeans, rice, and even finely ground wheat flour. They compared the things they received and found that the things they received were more valuable than their cows, horses, and sheep. This is the first batch of food. When you're almost finished, the second batch will be sent over. When you grow the food, the exchange will be over. So don't worry about not having enough to eat. You can always eat until you're full. The translators continued to tell the surrendering households what the steward said. A burst of cheers sounded. The surrendering households thought that was all, but they didn't expect that they would be given food even after they ran out of food. It would only be over when they had food. The household stopped eating first. Taking advantage of the dawn, they quickly divided the food. Only then would they feel safe with what they had. As for food, it was okay to starve for a meal. While the surrendering households were happy, a young girl stood outside the Li family Zhuangzi's giant panda garden. Looking at the charmingly naive appearance of the giant panda, the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Li Dongzhu raising a giant panda is indeed a happy thing. Don't you think so, Xiaolan? The young girl asked a young girl who was about the same age as her. Yes, but we should go back to the palace. The girl called Xiaolan softly advised.